Alrighty. Let's see what's going on over here. Let's see. Okay. Right. Okay, everybody, I'm going to be here chit-chatting with you for a few seconds while we get this show on the road, as usual. And I'm down a person. Laura's not here today. She's sick. And I've got to make sure all this new vinyl's marked over here right quick. So just bear with me in the meantime. I wanted to go ahead and at least get the feed started. I didn't want to delay any longer. And let me go ahead and do this. I listened to Leper Messiah by Metallica on the way over because they posted the official video on Facebook, on their YouTube channel. Let's see. Let's see where I can find this. Oh, good. They ship more. All right. Let's see. Yeah, but that's it. All right, let me go get this out of the printer. Oh, man. There you go, Craig. Thank you. Spineless. I was going to go ahead and just tell everybody 6, and I was like, well, I think I can get there to move a few things around and get us up and rolling. That way everybody's at least on the chat. And that way everybody's at least on here and like, hey, chat's live and not doing other stuff, which I'm always here. Let me go get this out of the printer. Where is everybody? We're going to find out where everybody's watching from tonight. Where is everybody watching from tonight? That's always a big question. Where is everybody watching from tonight? We'll figure that out. go ahead and plug up this phone. I am live here, just FYI. I'm navigating through a series of obstacles before I can really begin. It's always kind of weird when you pull up in the parking lot and no one's here. Everybody seems to get out of here quick on Fridays. And everybody's probably the opposite work schedule. They're like, Chad, I don't know if you know this or not, but it's Friday. It's time to go home. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, we got to do this, this, and this. Let me mark some of this right quick. Alcatraz, Screaming Jay Hawkins, Global Stage Orchestra, Bullet Boys, Docking, Godsmack, Cinderella, Meat Puppets, Dangerous Toys, Alcatraz, Front 242, Saigon Kick, Danzig, Exciter, Junkyard, Godsmack, Cinderella, Anthrax, Korn, Slayer, DRI, Wasp, Blind Melon, let's see here, Three Doors Down, Four Non-Blondes, music from Star Wars, Black Sabbath, Hi-Fi, David Bowie, DMX, Metallica, REM. All right, good. Good. All right, that should take care of us for a while. All right, well, we have a few people that's participated. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, what happened to that? All right, let me close out of this. Close out of that. Man, we sold a ton of cassettes last night. It was pretty amazing, honestly. Let me put this here. Okay, I'm almost ready. Let me read off some more stuff over here. Let me push this stuff out of the way. Oh, the Beatles box. Ah, the Beatles box. I forgot about this stuff. That's going to be fun whenever I get to it. Let me put that over here where I'll access it easily. All right, Japanese. Okay, that was the Laura crate from the other night. This is Japanese. I'm turning Japanese. That's usually the next comment from somebody whenever I say we got a bunch of Japanese pressings. Let's see. We probably can go ahead and put this in here. Well, it's pretty amazing. Y'all probably seen the post. Last night when I was like, all right, that's it. Good night, everybody. I heard the door chime. If you watch the replay at the very end of the show, the door in the back up front goes ding. And I'm like, wait a minute. Somebody just walked through the door. That's not supposed to happen. And it was Paul and Tyler. And they just got back from Wisconsin, where they left on basically a 24-hour excursion. They didn't stop at a hotel. They just took turns driving. And they went all the way to Wisconsin and bought that other collection, turned right around, and drove straight back. So when they left here on, what was it? It was Wednesday night. We were live, and they were unloading the collection that we bought basically in the parking lot, where a guy brought us 20,000 records. Y'all probably were watching. Y'all heard us unloading all that stuff. Well, as soon as that was done, they got in a truck and headed to Wisconsin. And they drove all the way to Wisconsin and bought another collection without sleeping and without stopping. Well, without stopping at a hotel. They just stopped for gas and food, and they took turns sleeping on 5-hour shifts. So that's worthy of a round of applause, because when they got back, they had an incredible batch of records, and we got plenty of incredible stuff now to sell. And the biggest part is just navigating around here so we can get to it. That's the hardest part for us right now. I'm basically just trying to figure out how to get to it so they can price it and put it out. So there we are, folks. That's the status of Coletco. Thousands and thousands of new records. Shout out to Paul and Tyler. And then I didn't get a full update from shipping, but I'm pretty sure yesterday they were shipping Mondays, so I'm sure they got into Mondays and Tuesdays today. So everybody's doing a great job here. But yeah, that's insane. Paul, when I heard the door chime, I was like, what's going on? And then I realized they didn't stop. They never did book a hotel. They just drove nonstop from Tennessee to Wisconsin to buy that collection. And the reason they did that, Tyler's son is graduating, and they really couldn't stop. And I was like, dang. Now that's some Coletco dedication. I thought I was dedicated. That's some pretty big dedication on their end. All right. Almost done, everybody. I am moving merchandise. Trying to figure out what we're going to show first here. All right. There's that. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? I'd greatly appreciate that. Hopefully you've already taken care of that, though. I'm going to go get another basket of hardcore singles. Time to start a new basket tonight. I can get through here now. It's really need to be photographed. Luckily, no one has to walk through there the rest of the night. I'm going to jam it up. I'm going to do what I do best. Jam it up. I'm excellent at clogging up the shelving here, or the pathways, I mean. All right. So tonight's agenda, pretty short-handed tonight. Pretty dang short-handed. I just have me. So, John's was off today. He went to, I think it's one of those big yard sale events. He took one of his rare days off, and then Laura's unfortunately sick, and migraine stuff. That's never fun, right? So I'm going to make do with what I have here that was already pre-priced and ready to go from yesterday. They kind of got us some stuff ahead. Okay, let's do this. All right, let's start officially sharing some stuff. By now, there will be a bunch. All right, let's do this. Grading advice. Oh, is that on the Aussie tickets? You're talking about slabbing records, or slabbing tickets, yeah. All right. Let's click here. All right, so I'm on Coletco. Let's hit the like button. I'm going to hit share, copy link, share, and group. And I got to share there. Glad to have everybody here with me. There's Nashville. There's Coletco. And let's jump here. All right. Jason, Craig, Sean. Who's on my screen right now? Susie, Mike. Welcome, everybody. There's a couple more likes. That's what I like to see. I like to see likes. I'm going to put this here. And then I'm going to put this here. All right. And then we're also live over on YouTube. Where is it at? YouTube, where are you? We'll just open the app here. All right, let's hit the like button. 25 likes on YouTube. We can do better than that. Let's hit the copy link button there. Let's share it here. All right, I'm going to put Facebook Live. I'm going to put YouTube Live. And then now just our Instagram story. All right, so we got 3 crates of new vinyl. Plenty, let's see here. Story. What image we're going to use? I got to go find Laura's auction records. I think they're back there by her desk. I think the auctions are back there. Plus, we got plenty of Japanese. Alive now. All right, done. Okay, let's get started. Thanks for bearing with me. It's a 2 or 3 man show has now turned into the last hour for the last 15 minutes, 20 minutes I've been live to a 1 man show. We are underway. Probably need to start with this. We went through a lot of cassettes last night. Here's some of the great leftovers I'll be hitting up again. Let me slide those over. There's 3 crates of new vinyl. They are currently, at this moment, not priced, but I know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to keep them behind me. I'm going to sticker them. Then I'm going to put them in the crate because I've got them all priced. All those Black Sabbaths are back in. So we've probably already pre-sold about 2 crates of stuff just based on that. And here we are. We have first, Jason, I mentioned your name about a dozen times last night because I had more Glenn Campbell signed albums, and I may go ahead and show you one of those right quick. So if you're around, first thing, we had some cassettes last night, and I'm going to start with these. Judas Priest Live, that's going to go up for a $5 start. Judas Priest Live, and let's not forget about the Beatles, 67 to 70. They're a $5 start. How about a couple of cassettes there to start the auction? And I'm going to move this. We need to actually go through this crate back here, but I'm going to put a different record because we've been asked about the Past Masters album for what? I think that's been back there for about 5 nights, and somebody's asked, is that Past Masters? Let's do an experiment. Let's see how many times we can, before we sell, wasn't when you showed, but I think the one I want is sold. I have multiple Glenn Campbells. I do, and I'm going to show them to you for a buy it now, and I'm going to let you pick whichever one you want because the one sold at auction, 1 bid, and then I had another one for a buy it now, and then I asked if anybody wanted to see the others. So I think it's just best to go ahead and show them to you and just try to sell you one because I promised the others at an auction, and I'll just show you what I have. And I got signed Glenn Campbell albums for $155 a pop. And I think you're going to like a couple of these others. The first one I have here is the Big Bad Rock Guitar of Glenn Campbell. That's signed by Glenn Campbell, $155. This is pretty cool. By the time I get to Phoenix, it's $155. That's a classic one, and it's on a UK cover. Glenn Campbell, Just a Matter of Time. Good Time album. And Arkansas. So I've got those, and I think I've got one more over here. So those are all signed by Glenn Campbell, and those are $155 each, all JSA authenticated. And I'll definitely show those again. I know that was a speed run right then, so you're probably like, whoa, what just happened? I'll definitely show those again right quick. First, let me twist this around. I'm missing one crate that has some Vinyl Me Please exclusives that we've shown already. The John Prine, whatever that crate is, that's got stuff I wanted to show again tonight, but I just don't know where they're at right now, so we'll find them though. Okay, folks, here we go. Danzig. Did I say Danzig? Coming through Tennessee. Yeah, I just got a warning. Basically, be cautious. What did my phone just say? I just got severe weather. Strong winds and storms expected with the potential for all types of severe weather. Check for social media regularly for updates. So what's that mean? It means we're about to have some bad storms come through here. Alright. So we got Glen Campbell, Arkansas. By the time I get to Phoenix, right here. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Glen Campbell, by the time I get to Phoenix. Perfect signature on a glossy cover. It's on this Ember, which I believe is a UK. Very nice. All the signatures, none of them's personalized. They're all really, really nice. And then, yeah, I mean, they're all bold, no smudges, crisp and clean. I kind of like that one too, the Big Bad Rock guitar. He's doing the James Bond theme and Mr. Tambourine Man and Walk Don't Run. I'm going to put those other ones right over here. Okay. Okay. I'm being told there is priced records here from John. Trying to figure out where those are at. All right, I'm looking for the following. I'm looking for Skinny Puppy, Perfect Circle, Talk Talk, Muddy Waters, Judas Priest, Talk Talk, Echo, Perfect Circle, Rush, Poison, Rush, Ghost, Yes, Meshuggah, and Yes. Here we go. We have Little Feat, Strike Up the Band. Little Feat is a 2LP red vinyl, $39.99. NXS is Listen Like Thieves, a 40th anniversary edition gatefold, relatively new release here, $33.99. $33.99 on that. We have Doom Crew Incorporated, Black Label Society, $38.99. Doom Crew Inc., Black Label Society, Clear and Black Ice, Gray and White Splatter, $38.99. And then Flight of the Conchords. This is on Gold Vinyl. Flight of the Conchords is $28.99. Our first auction tonight is Judas Priest. Our first auction tonight is Judas Priest. It's a cassette, Judas Priest Live, $5 start. And over here we got the Beatles 67 to 70. This is an auction. This is a buy it now. Glen Campbell, autographed by the time I get to Phoenix, JSC authenticated. I've got 5 or 6 signed Glen Campbell albums. They're all $155 an each. They're all $155 each. We sold one last night, and I have more where that came from. Thank you, Craig, for the timestamp on that. Let me put this right here, and then let's do this. Those 2 cassettes are a $5 starting bid, and they've been up. I'm about to make them a buy it now, so if you want to bid, I would lock it in very quickly. And our first lot of the night, I'm going to have some more LP lots tonight. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got 12 Jerry Lee Lewis albums here. This is the greatest live show on earth, Jerry Lee Lewis. The Return of Rock, this is sealed and it's never been opened. Sealed and never been opened. Jerry Lee Lewis Unlimited. Jerry Lee Lewis Sings the Country Music Hall of Fame Hits Volume 2. Jerry Lee Lewis Sings the Country Music Hall of Fame Hits Number 1. Jerry Lee Lewis Another Place, Another Time. Jerry Lee Lewis All Country. Jerry Lee Lewis and Linda Gail Lewis Together. Jerry Lee Lewis, She Even Woke Me Up to Say Bye. Jerry Lee Lewis, She Still Comes Around to Love What's Left of Me. The Best of Jerry Lee Lewis. And over here we have the trio, Jerry Lee Lewis, Charlie Rich, Carl Perkins, and Friends on Gold Vinyl from Sun. That is 11 Jerry Lee Lewis albums, a $20 start. $20 start. We have Ghost Bath. I think this other one did sell. I have, no, that was Ghost. And, did somebody actually get Ghost Bath? I know there's at least one Ghost comment. I don't think anybody got Ghost Bath, so it's still available. Sean, I have that one extra Ghost there for $29.99. We have the Presidents of the United States of America. POTUS is $29.99. I've got a few of those. Also, I still got a Deftones Adrenalize. Deftones is $33.99. Audio Slave, that's a 2 LP, $36.99 on Audio Slave. The Deftones Saturday Night Wrist, that's $33.99. And Ghost, and this is the actual Ghost they're referring to. This is their new album, Skeleton. This was the last copy. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. This is sold to Scott Corcoran. Brian Frenfrock has Judas Priest for $5. That's sold to him for $5. And the Beatles is a buy it now if anybody wants that for $5. I told everybody last night when I was selling these for $6.99, if you don't buy them, they're going to sell for $10 and $15 a piece. Y'all let me down. They just sold for $5. $5. How much did Alabama sell for? Alabama sold for $225 last night, which was a crazy deal, being that it was autographed and authenticated, and the cheapest one not authenticated and not autographed on Discogs was $300. That's probably the best autograph deal of the night. Alabama sold for $225. I don't know if we even made any money on it. Paul bought it from Dennis, I think, that's watching. Wasp, The Last Command, $36.99. I hope we did. If not, then I'm going to have to just shut down the sale and go pander by the interstate. Badfinger, Head First, 50th Anniversary Edition, $38.99 for Badfinger. I've got Nirvana in Utero for $36.99. And both of these, yes, BBC Sessions sold. Yes, BBC Sessions. Yes, BBC Sessions. One of these did sell to Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. This is on purple and white splatter. And one is sold to Scott Corcoran. Thank you, Scott Corcoran. That is sold to you. Also, we have The Very Best of Talk Talk. I got 2 copies. The Very Best of Talk Talk, and this is $39.99. Rebecca Howitt, that is sold to Rebecca Howitt. And we have also Talk Talk. We have somebody else on this other Talk Talk, Cynthia Herdron. So both of those are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Skinny Puppy is sold to Sean Fairweather. Also, make sure he's on a waiting list for Skinny Puppy Cleanse and Bauhaus Bella Lugosi, okay? So that is sold to Sean Fairweather. And make sure he's also on the other Skinny Puppy waiting list for Cleanse and Bauhaus the Bella Lugosi session. Darkness, Permission to Land. I believe in a thing called Love. This is $33.99. That's a gatefold, The Darkness, and Meshuggah. Now, I said somebody bought one, but actually Steve that works here, he commented under Gundren's account on that. He said he'd take one. Chad, bundle the 2 Glen Campbell for $250 by time, and the one with the bond cover. What was that, $155, $155? I'll do them for $175, Jason. $175 for 2 Glen Campbell albums. I'll do it for, I'll do them for $275 just for you one time. Just for you one time, Glen Campbell. There they go, the big bad rock guitar of Glen Campbell. I actually don't see that one as often. Sorry, I didn't see your comment earlier. Actually saying you wanted the other one. We're off to a great start selling a couple more signed albums tonight. You never know what I might pull out tonight. I might pull out another 30, 40, 50 albums. That's all signed by various rock stars and country music Hall of Famers. You just never know. But here it is. And these were $155, $155. I'll do 2 for $275. All you got to do is say sold. Anybody else want anything in here, let me know. Let me make sure I got everything else out of here. I think I did. And we have Meshuggah. We got The Darkness. We got Nirvana, Badfinger, Wasp, Deftones, Audioslave, POTUS. We have Ghost Bath, Flight of the Conchords, Deftones, Black Label Society, INXS, and Little Feat. Now, the other auction tonight, that's over there, so that can fill up somebody's OCD. Jerry Lee Lewis, that's 11 Jerry Lee Lewis albums. Carol Puckett has them for $33. All Fred Goodwin records, all from the personal collection of Mr. Fred Goodwin. There's 11 back there. The high bid's just $33. If I've done my math correctly, that is $3 a piece right now. What a steal. These two Glenn Campbell albums are sold to Jason Boxell for $265. Sold. I can't wait to get my gavel in so I can gavel like that guy was watching last night on Sotheby's. He was auctioning that lamp for $12, $14 million, and he hits that gavel. Sold. Thank you, sir, in his British accent. All right. Thank you, Jason. Let's take a drink of purple juice. Here we go. Now, this was put up very late last night. We sold at the buzzer last night. The last thing we sold, I brought out another Loretta Lynn, and we sold it. And I said, I showed this one too. We sold one for about now. I said, I'll probably run this one early tonight just to see if anybody else is interested. I believe, other than my cut signatures, this is my last signed Loretta Lynn album. Your friend, Loretta Lynn. Lying, cheating, woman chasing, honky tonking, whiskey drinking you. I've had two just like this. Plus, we sold her gospel album last night that she also wrote notes on the back. $125 start for the signed Loretta Lynn. And now, Carol, those are about to be sold to you. Let me go ahead and grab the next crate. We got some Fred bundles. I love Fred bundles. This was also posted in the flip video, wasn't it? It was. Several things sold out of here. So let's bring this over. And let's do this right here. All right. And these are sold to Carol Puckett. These are 11 Jerry Lee Lewis. I need a pack of sticky notes. I think I can make their life easier by separating some of these with sticky notes. And that was my best Sean Connery. You got to make sure you put your etchers in there. I don't have sticky notes. I think they'll be able to figure it out. There's that. All right. Boom. Next thing, let's keep rolling here. And I officially am going to get into the Japanese crate. Laura's auctions, I think, are back there by her desk. I definitely need to go get those. Almost time to get that in. But golly, look at all this Japanese over here. Holy moly. David Johnson just fell out of his recliner. We got Huey Lewis in the News, Selections, Volume 2. Never seen this before. Do you have any Linkin Park from the Zero Deluxe box sets tonight? No, I didn't see that one. Is that something new for today, for Friday? Huey Lewis in the News, Selections Volume 2. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It's a Japanese pressing. There's the insert. It's Huey Lewis Selections number 2. It's a 2/4/5 track. I've never had that. Volume 2 with Obi, $35 start on that. We got Rush Signals. One of these did sell. Rush Signals did sell to Rafael Riviera. Thank you, Rafael Riviera. And I have one extra copy left if anybody else wants one. Sleep Token, This Place Will Become Your Tomb. Sleep Token is $36.99. Sleep Token Sundowning is $36.99. And High and Low, Lightning Slim, that is $29.99. Smoky turquoise colored vinyl. And the Smiths, Hatful of Hollow. The Smiths is $33.99. I think somebody else did want a Ghost. Yeah, it was John Oliver. He put Ghost, please. So actually, I got a correction. This Ghost, he was first too. The Ghost Skeleton, actually, it's the first record in the bin. This Ghost Skeleton actually goes to John Oliver. He put Rush, Pink Pop, and Ghost, please. So John Oliver gets the Ghost Skeleton and Scott Corcoran on a waiting list. But Scott did get his Yes album. So I knew somebody else got a Ghost. I knew somebody did, and it was John Oliver. He also got Rush Pink Pop, which is coming up very soon. Natasha on ST for Sleep Token. Let me know if you want This Place or Sundowning. If anybody wants Loretta Lynn, she is a buy it now for $125. Wow, signed by Loretta Lynn. And that was my last one remaining there. I'm going to put that in a sleeve. I'm going to put the JSA card there with it. And it's available for $125. Huey Lewis is a final call. Any more cassettes? Oh, yeah. I got a bunch over here. You should have seen Brandon. You fell asleep on me last night, I bet. I bet you checked out too early. You can't check out Chad says good night. Let's do the outfield, and let's do the outfield, and let's do A Flock of Seagulls, 80s classics. Josie's on a vacation far away, and I ran so far away. $5 start on Flock, $5 start on the outfield. Natasha wants both Sleep Token albums. Those sold to Natasha. Rush, Moving Pictures. Tom Sawyer, Rush, Pink Pop. Speaking of Rush, this is sold to John Oliver. So he did get Pink Pop and he got Ghost Skeleton. Thank you on that. That is sold. Dr. Dre 2001. That is $39.99. And we have a Perfect Circle 13th Step. Perfect Circle, that's $39.99. This was possibly sold. Let me see. Yeah, James Cauldron. Thank you, James Cauldron. Caldderon. That's sold to him. Great stuff in here. I still got another one of those. And I have Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. My name is Chad Williams. Kid Rock is $44.99. Badfinger live in Kansas City. That's $33.99. And the very best of Evil Woman, the Electric Light Orchestra. If anybody wants Huey Lewis, it is a 3.5, which is a $35 buy now for Mr. Huey Lewis. It's The Power of Love. That's available if anybody wants it. 3.5 on that. Brandon's in on Flock of Seagulls for $5. Going once, going twice. Final call on outfield, Play Deep. Let's go ahead and put up Eat the Elephant. Now, this Perfect Circle also got sold. I got to make a note. Order more Perfect Circle albums because we're sold out of Emotive. Now we're sold out of Eat the Elephant. We're also sold out of Murder Noms, and now we're about to be sold out of 13th Step. So let's sell this to Cynthia Herdren. Thank you, Cynthia Herdren. That's sold to you. And then we still got plenty of the new Half-Speed Master of Motorhead. That is $33.99. Motorhead, that is available. And Tears for Fears, The Hurting. Tears for Fears is $36.99. Judas Priest, Ram It Down. We did sell one of these. Judas Priest, Ram It Down is sold to Ken Crooker. Thank you, Ken Crooker. That's sold to you. I've got one extra copy for $33.99. Yngwie, Live in Tokyo, red vinyl, $39.99 for Yngwie. And Steeler, Come Hell or Hollywood, 2 LP. Ron Kill on vocals, and that is $33.99. Joe DeGaldo gets the how much is it? It's $34.99. It's a 2 LP, 20-track compilation. Brandon Lack gets Flock of Seagulls for $5. If anybody wants Josie, she's a $5 buy it now. What a great album, Flock of Seagulls. All right, there's those. Our next bundle, guess what? I've got 1, 2, let's see here. What is that? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. Is that all Jerry Lee? Yeah, let me count them again. So I got another lot of Jerry Lee Lewis albums. Another lot, all different titles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are all Sun compilations. 6, that looks good. 7, that looks good. 8, 9, that one's sealed. 10, 11, another Sun. 12, another Sun. 13, another Sun. 14, that's Bear Family. The Complete Session Volume 1, Bear Family. I've miscounted. 15, I think that's 16. Wow, that's got Sun and Bear Family compilations in it too. Jerry Lee Lewis lot, $25. So let's go through those again. Jerry Lee Lewis, and there's Bear Family in here, which are always really good. $25. I need to count those again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, yeah, 16. 16, $25 start, and we already have a bid for 30. And we have ELO sold as well. And John Darden is in at 30 and now 31. And Joe DeGaldo wants the ELO. All right, anybody else? Here we go. So we have Steeler, we got Yngwie, we got Judas Priest, Tears for Fears, Motorhead, also Badfinger, Kid Rock, A Perfect Circle, Dr. Dre, Rush, The Smiths, Lightning Slim, and Rush. And John, I think you've bid against yourself. The only 3 bids I see are 30, 31, 32, and they're all from you. So, unless I'm missing something. You might be bidding against yourself there. Let's see here. Let me move these over. The other crate's right here with my phones. John, he says, if nobody else is going to bid, if nobody else is going to bid, I'll just bid against myself. He's like, I'll create my own fun. I'll bid against myself. First thing we have is Echo and the Bunnymen. Echo and the Bunnymen is sold to Cynthia Herdron. Thank you, Cynthia Herdron. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. B-Sides and Live. There's that. And now Jerry Lee Lewis is at 35. Now he has some competition. We got music from The Gladiator, Hans Zimmer, $39.99. Bill Evans, Jim Hall, Undercurrent, that's $24.99. Ozzy, Live in Montreal with Randy Rhoads, that's $36.99. The Beatles, It's Been a Hard Day's Night, the Mono US edition, remastered, $36.99. Bobby Hutcherson, Tone Poet, Stick Up, $34.99. What was the question over here? Chad's Rush Moving Pictures. Rush was new and sealed, 180 gram remaster, pressed at QRP, $36.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan in Step is $38.99. Blondie Self-Titled is $29.99. Neil Young is $24.99. Live Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. There it is. Jailbreak Thin Lizzy. Oh man, Vinyl Me Please, $34.99. Also Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. This is sold to Carla Brecky. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And we have Dune. This is Dune, $33.99. This is music by Toto and Brian Eno. And Muddy Waters, Rolling Stones. We were down to our last copy, and it was sold to Jen Cast. Thank you, Jen Cast. That is sold to you. And to make sure I got everybody there, we need to like Sean's comment, and that completed his. And I'm going to make sure I like all these before I make sure they're not claims. And that's all been liked. I'm going to even like my own comment. So everybody got everything except Scott Corcoran needs to go on a waiting list for Ghost Skeleton. Okay? On Ghost Skeleton. Just saying. All right, there's that. And folks, we are good to go. So the first thing we have is TZ is our next comment. Was that a claim, Randy? So here's where we're at. Jerry Lee Lewis has bids for 30, 31, 32, and then 35. And that means John Darden, you're out. Chuck Haley has it for 35. And then we'll find out if Randy's claim was a claim or comment was a claim or not. All right, what we're about to do is get into a discount crate of some nature. Looks like we need another Japanese pressing. I'm about to start working those over here much closer to me so I don't have to walk over here every time. Next is Alcatraz, Live Sentence, No Parole from Rock and Roll, Thin Lizzy, aha, TL. So we have Live Sentence Alcatraz. Vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It does have the Japanese insert. It also has the poster. Very cool. Does have the poster here. Does have the poster. Very cool. Alcatraz poster is included. Ingve, $35 start. Beautiful Japanese pressing there. Dune is Toto and Brian Eno. Master tapes, $33.99. And Thin Lizzy is sold to Randy Klein. I got one Vinyl Me Please Thin Lizzy left if anybody wants those. We've been selling the heck out of those for the last couple months. I think by now everybody knows that those are top-notch quality. All right, let's see what my waiting list are. Page Implant, 3 Doors Down, Ace of Base, Veruca, Other Side. Okay. What are these lists? These are PJ. Okay, I got to post those. All right, we're good to go, folks. Let's find a great crate. And when I say great crate, I mean it. This time of the night, we usually do our first half off bin. Or buy it now best offer. Depends on how recent they are and if we've gone through them, you know, more than this one needs to be best offer for sure. So let's do this one. Buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate to buy them. Don't hesitate to make offers. Yeah, but the Dune soundtrack, that's the original Dune movie. So if you follow the new series, which is incredible, there was a movie that came out predating that one, still based on the original books. And the music was done by Toto and Brian Eno. So that is $33.99. I have it in stock. And Jerry Lee Lewis is at 38 with Chuck Haley. So Carol, you're out. And John Darden, you're out. Chuck Haley has this other 16 lot of Jerry Lee Lewis for $38. Alcatraz is a final call. I think I might do the cassettes buy it nows because it'll go a lot faster, and I'm about to go get a new crate of hardcore singles, but I got to make sure probably a few people's watching before I start running them. And I do have some reel-to-reels, and there's several people have been asking about those, and I got to make sure those people are watching. They could be on now, or they could be a little bit later. Let me go grab that basket of new 45s to auction. Here we go. A whole brand new basket. I know y'all can't see all of them, but this is a whole basket of brand new 45s that have never really been gone through. So let's hit them. Out now. All right, here we go. And everything in here is buy it now, buy it now, best offer. Y'all heard that? What'd y'all hear? Oh, y'all heard those were empty cassette baskets. Those were empty cassette baskets that fell over. The best of Dave Edmonds. Yeah, that's those little baskets we keep 45s in. I bumped into them. They spilt everywhere. Somebody else can clean it up tomorrow. We have the best of Dave Edmonds. He's on Swan Song, $12.99. These are buy it now, best offer. Right after this, I got a crate of new vinyl to go through. We have Christopher Cross, $9.99 in shrink wrap and hop sticker. He was booked for Newman's Millennium Party. Christopher Cross, Newman booked him for his Millennium Party. Christopher Cross, $9.99. Henry Gross, What's in a Name? Henry Gross is $9.99. And Wings, the 12-inch single, Paul McCartney of Good Night Tonight and Daytime, Nighttime Suffering, $14.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, this lot of 16 is sold to Chuck Haley for $38. Wow. That's a great deal, and that's sold to him for, especially with all those Bear family comps in there. We also have Breakout, Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels. That's $24.99. Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels, Breakout, $24.99. Green River, Creedence Clearwater Revival, $29.99. Nobody bid on Alcatraz. It's now going to go up for a $35 buy now. No parole from Rock and Roll is what that one's called. No parole from Rock and Roll. And there's one more thing I've got to get in the back. And that is a auction bin of stuff from Laura. We have Alcatraz, No Parole from Rock and Roll, and this is a buy it now for $35, and that's sold to Andy Wade. Nice pickup. He was just waiting for the right moment to jump on that. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $34.99, gatefold, U.S. edition, very nice with the original inner sleeve. These are available for your consideration. So is the Kansas album, their debut album. It's called Kansas by Kansas, $19.99 for that. Let's see what our first couple singles are here. I usually sell these in threes or just a couple each. We were so busy yesterday, people were waiting for them, and I was like, well, I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever get to a point where it's slow enough to put them up, and we really never did. So let's go ahead and try three, and then I'm going to step around the corner and get these other auctions for tonight. Let's see what we have here. Well, no need to open that. This says Kung Fu Rick, Homo Eroticus, and The Holy Mountain. Those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. The Mamas and Papas 20 Greatest Hits on Music for Pleasure label, $19.99. And the Manfred Mann Do Wah Diddy Diddy, $19.99. Ascot label, very clean, no condition notes on that, $19.99. And Ian Hunter, All-American Alien Boy. So the last piece, the last puzzle piece tonight is for me to go get the auctions that were prepared for tonight, which are right over here. Let me go get those right now. And I was about to post in the group and show y'all something really cool. So last night when Paul got in, he said, "Hey, have you seen this?" I was like, "Seen what?" He's like, "I unearthed this back in the back, and you probably should see it." He said, "Because I know you're interested, and I know you need stuff late at night to go through." And there's a whole tub from that Big Bob collection, one of those large black tubs with the yellow lids, completely full of vintage and original Beatles memorabilia. Buttons, cards, stickers, toys, bobbleheads, magazines. And that's what I was going to try to attempt to go through a little bit later tonight, because there is some pretty dang cool stuff, I think, in that tub. And I have no idea. It's going to be one of those fun things where we just all go through it together, probably a little bit later tonight when I've shown all the vinyl I could possibly show. All right. Here is Cream, Disraeli Gears. Cream is a 1969 US. So this album came out in 67. This is a 1969 in VG condition, a classic album. Cream is a $15 start. Cream is a $15 start. Next is John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie. John Fogerty is $19.99. Stevie Wonder, Characters. Stevie Wonder is $24.99. Also, Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street. That is a gatefold with the original inner sleeve. That was a film he did, the soundtrack to it, $24.99. And we have The Beatles, and I think this is one of those mini repackagings of Tony Sheridan and The Beatles. That is $19.99. Also, Joe Pass, Virtuoso No. 2. Joe Pass is $19.99. And James Gang Thirds. James Gang, $19.99. Does have an address label. Looks like it'd be peeled off pretty easily, though. Mr. Sonny Collier. Yeah, looks like there's another name underneath it. Uh-oh. He took somebody else's name. It was owned by Edward Britt. Well, at least the sticker's off of it. $19.99 on James Gang. That's available. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Aretha Franklin Sings the Blues. Gold stamp promo, $19.99 on that. All right, these 345s are a buy it now for $10. These 345s, that's a no bid. Cream is a $15 start. Our next auction is over here from the Japanese crate, which I am officially, for the first time in 2 nights, I basically have a place I can put it now, which is right here next to me. And that next auction is this fantastic looking Rolling Stones compilation. So let's grab that and get this going. This is the Rolling Stones Greatest Hits. Straight to the point, 30 Greatest Hits. It is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. It has a Rolling Stones 30 Greatest Hits book with it. Gatefold jacket. Really cool gatefold. Nice front cover and obi. Just a few humidity spots there on the back. And that's a $35 start with the Rolling Stones. Tony Clifton records. I probably do. Where at? Your guess is as good as mine. Aretha Sings the Blues is a gold stamp promo, 1985. It's a compilation, $19.99. The Cream has a bid for $15. And we have Eric Burdon and the Animals, Love Is. Eric Burdon and the Animals, that's a 2 LP, really nice condition here. Gatefold, one of their original studio albums. That's $44.99. There's Aretha. Here is Joe Jackson, Night and Day. Joe Jackson is $19.99. And The Who, Meaty Beaty Big and Bouncy. Great compilation here. This is the MCA pressing, $24.99 on that. The Stones has a bid for $35, and now another bid for $35. And Cream is a 69 press, going once, going twice. It has 1 bid for $15. Here are 3 more singles for a $10 start. We have Keith, Keeth, The Killers, and Kill Surf City. And those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we have The Who live at Leeds, $19.99. And the Marshall Tucker Band, their debut album, Gatefold, $14.99, Capricorn Records. Also, Eddie Grant, My Turn to Love You. Eddie Grant is a white label promo, EX edition, $12.99 on Eddie Grant. And Brazilian Bird, Charlie Bird, that's in VG condition, $9.99. And Bob Weir's Kingfish, EX edition, $17.99. The middle single is The Killers on Evil Noise record. I don't think that's The Killers that does Mr. Brightside. I think that's more of a hardcore band called The Killers. Those three are a $10 star. Robert Warner's In. The Stones has bids for $36.36, and we're doing a buy it now best offer. We have Will the Wisp, Leon Russell. That's VG $9.99, and Los Lobos, How Will the Wolf Survive? Los Lobos is VG plus $12.99. And Montrose, their self-titled album. Actually, I think it's considered Warner Brothers Presents Montrose. Does have some cover damage here. VG condition, $9.99. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, this is VG condition. That is $14.99. How much was Leeds? The Who live at Leeds is $19.99. Now, this is the non-gatefold. This is just the single pocket regular pressing. There is one that's like a gatefold that comes with like all those bonus extras. Not this one. I was taking a breath to sell the Cream album, and Karen Walker has a bid in for $20 and another bid for $20. Actually, Karen had already bid a while back and I never did see it. So Cream is now at $20. Chuck Haley, you're out. So Chuck Haley, you're out on the Cream. Karen has bid twice, $20, and I'm just now seeing it. The Rolling Stones has a bid for $40. G. Bepco says he'll take The Who live at Leeds. That is sold to G. Bepco. These three singles are sold to Robert Warner for $10. And we have The Doors, $13. That's in shrink. The vinyl's VG. It's $14.99 for The Doors. So Cream has a new bid for $20, now $25. And the Rolling Stones is at $40 with Andy Wade. Their 30 greatest hits, a Japanese pressing, going once, going twice. Here are the next three singles. This is Kill the Hippies, We March, Killarara, Something Millimeters, and Kill Work, Conrad and Class. Those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Brad Waits on Montrose, sold to Brad Waits. Mike Bartlett offered $10 for The Doors, sold. Going through a buy it now best offer bin. This is one of the most essential classic rock and pop album bins I've ever seen. I mean, it's got like all of some of the greatest standards in here and great compilations. Also, Sweet Potatoes, Jeff and Maria. This is in VG Plus condition, $12.99. Cream has another bid for $30. And this is Peaches, Peak of the Crop, Capricorn Records compilation. Peaches is a 2LP. That's a Southern Rock compilation, $14.99. And Neil Young, Harvest. It is EX, $19.99. The top cover does have some damage. A classic album, $19.99. Jeff Halsworth on Joe Jackson for $14. That's sold to Jeff Halsworth for $14. And Jim Davis offered $10 for the Eddie Grant. That is sold for $10 to Jim Davis. Eddie Grant, that was marked $12.99. Kenneth Blair offered $10 for Los Lobos. It was marked $12.99. And Slicker wants Sweet Potatoes. There's that. Okay, and then let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones then to Andy Wade for $40. That's sold to Andy Wade for $40. Beautiful Japanese pressing there. Let me move some crates around so I can get over here to my box of sleeves. I try to re-sleeve these Japanese pressings. If we sell everything that I have for tonight, I'm definitely going to have to go get a new box at some point. Let me put this over here. And then what's on Peaches? Harvest 16, Peaches 10, Jeff and Maria 10. All right, first thing is I'm going to say, Chuck Haley, you're out on Cream. Karen has it for $30. And then Coy, some of the artists on Peaches are Richard Betts, Wet Willie, Elvin Bishop, Johnny Darrell, Percy Sledge, Max Sand, the Marshall Tucker Band, Cowboy, Johnny Jenkins, Allman Brothers, Bobby Thompson, Captain Beyond, Greg Allman, Larry Henley, Grinder Switch, James Montgomery Band, Arthur Conley, White Witch, Hydra, Duke Williams, Kenny Odell, Kitty Wells, Chris Chrisman, and Dwayne Allman. VG Plus, $14.99. If you have first dibs and then someone's after you, Harvest is sold to Melanie for $16. And Preston, I've already sold that Jeff and Maria album. Canned Heat Vintage. Canned Heat is EX Edition, $22.99. And Ian Hunter, self-titled. It does have some cover damage on the bottom. That has the original song, Once Bitten, Twice Shy. That is EX Edition, $12.99. And Manfred Mann's Earth Band, that is called Angel Station, $9.99 on that. Corey said he will take Peaches at sticker price. Thank you on that. That's Otakoi. No bid on these 3 singles. Those 3 45s can be bought for $10. Those can be bought for $10. Also, we have John Fogerty. John Fogerty is called Revival, and that is a 2007 U.S. original, and I don't think that's in print anymore. $39.99. It's cream, mono, or stereo. This is a stereo pressing. It's a 69 press in stereo with the yellow Atco label, VG condition, Strange Brew, Sunshine of Your Love. Awesome. High bid is a final call, only if he doesn't bid again, and that is with Karen Walker at $30. Let's grab another Japanese pressing right quick. And the next one I have is a little bit tougher to get, Wings album on Japanese, and this is a $35 start. Wildlife, and Coy's going to pick up in person. Okay, just make sure you let them know when invoices go out so they can bring that up front and have it ready for you for pickup. Wings Wildlife is a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert, and there's the cover and obi. And by the way, for anybody local that may be coming, I don't know if the store is open tomorrow. My mom, her grandson, my nephew, graduates in the morning at 10 o'clock, which is when we normally open, and I don't think we've arranged for anybody to be here, and I still got to talk to Tanner. So if you're local and you're watching this right now, I would make sure before you make a trip here that we're actually open. I'll definitely post on social medias, but I don't really know at this point because I'm gonna be at that same graduation. Of course, I couldn't be here anyway. If I tried to be here to open the store, I wouldn't be able to sleep, and we wouldn't have live sales. Will Robinson gets Manfred Mann. He's out on Chuck Haley. Chuck Haley's out on Cream. So Karen, that is sold to you for $30. Karen Walker, that's sold to you for $30. All right. Now somebody asked about no bids. A lot of 345s 10. A lot of 345s 10. The outfield play deep cassette for $5. And the other 2 no bids here are Loretta Lynn for $125 and Huey Lewis for $35. Huey Lewis is $35 and Loretta Lynn for $125. So that's a signed Loretta Lynn album, $125. Huey Lewis is $35. There's 2 lots of 45s for $10 and $10 and 1 cassette for $5. That's the no bids. That's the no bids, all right? And Wings is a $35 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's the Grateful Dead, the best of the Grateful Dead, Skeletons from the Closet. This is a late 70s Jacksonville press. It's in VG condition, and the Grateful Dead is going to go up for a $15 start. The John Fogerty album, of course, that's John Fogerty from Creedence. That's a 2007 U.S. original, $39.99 on that. And the Pentangle, Sweet Child. The Pentangle is $19.99. And Caravan, Blind Dog at Dunstan's. Caravan is $14.99. Caravan, $14.99 on that. Of course, if y'all seen the turnout we had, Canned Heat. Yes, Cheryl Smith on Canned Heat. I forgot to pull that for you. I said yes in my head, but I didn't pull it because I was reading that track listing. This is sold to Cheryl Smith for $15. And we have a full crate. If y'all seen the turnout we had for the last Sunday sale when I was walking around the store, of course, we sold more in that event than we probably have actually sold in the store, like to walk-in traffic, probably in the last 3 months combined. So sometimes I question whether we even need a storefront, and I've been discussing that for a long time. A lot of locals obviously rely on us so they can come pick up their orders. I feel like if I ever did really severely cut back hours or not even have a storefront, we would still allow locals to come in. But at this point, we've grown to this magnitude, which is unbelievable with online streaming here. It's almost not worth having a storefront open some days. So I know a lot of locals are like, oh, no, please don't do that. I got to pick up my orders. And I'm like, oh, we'll let you pick up your order still, but just having that extra space up there, holy moly, that would be so important for us. And we could still have special events. Like next weekend, we're having a $1 sale. So I know a lot of people travel out of town to that. Friday and Saturday, we're having a $1 sale. And that is probably the biggest turnouts we have here. And yeah, I mean, if you think about it, we had 300 people watching at one time. Over the course of both video streams, there was thousands of people watching, and we pretty much sold half of the stuff in the front part of our store, which would take equivalent of years being open every day to the general walk-in traffic. So financially, it really just makes sense for customers to come in and pick up. because otherwise we sell 100-time multiple here online. But I'm gonna leave it open as long as we have to. It's not really costing us any money, but you know, it just don't really make sense to, because it's mostly inconveniencing customers. They come in and we're closed, or we have something to do, and we're trying to work here and get ready for these shows every night, and get orders out the door. So John Fogarty, who asked first about this? Brad asked first, and then Tim Graham says he wants it. So essentially, Brad, you've been outbid. He said he would take it at $39.99. So Brad, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Tim Graham. Gary Wellman, I'm going to sell you Caravan for $12. And Brad Waits said $30 on Fog. And that's Fogarty, okay? Moving on, we have Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, and David Freeberg. This is $14.99. Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, David Freeberg, $14.99. And Blackalicious, this is I Manani Volume 1. That is sealed for $14.99. And Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite, Get Up, $29.99. Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite, Get Up, $29.99. So Fogarty is sold to Tim Graham at sticker, $39.99. That's sold to him. And then George Harrison Dark Horse. This is an original press. George Harrison Dark Horse is $24.99. And we have less variations, Moroccan Roll, $9.99 on that. Gary Wellman on Grace for $12. That was this one here. Nobody bid on the Grateful Dead, so that's a $15 buy it now. And nobody bid on Wings Wildlife. That's a $35 buy it now. Doing some buy it nows there. No bids back there on the auctions. Thanks everybody for tuning in on this wonderful, what day is this? This wonderful Friday night. And we got tonight, and then we got tomorrow night before $8 unlimited shipping comes to a conclusion. As much as you want to buy, $8 unlimited shipping. Grace is sold. James Rayner wants Blackalicious. Andrew Shaw next on Paul and Grace. If I would have waited one more moment, I would have had more money. But I went ahead and sold it to Gary for $12, and Melanie gets Grateful Dead for $15. Is Eric Burden still available? It is. Eric Burden is a 2LP Love Is Beautiful copy, $14.99. I'm running out of space over here. Let me lay that right there. Okay, and then let's go ahead and grab some new auctions. Next is a Japanese compilation. It's called The Monkeys, and it is available for a $35 start. This is The Monkeys. I believe it's a compilation, or is it a reissue of their first album theme? I think it's a reissue of their first album. Yeah, this is a reissue of their first album, a $35 start, The Monkeys. That is available, $35 start. Gary, we are a little bit too far apart on Eric Burden. This is $44.99. This is $44.99. You may have misheard the price. $44.99, 2LP. All right, our next auction back here is going to be Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon. This is sealed, a 2016 pressing, sealed, and Pink Floyd's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start, Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon. That's a sealed pressing, a $25 start on that. Herbie Mann, Superman. Herbie Mann is $9.99. Also, David Bowie, Station to Station. That's a new sealed remaster. David Bowie is $29.99, a new sealed remaster. And Elephant's Memory. Elephant's Memory, $14.99. That is a self-titled album. Sometimes I have a bad habit of not saying self-titled if it's just the name of the band is the name of the album. Blue has a promo sticker on the cover, $14.99. That's on RSO Records, Blue, $14.99 on that. And this looks bizarre. It's a folk rock album on the Fillmore label, $19.99. Fillmore was a subsidiary, I think of, CBS. Fillmore, $19.99 on that. Gary Wellman offered $12 on Elephant's Memory. Wow, Gary's last 10 offers have all been 12s. I love it, though. We've sold him a bunch of records. He's throwing out 12s left and right. We got Buddy Miles, live 2LP, VG Plus, $12.99. Also, we have Christopher Cross. That's the self-titled album with Sailing on it. VG, $9.99. And the Ritchie Family, African Queens, that's EX edition, $12.99. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? That's the big question right now. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Let's grab 3 more singles here and put them up for a $10 start. We have the Fiascos, or the Fiascos We also have Fixation, Into the Pain, and we have Final Exit, Too Late for Apologies. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Next thing we have is we sold EM to Gary for $12. How much was Bowie? It was a sealed, Bowie was a sealed remaster for $29.99. Gary Wellman just claimed Buddy Miles. And then John Durden got Christopher Cross at sticker. Michael Rudolph, you're second. Then G. Bepco. Camel, I Can See Your House From Here. Camel is VG $9.99. And we have Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parkerilla. That's VG for $9.99. Also, The Builders, that is sealed on green vinyl for $29.99. Brian Ferry is a 1980 Japanese pressing, $24.99 on that. And Lou Reed, a record store day, Lou Reed's first solo show in New York City on burgundy colored vinyl, $27.99. Final call on our back 2 auctions. Pink Floyd is a sealed 2016 remaster, no bid for a $25 start. The Monkees is a Japanese pressing of their self-titled debut album, looking for a $35 start on that. Patrick Fu gets the David Bowie for $24. Gary Wellman gets Camel. And then Mike Bartlett offered $15 for Kansas. Kansas was back here. This is a great bin. Lots of great stuff still left in here. Let's find that Kansas album for him, though. I am saying yes to his offer as long as I can find it. It was, yeah, it's right in here. That's so to Mike Bartlett. Gary Wellman offered $25 for Lou Reed. That's so to Gary Wellman for $25. The Monkees has a bid for $35. And then the 45s has a bid for $10. Pink Floyd $25. Fillmore info. All right, so let's take these one at a time. First is the songs on Brian Ferry for John. The Brian Ferry album. Whoop, let me fix these records over here. There we go. The Brian Ferry album, beautiful Japanese pressing. In the In Crowd, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, Walk a Mile in My Shoes, Funny How Time Slips Away, You Are My Sunshine. Over here we have Wonderful World, It Ain't Me Babe, Finger Poppin', Help Me Make It Through the Night, Another Time, Another Place. And that was for John Durden. The Monkees got a bid for $35 with Joe Salamo. The 45s has a bid for $10. The folk rock album was right here, and that's the same one that's on the Fillmore label. And that's $19.99 for Dwayne. And then Chris just asked about it as well. Then Pink Floyd got a bid for $25, and now the 45s has a bid for $10. Everybody's starting to get on the chat now. The view counters drastically increasing. Everybody has put their kids to bed. Y'all get to bed now. I got to watch Chad. Go in there and play your game. All right, I'm going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. I'm spending all of your inheritance on vinyl, so you can inherit it one day and listen to all these great records that I've got from Chad. We have Guy Shard on Brian Ferry. Let me make sure that John Durden doesn't want it. If he doesn't want it, then it's yours. Dwayne offered 12 on this Fillmore record. I'm thinking more like 15. Since there is another interest in it. And now we're definitely about to sell Pink Floyd for $25 and definitely about to sell the Monkees. And Darren Johnson, you're out on the singles. Robert Warner bid first. And Angela, it looks like Brian Ferry's already going to get sold. He can have it. So, Guy Shard, you do get Brian Ferry. Now, here's where we're at right now. That was a buy it now best offer bin. Great stuff in there. I feel like we need to run through that one more time quickly. And then I've got 3 crates of new vinyl. We're probably going to go ahead and knock out the new Black Sabbath. I got the big waiting list we had the other night with the big fiasco with the way we had 2 copies, and I was like, I can't believe nobody's buying these. And then somebody tried to make an offer on one of them, which is new. It's new vinyl, no discounts. And then we ended up selling like 30 copies of it. It was insane. Those are in. Dwayne Caldwell gets that folk album for $15. And we're not going to spend a whole lot more time on this bin, but I believe there's still great stuff in here, especially if I remind you of some track listings. Looks like a lot of new people's watching. And here we have it. That's not Chad. Yeah. The best of Dave Edmunds. $12.99. I don't think you could ever get me and Paul confused. The Best of Dave Edmonds, $12.99. Speed Run, Christopher Cross, another page, $9.99. Henry Gross is $9.99. What's in a Name? Wings, Good Night Tonight, $14.99. Mitch Ryder, Breakout, $24.99. We have Green River, $29.99. CCR, The Beatles, Hollywood Bowl, $34.99. The Mamas and Papas, 20 Greatest Hits, wow, $19.99. California Dreamin', dedicated to one I love, Monday, My Girl, they do a great cover of that. Also, Ian Hunter is $19.99. Another John Fogerty, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. And Stevie Wonder Characters, $24.99. These 345s, I didn't hear back from Darren. Those are sold for $10 to Robert Warner. Riley, Patrick, right? Patrick Riley. Stephen Riley. Stephen, my bad. Stephen Riley, $25 on that. And the Monkeys is sold to Joe Salamo for $35. Sold to Joe Salamo for $35. Or I think it's actually Joe Salamon or Salamone. But I call him Joe Salamone for $35. That's sold. Cheryl on UFO. UFO. There's no UFO in here, but I will sell Christopher Cross to Michael Rudolph for $6.99. Robin Glenn on Henry Gross for $7. Mamas and Papas for $15 to Kristen Barnett. Dave Edmonds to Will Robinson for $8. John Fogerty for $17 to Gary Wellman. Angela Leckington on CCR. Mitch Ryder to Stephen A. Young for $20. Now that's what I'm talking about. That was fun. Let's keep that rolling. Whoops, I just knocked over all the singles we sold. Hopefully I didn't get them out of order. Let me go ahead and take these two. These two cassettes are messing up my stacks. Let's see. Yeah, they're still in order. Okay. Next is Paul McCartney. Give my regards to Broad Street, $24.99. The Beatles, Tony Sheridan, $19.99. Joe Pass, Virtuoso number 2, $19.99. James Gang 3rd, Joe Walsh, $19.99. And Aretha Franklin Sings the Blues, $19.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now without further ado. It's one of the most incredible sounding Japanese pressings, the best of the Doobie Brothers. Amazing sonics on this. $35 start. It has the insert. $35 start on the best of the Doobie Brothers. We got The Who, a great compilation. Meaty Beaty Big and Bouncy, $24.99. Marshall Tucker self-titled, $14.99. Brazilian Bird, Charlie Bird, VG, $9.99. And Kingfish, EX, $17.99. Our next auction is Mingus. Yes, Charles Mingus. Charles Mingus is a 1979 USPRC OG pressing with gold stamp promo. There is no promo label of this. VG plus condition, a $15 start. Also, we have Willow the Wisp, Leon Russell, VG condition, $9.99. And CCR, VG, $14.99, self-titled. McCartney, there's never a low ball here. No low balls here. Now, was you referring to the Wings? Or did you mean give my regards to Broad Street? I'm assuming to give my regards to Broad Street. Wailing Cut, it's right here behind me. And then, do you still have the darkness from about, I do. I believe in a thing called love. I do. Will Robinson, 10 on The Who. I will do The Who for $18. Gary Wellman has submitted an offer on Eric Burden for $35. Now we're kind of in a pickle because just a second ago, Dennis Jackson said, can I see it? And I hadn't got to it yet. So I was assuming you're passing earlier, Gary. Let me show this to Dennis Jackson because I think dibs go back to him now. Dennis, it's called Love Is. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. And I'm going to take his offer of $35. If you don't want it, let me know. And then the next thing is Mingus for $15. That's a bid. Broad Street. I'll tell you what. I will sell this to you for $12 if you want it. I'll make you a heck of a deal right now on it for $12. I probably have, Jeff, if I were to compile my personal collection and every one of those I have here in the store, I bet I can fill up an entire crate full of them. I have plenty of Paul McCartney, give my regards to Broad Street. I've got plenty of just great, plenty of Paul McCartney albums in general. We've got boxes full of them, so I'll do $12 on it. Totally up to you, though. No pressure whatsoever. And we're going to sell Shakedown Wings, Good Night Tonight for $8. Will said he will take Meaty for $18. That is sold to Will for $18. And the next comment is, that was The Who. And then Tom Harris wants The Darkness. I believe in a thing called Love. As soon as I can find that crate. It should be over here. Is it here? It's one of the 3 crates we had tonight of new stuff. Or did somebody grab that? Somebody didn't get it, did they? No. Should be over here. Is it over here? Yeah, it's right here. All right, let me move these no bids. Or actually, let me weasel it out right here. There we go. That's sold to... that is sold to Tom Harris. And then CCR 8, Kristen, I'll do that for 10. I'll do that for 10. The name of the Leon Russell is Willow the Wisp, VG $9.99. And, okay, so final call on the Doobie Brothers for 35. Mingus does have a bid for 15 with Kenneth Blair. Let's grab 3 more singles from the 45 bin. Fired Up When the Lights Go Out. I don't know what that is. And the Casa Bone Red. And this looks like it says Killed in Action. Yeah, Killed in Action and Casa Bone Dead. Those 3 for a $10 start. All right, so Gary Wellman, you do get Eric Burden for $35. Never mind, I'll pass. I'll see the bids above. And Kristen said she'll take it for $10. So that CCR sold for $10. Ian Hunter was EX $12.99. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Angel Station, $9.99 for Manfred Mann. The Pentangle, Sweet Child, I like their music. The Pentangle is $19.99. Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite, $29.99. Darren has those 345s for 10. George Harrison, Dark Horse, Gatefold Original, $24.99. Less Variations, Moroccan Roll, $9.99. Derek Clark dropped a hint about that one earlier. I was going to read it out loud. He also, well, he's got a note here about Blue too. But first, what was Derek's Blue self-titled? I'll read that out in just a second. I love Derek Clark. Always make sure you're reading Derek Clark's notes on these records. Less Variations, great classic 70s rock from the Paris band, members hail from Morocco with a Middle Eastern sound. That sounds very interesting to me. Derek Clark, thank you. $9.99 on that. We have Herbie Mann, Superman, $9.99. It includes the song Superman, it says. And Blue is $14.99. And Derek's note on Blue was from Derek Clark. Blue self-titled, another great grab. These guys are like Badfinger, great harmonies, great tunes, a very nice LP there, $14.99 on that. So there you have it. Also, we have 10, Manfred Mann, Angel Station on that one, Gary, $9.99. And yes, Jeff Hallsworth, 12 on Paul McCartney. Sorry, I almost forgot, 12 on that, so do you. And we have Richie Family, African Queens. That's EX $12.99. Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parkerilla, VG $9.99. And the Builders. The Builders is sealed on green vinyl for $29.99. All right, so here's what we got to do. First, the Doobie Brothers is a buy it now for $35. Great Japanese pressing there. Steve Biddlecomb's watching over in England. He says he's going to hit the hay for a few hours. Is that what he said? He's going to go take a 3.5-hour nap over in, he's watching over there in the Isle of England, and he's going to hop back on later. I'll be right here, I promise. I'll definitely be here in 3.5 hours. All right, so Doobie Brothers, nice for $35. Darren Johnson, I'm going to go ahead, let me go ahead and sell these to you for $10. And let's go ahead and sell this Mingus because it's been up for a while with just one bid, and that's so to Kenneth Blair. Okay, now let me answer some questions and do some claims here. Blue, Richard Yeager's first for 10, then 12, then sticker price. All right, so we basically have a little bidding war going on for that. Richard, it's yours, but it will be $14.99. And then Gary Wellman, and then Angela Leckington. Dennis, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for $20. That's so to Dennis Jackson. Then Slicker, Gary Wellman says he wants Manfred Mann. Manfred Mann, Steve, and our good friends. That's, we live close to it. Good. Yeah, he told me that the other night, when he first started joining the chat and buying records from us. Good. Do you have any other English buddies over there that like American records? We need them all on here. What y'all need to do is just ship everything in one big box, or do we already do that for y'all? Do we already do that for y'all? We may already do that. That would be best, but I don't know if y'all want that. Y'all, if the box ends up at your house, you might pilfer through it and get some of Steve's records out. All right, I got to post this right quick. and I see some questions. Hold on one second. All right. Let me see what Tanner said here. Let me ask John. Where... All right, sorry. Okay, now, blue, and Gary on that. Richard Yeager does take blue at sticker price. And then the question was, anything new from the collection I posted? No. The auctions we prepared, Laura was doing those yesterday before Paul even got back. We have stuff from that. Laura will be here tomorrow. The first records from the featured stuff will be tomorrow. We do have a whole crate here of stuff she got ready, though, already. But yeah, that's some of that stuff she'll be digging out as soon as possible, which will be probably tomorrow. We have not sold Freddie King yet, but I am going to go ahead and put this up right here. And this is another Charles Mingus. Let's do this. I got lots of Japanese, though. Man, and this crate here has been insane. We've gone through it twice, and we've almost sold everything in here. Charles Mingus, Better Get in Your Soul, a 1971 original compilation. Looks like it was at a jazz radio station, KMIH, and that's a $15 start. It's a 2LP, VG vinyl, and VG cover. Charles Mingus. All right. So does anybody want to make an offer on anything in here before I change crates? The Builders, Graham Parker, The Ritchie Family, Herbie Mann, Less Variations, George Harrison, The Pentangle, Ian Hunter, Leon Russell, Kingfish, Charlie Bird, Marshall Tucker Band, Can't You See? $14.99, Take the Highway. Aretha Sings the Blues, no offer on that. James Gang, Joe Pass, The Beatles, Stevie Wonder, Ian Hunter, and The Beatles. Don't hesitate to make offers. I mean, seriously, you seen what I did earlier on the Paul McCartney. My thoughts on records is, what is the title? How many do we possibly have? How often do we sell it? How many times a week do we put it out? Because some of these, we probably, if we were to assemble how many copies we have of certain albums, I mean, it could be up to dozens. Like, we have dozens and dozens of maybe the same record. And if it sells often, if it doesn't sell often, there's a lot of factors depending on how much of a discount I'm going to make it. I'm just here to sell records. All right, and then I got to move some of these no bids. So right here we have the first 45s that didn't sell. So instead of 33 and a 3 a piece, let's do 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 45 lot, $12 instead of $20. And then here's our Japanese no bids. Huey Lewis 35, Autograph Loretta 125, Doobies 35, and Wings 35. So those are all available. And I have one no bid cassette. Those are kind of flippy floppy over there. And then first we got Marshall for $12 to Rob and Glenn. Who is Kingfish? That is Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead, EX 1799. Kenny Stanley says he'll take those no-bid singles for $12. That's everything from Kill the Hippies to the Holy Mountain. Those are sold for $12. Final call on Charles Mingus. And the biggest surprises tonight are probably going to come from these Japanese crates, because these are totally unadvertised, and we got great stuff here, like Foreigner 4. And Foreigner is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Beautiful vinyl with insert, Obi, cover. Nothing wrong with this one. A $35 start. Andy said he would do $25 on Huey. I'll go ahead and do that because that's more like an EP type deal. It's got so I'll go ahead and do that for $25. All right. I'm going to move this cassette over here. It's in my way. And there's those. All right. I'm going to offer a one-time bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I usually do that on the half-off bins, but we've sold about everything in here. So first thing we have are these, and I'm going to sell them to you for $90 if you want them. $90, 18 record bundle. $90. Bundled in a single cassette. Well, I actually got two. I got Beatles and Outfield. I'll do those for $7 if you want both of them. All right, I do have reel-to-reels, though. Let's go ahead and try one. I got reel-to-reels that people's been asking for, and if I don't start auctioning them now, we'll never get to them. So I'm going to show you the title and read you the specifics and show you what it looks like. Most of them look really clean. Here's the American Breed Bend Me, Shape Me, a 60s classic. This is a reel-to-reel. This is 3 3/4 inch per second, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Bundle deal on these right here for $90. And we're going to sell these two to Michael Rudolph for $7. All right, awesome. Let's put up more 45s. I do have a crate of new vinyl to do. Let's knock out the Black Sabbath first, and then I'll show you how we're going to do the other ones, because they're actually not stickered, but it will be pretty cool how I do it, because it'll be like a big reveal every time I show a record. But we already have a bunch of these sold, and I need to go ahead and try to sell what I have left and pull out the waiting list, because I'm sure everybody's curious on if they got these or not. And Michael's in on the reel. Final call on Foreigner. And as soon as I get my laptop open, I'm going to sell that Charles Mingus record. The question is, what have I done with my laptop? Here it is. All right. Todd, somebody already grabbed Marshall Tucker. Already gone. All right, reel-to-reels, another lost format. All right, any Billy Joe Schaefer? No. I've been at those Americana guys. I get asked every night. Just don't have any right now. Well, let me rephrase that. I don't think we have any tonight. All right, here we go. Black Sabbath, $44.99. Black Sabbath, $44.99. Huge waiting list. These aren't stickered, by the way, so whoever's tagging, please make sure these go in for $44.99. 19 have sold. 19 copies here have sold. Michael Butler. These are $44.99. Nashville Tiger and Melanie Jennings. Michael Butler, Nashville Tiger, Melanie Jennings. Thomas Hujar and Margaret Gerhold. Thomas Hujar and Margaret Gerhold. Chris Bachek and Danny Thomason. Chris Bachek and Danny Thomason. Jeff Holsworth and Brent Robley. Jeff Holsworth and Brent Robley. Richard Miller and Tom Harris. Richard Miller and Tom Harris. Actually, Jeff Holsworth didn't need one. I have a note up here. Jeff Holsworth didn't need one. That messed up my count. Let me figure out how many I'd got to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'd have counted out 10. Jeff Holsworth didn't need one. Are you sure you don't need one? Let me count out those 10. I messed up there because I was supposed to take him off. All right, so that was the first 10. So that was Michael Butler, Nashville Tiger, Melanie Jennings, Thomas Hujar, Margaret Gerhold, Chris Bachek, Danny Thomason, Brent Robley, Richard Miller, Tom Harris. Okay, and then next is Brian Riley and Chris Bryant. Brian Riley and Chris Bryant. Those are sold and sold. Susie Breelove and Joe Delgado. Susie Breelove and Joe Delgado. And we have Levi Hilton and Michael Salazar. Levi Hilton and Michael Salazar. And then the last couple here are Teresa Brookshire and Tim Voldness. Teresa Brookshire and Tim Voldness. Now, the song remains the same on this. If you don't have this right now, I highly suggest you buy it, just like everybody else just did. We just sold 18 copies. They're $44.99 each. All analog Black Sabbath, the best of the best. If you want a true OG UK copy, we said last night they were selling for what? $1,800 or something like that. A near mint pristine copy had sold for $1,700. Wow. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I still don't think I counted out enough. Let me make sure here. Sorry, I'm about to update these auctions. I'm about to tell you what's going on. I have sold 18. I just counted 17. All right, so I didn't pull enough. 18. We've sold 18. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, that's one of those things I keep counting and I get different numbers every time. That is 17. So I need to go ahead and pull one more from the waiting list. Wow, that was bizarre. I counted 17, then 18, 17, then 18, 17, then 18. How strange. All right, let me bring this over here. Okay, so first thing I got to do is this Charles Mingus is sold to Chris Bachik for $15. Foreigner did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $35. Todd is late on the Marshall Tucker. So the first bid on this was immediately with Michael Rudolph for 10. A couple moments later, Paul Redfern also bid 10. So the first Black Sabbath, I need another one from the wait list. And now we got one for Sean Fairweather, Stephen A. Young, and Brian Frenfrock. And now the reels at 12 and now 15. And now Andy Wade gets Foreigner 4. Corey Crosby was second on that one. Okay? There's that and there's that. Done and done. Corey, you was second. And then Brad was next, and Todd Fisher wants a Black Sabbath. All right, so I have one left. And y'all know the other night when I ordered these, I bought every one that was left from one distributor. So if there's a waiting list, no guarantee when they'll come in, because y'all live the other night, y'all saw me buy every one that was left. And I wish I had like 50. This would be a record if I had another 50 copies stashed away. You know, I'm not big on keeping stuff overstocked. I don't think you can overstock this. I've got one left on hand. This reel-to-reel's at $17 with Paul Redfern. And, yeah, that's one of those records where people have multiple different copies. You know, it's like people have OGs, reissues, remasters, box sets, UK editions, German presses, Rhino, analog. I mean, there's... the possibilities are endless. Broken in half, mint condition, sealed. It's just a highly collectible, sought-after, incredible album. Aha, Take On Me. We have the original inner sleeve. We have the cover and obi. Aha's a $35 start. Black Sabbath, the last copy on hand, is sold to Andy Wade. And Todd Saw, we'll put you first on a waiting list. Aha's a $35 start. I'm going to go ahead and take these 45s and cassettes and lay them in here. All right. Next is there's that and there's that. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to do another crate of new stuff. But the way I'm going to do this is as I show them, I'm going to go ahead and put stickers on them. And hopefully we'll sell all this stuff. We got about 2 crates. We're actually going to do 1 crate. We'll do 1 crate and then we'll do another crate of pre-owned stuff. Right. Okay, right here, this reel is sold to Paul Redfern for $17. That's sold to Paul Redfern for $17. And then Aha is going once, going twice to Andy Wade for $35. Our next auction is right now, and it's Freddie King, Texas Cannonball. Freddie King is a 1972 U.S. Winchester original, still in shrink wrap. The vinyl's EX, and we're going to put this up for a $35 start. Freddie King, Texas Cannonball, $35 start on that. $35 start. Freddie King, Texas Cannonball. Okay, there's that. And what did I do with that crate? There's this. Sheets are right here. Okay, good. We're in business. We're in business. We're ready to go, folks. All right. First thing I have, I'll be able to tell you the price pretty quick. Shout out to Laura. I went and stole her pricing gun. What is today, May 16th? Today's May 16th. These are $33.99. I've got two of them. They're $33.99. Alcatraz Live 1983 on yellow and purple split splatter. Split splatter. $33.99. Alcatraz Live 1983. I have two of them. Split splatter. Those are $33.99 each. I have two Alcatraz. Split splatter. Splish splash, I was taking a bath. Also here, we have meat puppets. This is $29.99. Meat Puppets 2 is $29.99. Wow, I've already lost my pricing gun. Can you believe it? Oh, here it is. $29.99. This is Meat Puppets 2. I have two copies of Meat Puppets 2. There's one, there's two. All right, and now Freddie King is at $35 and now $36. And Aha is sold to Andy Wade for $35. Take on me. I'm about to try to hit that high note that guy hits. Ah, that's impressive. Andy Wade gets Aha, and he's going to go back-to-back with the A's, and he's also going to get Alcatraz. This is sold to Andy Wade, $33.99. Meat Puppets is on, I don't know what that is. It's not SST. It's that logo right there. I don't think that's SST. Freddie King's at $40. Next auction from the Japanese bin is going to go up right now. It's Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, which is essentially a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits. Rock and Soul Part 1. This is a $35 start. Beautiful vinyl, near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Hall & Oates, a $35 start on that. It's up for bid. A Japanese pressing. Next, I'm pretty sure I'm going to introduce my first waiting list for this one. This is $33.99, and this is Godsmack, When Legends Arise. When Legends Rise. And I have three Godsmacks, and I think I have a waiting list. Somebody wanted multiple Godsmack albums, and I was like, you know what? We can take care of you with that. So let's pull up the Godsmack here. Godsmack. And the first one is Tim Holloway. So thank you, Tim Holloway. That's on Godsmack. So let's give him a Godsmack When Legends Rise. Thank you, Tim Holloway. And then I have an old waiting list for Carla Brecky, but I don't think she still needs one. I think that's one that I keep forgetting to scratch off. So I've got two copies of Godsmack left if anybody else wants one. That's When Legends Rise. That one sold to Tim Holloway. This next LP, let me get a price here. This next LP is $29.99. It is on a limited edition 1700, and that's a limited edition 1700 on electric blue vinyl, and that's Danzig Skeletons. Danzig Skeletons, limited 1700 electric blue vinyl. Freddie King is a final call to Chase Arnold for $40, and Hall & Oates is with Brad Waits at $35. Next is, I feel like I got some pretty good titles here tonight. I went down some like labels and bought stuff like just, you know, looking up just direct labels like this right here for $29.99 as well. I don't think I've had this in a while. This is Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. This is DRI's debut release. 22 songs in 17 minutes. I don't know if I've had that before, new and sealed. DRI, Jerry Ferguson Wants a Danzig. That is sold. Freddie King is sold to Chase Arnold for $40. And we also have Hall & Oates, Brad Waits, $35. And that's sold to him for $35. Thank you. That's a great Hall & Oates compilation. Sarah Smile. Let's go ahead and put that over here. Thank you on that. How much is Godsmack? $33.99. Justin Deckelman on DRI. I've got one extra copy there of DRI. Next, I know the price on this without even having to look at my spreadsheet. It is $38.99. And then let me introduce some new auctions. This was long out of print and very expensive. Cinderella Still Climbing. I've got 2 copies of Cinderella Still Climbing. And for the longest, that was out of print and very pricey. Our next auction is going to go up right now from the Japanese crate. I have a Madonna LP. And Madonna is true blue. It is near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. Beautiful vinyl. Madonna. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. That is Cinderella right there. $38.99. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction as well. And the other auction I have for you is going to be Lightning Slim here, the early years. The legendary J. Miller Sessions. Lightning Slim is a 1976 UK original compilation in mono. Lightning's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. Here are the current comments. What Danzig is that? Skeletons, $29.99. Justin Deckelman wants a Cinderella. Nick Bargeron wants to know the price on Cinderella, $38.99. And then Brad Waits wants a Cinderella. So if Nick gets that Cinderella, it's his. If not, it goes to Brad Waits. If he gets it, Brad, I can put you on a waiting list. And then how much is Meat Puppets? $29.99. I've got 2 of them. I've got 2 of them. Now, this record here, I thought about ordering like 5 or 10 copies because it's been so long since I've had it. And they've always sold so well, and I've almost forgot about them. These are $38.99 as well. Saigon Kick, the Lizard. Saigon Kick, the Lizard, $38.99. So that Cinderella's up to you. He says pass. So this is sold to Brad Waits. And then Anthony Clark, if it's okay with you, I'll put you on a waiting list. They'll be in on Monday or Tuesday. I know they're in stock. They'll be in on Monday or Tuesday. And then Kristen Barnett wants a Meat Puppets. And now there's one left. And there's Saigon Kick if anybody wants that. Final call to get a bid on Lightning Slim for $25. And final call to get a bid in on Madonna, a Japanese pressing, for $35. Just saying. Just saying. Those are available. Next, I'm pretty sure there's a waiting list for this one. That typically means it's a good title. That means we had originally sold out, and now we need more of them. And I have a feeling I'm not going to have enough Saigon Kicks. But guess what? Anything that we sell out of, you might think, well, it might be a good thing if I do go on a waiting list because my invoice is pretty hefty. And so I'll go ahead and just get it for next week if I can, if Chad happens to sell out. So Anthony Clark is the only person on the Cinderella right now. Both Saigon Kicks are sold, Justin Deckelman and Mark Morris. And then what is the Danzig? This is Danzig Skeletons, limited to 1,700. Electric blue vinyl. We've sold one. There's one left. $29.99. Next is Front 242. Front 242 front by front. And Front 242 is $29.99. FRONT. Front. And the waiting list is Fred Cardinal. Fred Cardinal, thank you. This is sold to you. I've got 2 extra copies. There is a bid on the table for Madonna for $35. Our next auction is going to be another reel-to-reel. This one's really cool. The Box Tops, non-stop. Box Tops is a $10 start. This is a vintage reel-to-reel tape. This one is 3 3/4 inch per second. Box Tops, a $10 start. Kelly Gabney on front. That is sold to Kelly. There's one left. Tom, make sure you actually comment on the post, please. That way we get everybody in order. Michael's in on the reel for 10. Don't let me forget to keep running these tonight. The name of the DRI album and price. This is Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, Dirty Rotten LP, $29.99. We're going to end up selling this entire crate of new vinyl at this rate. I feel like we can. I hope we do. This is a thrash album essential here I'm about to show you. The price is $29.99. I've got 2 copies. Exciter, Violence and Force, $29.99. Exciter, Violence and Force. I've got 2 copies. John Durden got DRI. I'll go over everything we sell out of and take waiting list and remind you, okay? There's our next album, Exciter, $29.99. I know what the next price on this album is. I don't even have to look it up. I'm going to go ahead and show this one, then I'm going to end these auctions. So here we go. Boom, boom. Exciter is $29.99. There's another classic Cinderella album, Long Cold Winter, $38.99. Final Call on the Reel to Reel for $10 of Michael Rudolph. Greg Herman was the only bidder on Madonna, sold to him for $35. And Lightning Hopkins back there can be bought for the buy it now price of $25. That can be bought for the buy it now price of $25. Let's get Madonna in a new sleeve. Thanks everybody for tuning in tonight on CollectCo. I sold a MC5 45 earlier on Discogs. I'm going to show it to y'all tonight because it's a really cool piece for $450. I want to show it before we ship it out. Danny Thomason gets an Exciter. Justin Deckelman on Cinderella. Box Tops is sold to Michael Rudolph for $10. Lightning Slim was a no bid, a 1976 UK original compilation in mono. Just $25 on that. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and it is going to be an absolute shocker. Hope everybody's paying attention. We sold one of these last night for what, $140? This is Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. A near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, and this is going to go up for a $95 start. There's the insert, an incredible album. $95 start on Black Sabbath, Japanese pressing of Heaven and Hell. There it is, now up for bid. One Cinderella remains. The other auction I'm going to go ahead and introduce right now is going to be Big Brother and the Holding Company featuring Janis Joplin. And this is a 1971 US. It does have a promo sticker on the bottom left cover. There is no white label promo for this actual pressing. There's the complimentary not for sale sticker. It is on the later Columbia label. Big Brother and the Holding Company was originally on a label called Mainstream. And Big Brother's a $25 start. Big Brother, a $25 start. Next LP here is, I think I'm on a different invoice now. I am. And this next LP is $39.99. I repeat, $39.99 for this next LP. And this is essentially the closest thing you're going to see to a DMX Greatest Hits. It's called DMX, The Legacy. Y'all going to make me lose my mind up in here, up in here. DMX, The Legacy, $39.99. That's available. I have 2 copies of this next album. That's $29.99. Black Sabbath does have a bid for $100. This next LP is live in Tokyo, Japan, December 12th. That's my birthday, but in 1978. David Bowie, live at NHK Hall, Tokyo, Japan. And I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for Bowie here. Let's look up old Bowie and see what we have in our spreadsheet. And this is sold to Vladarchek. I did. Waiting list for Vladarchek. That's all we put down now. We don't even put down Robert or Kelly, just Vladarchek. David Bowie sold to Vladarchek. Final Call on Black Sabbath. What Lightning Hopkins album was that? This is Lightning Hopkins, The Early Years. The legendary J. Miller Sessions, a 1976 UK original compilation in EX edition, a $25 buy it now. A $25 buy it now. Over here is our next unofficial. There's one David Bowie for $29.99. He's smoking a cigarette and singing some songs. Amazing. This is also $29.99. Lightning Slim. Yeah, Lightning Slim. REM, Santa Monica, 1991. This is live. This is REM, Santa Monica, 1991. REM. Let's look that up right quick. We've sold several of these. The waiting list for this one is absolutely nobody. These are available. REM, live in Santa Monica, 1991. $29.99. 14 tracks, it's available. Next comment is Black Sabbath, $105. How much is David Bowie? $29.99. Mike Bartlett says, yes, typo, Andy Raid wants an REM. Our next auction is going to be another reel-to-reel. And this is the Searchers. This is us on cap. This is 7.5 inch per square. 7.5 inches per second. The Searchers is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. 2 REMs left and a David Bowie. We've been selling the heck out of these recently. Price is $34.99 on this next record. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $110. This next LP is a compilation of 12 hits from 3 Doors Down. And these are $34.99. 3 Doors Down, the greatest hits. 3, 4, $34.99. Last night we tagged a few people, and then we had a new waiting list, which I still have sticky notes for. And there's one for Rebecca Howitt. There's one for Rebecca Howitt. So thank you, Rebecca. That is so to you. And if I've got 2 extra, 3 Door Down greatest hits. There's a new bid on Black Sabbath for $110. Final call on the Searchers reel for $10. And Big Brother, I'm going to make this a $25 buy it now. Big Brother and the Holding Company of Janis Joplin, their debut album. And this is going to go up for a $25 buy it now. Thanks everybody for tuning in on Friday night. I'm slow but steadily going through some new vinyl here. I didn't have anybody help me price it earlier. So I've got the invoice. I do all the pricing on the new vinyl. So I'm basically pulling them out one at a time and slapping prices on them. We've got about 3 more titles left before I go through another vintage discount bin. And then there's a whole nother bin after this. All right. And this next record, this must have been back ordered. Yeah, this is something that was back ordered that just came in. So that's always good. Back order and then showing up means that it's pretty popular. And we might even have a waiting list. And this is the soundtrack to Twin Peaks. Limited edition, the soundtrack to the original 1990 TV series. And that is on limited edition green vinyl. Now, Black Sabbath has a new bid for $115 with Steve McGee. Andy Wade, you're out. The Searchers. No, there's a whole nother crate after this one. So I've got 3 more titles to show you. And then I'm going to do a vintage pre-owned bin. And then I'm going to do another crate of new vinyl. Just like the way I'm having to do it right here. Let me make sure we don't have an old waiting list on Twin Peaks. Let me search Twin Peaks. Donna Mitchell. There was an old waiting list. Donna Mitchell. Not too old, but I'm sure Donna still wants it. So Donna Mitchell, that is so to you. Out on Black Sabbath. 3 Doors Down information. This is 3 Doors Down's greatest hits. Single LP, includes Kryptonite, Here Without You, and Not My Top. $34.99. Twin Peaks is on green vinyl. Donna Mitchell on a waiting list. Andy Wade gets one. The reel is sold for $12 to Paul Redfern, and he's done on the Black Sabbath. We sold one of these last night, I think, for $140 or $160. And Black Sabbath is a final call to Steve McGee for $115. Ronnie James Dio's first album with Black Sabbath. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is David Bowie Pinups. And David Bowie is a 1978 U.S. pressing, EX edition, and we're going to put up Mr. Bowie for a $25 start. Beautiful condition on the jacket. It is a 78 pressing. $25 start on that. Is there a pre-order for Mazzy's Star? No, not yet. That's one of those new Record Store Day essentials. I haven't got those yet. This next record is $33.99. This next record is $33.99. It's called 4 Non-Blondes, Bigger, Better, Faster, More, with their song What's Up. $33.99 for 4 Non-Blondes. And the last record, before I go into a different crate, and there will be more new vinyl after this, is Metallica, Garage Inc., the triple LP, $59.99. This is a great compilation. So if you have all the Metallica studio albums, you don't have these tracks. It has their covers and their B-sides and stuff like that. Great compilation. And Metallica is $59.99. And it's a triple LP. 4 Non-Blondes, so does Stephen Bender and Natasha Pickett. All right, great deal there. Let's go ahead and sell the Black Sabbath, the Steve McGee for $115. Thank you, Steve McGee. That's so to you for $115. Let's get that in a new sleeve for you. Appreciate that. That was a great selection of new vinyl. So y'all didn't really get to visually see how much I sold, but the crate was full when I had it over here, and now that's all that's left. And I feel like we can sell some more and sell more on the waiting list as well. David Bowie's a final call for $25. That is a 78 pressing. Best price on Big Brother. What was I at? 35? I've already forgot my starting bid. What was my starting bid on it? Terry Gearhart wants a Metallica. So let me show you what's left, and then let me show you what we have going for waiting list, okay? And if you go on a waiting list here, Stephen A. Young also on Metallica. Thank you. Let's make a note right now to order more of those. Let me explain how waiting list works for anybody that's relatively new. Because this is Friday and new vinyl does not ship. New vinyl does not ship on Fridays or on Saturdays or Sundays. That means if I put you on a waiting list on a Friday, then you're not going to be billed until the following week that it comes in. So, for example, if you say, well, I'll go ahead and take a Metallica, I'm going to take down your name, we're going to order it, it's probably going to be in like Tuesday or Wednesday, and then you don't have to pay for it until the following Monday. So you don't prepay for waiting list. You don't prepay for waiting list. You only are billed whenever they come in, okay? So if anybody else wants one, let me know. Richard, I'll do 20 on Big Brother. Anthony Clark wants a 3 doors down, $8 in limited shipping, and that concludes tomorrow night. And so tomorrow or next week, if you have a waiting list comes in, that will start a new invoice, and you won't get billed until the following Monday. Most people are regular customers. They buy from us every week. $8 shipping. They basically have pre-orders. They have waiting lists. Whatever's coming in, they buy live on auctions. They buy stuff out of the bins, etc., etc. That's how that works. All right, so that's sold to Anthony Clark. Twin Peaks is green vinyl, $33.99. There is a Bowie on 25. And then Richard Yeager wants Big Brother for 25. Okay, there's that. That's sold. Richard Ari is going to go ahead and buy that. I'll go over the no bids in just a second. I usually let those accumulate because otherwise I'll be showing them every 3 minutes. But first, here's our next auction. I think this one's really cool. This is a reel-to-reel of United We Stand, Brotherhood of Man. This one is 7.5 inches per second. And this is a $10 start. United We Stand, Brotherhood of Man. And right now, the no bids are Lightning Slim for $25, a 1976 UK mono compilation. The best of the doobies is $33.99. Wings is $35. Excuse me, what did I just say? Best of the doobies is $35. Wings is $35, and Loretta Lynn's $125. I'm going to keep these right over here. If anybody changes your mind, just let me know, okay? Next, there's our next reel. Bowie's a final call. Let me make sure Philip Hope doesn't want Twin Peaks. If not, it's so to Bob Riger. So it looks like we could possibly start a waiting list on Twin Peaks. Green vinyl, it's going to be so to either Philip or Bob. I've only got one copy left of Alcatraz Live 1983. Yellow and purple split vinyl, $33.99. And one copy left of Meat Puppets 2 for $29.99. Next Japanese pressing is the very best of ABBA. This looks really cool. It's a 2 LP gatefold with insert. No condition notes, beautiful. $35 start on that. Final call to get a bid on the United We Stand Brotherhood of Man reel for a $10 start. Also, Godsmack, When Legends Rise. Godsmack is $33.99. Danzig Skeletons, limited to $1,700 on blue vinyl. That is $29.99. Front 242. This is $29.99 on Front 242. Exciter, Violence and Force. One copy left for $29.99 Exciter, and one Cinderella left, Long Cold Winter, $38.99. The David Bowie just got one bid, so did Jennifer Corbin for $25. Philip Holt, if you want the Twin Peaks, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Bob Riger. I might have lost Philip there. So this is sold to Bob Riger as of right now. Trina Long offered $30 on the doobies. Great pickup there. This is sold to Trina for $30 out of the no bids. The reel has bids for $11 and now $10. Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid, did come in. ABBA has a bid for $35. Brad Waits wants a Godsmack. Now one left. We have DMX, The Legacy, $39.99. REM live in Santa Monica, 1991, $29.99. David Bowie live in Tokyo, Japan, 1978, $29.99. And one copy left of Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits, $34.99. Wow, about everything in there, there's only one single copy. And now here's some of the items we sold out of if you want on the waiting list. The very popular Black Sabbath Rhino All Analog, $44.99 if you want on the waiting list for that. We also have a waiting list going for Cinderella Still Climbing. Cinderella Still Climbing is $38.99, music on vinyl. We also have a waiting list going for Saigon Kick, The Lizard. Saigon Kick is $38.99. We also have a waiting list going for Twin Peaks now because we've sold out. Twin Peaks. We sold that last copy, $33.99. Also, Four Non-Blondes, Bigger, Better, Faster, More. And Metallica Garage Inc. Metallica Garage Inc. Triple LP. That's the most recent sellout. And about everything you see in there, other than DMX and REM, there's only one copy left. Three Doors Down, David Bowie, REM, DMX, Cinderella, Exciter, Front 242, Danzig, Godsmack, Meat Puppets, and Alcatraz. Does this have Yngwie Malmsteen? Yes, Yngwie Malmsteen on guitar, Graham Bonnet on lead vocals. Okay, there's that. United We Stand got a bid for 10 and now 11. Paul Redfern, you get that for $11. Thank you. ABBA got one bid for $35 to Trina. That sold for $35. And now we're ready for all new auctions. 2 new LPs and Chad's out of sleeves. I'm going to have to go over here and rob a box of sleeves from either Paul or Laura. First, David Bowie songs. Give me 1 second. I'll read those off. Warzawa, Heroes, Fame, Beauty and the Beast, 5 Years, So Love, Star, Hang On To Yourself, Ziggy Stardust, Suffragette City, Station, and TVC 15. TVC 15. That's a good one. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go get this box of sleeves. I'm going to need them. I'm going to apologize in advance to Paul because I just stole the box of sleeves off his table. I don't know how long I've been working off that, but these are a bundle or bulk boxes of 1,000 loose outer sleeves that we order. And I don't know how long I've been working on this box over here, but I've went through 1,000 sleeves. Sleeve in Japanese and loose random auctions. That's over 1,000 auctions. Or that is 1,000 auctions I've tagged. I don't know how long I've been working on that box. I can't remember when I opened it. But it doesn't seem that long ago. I've sleeved 1,000 new auctions. All right, so that's sold. Trina Long wants on that Black Sabbath waiting list. Trina just also got the ABBA there for $35. And then nobody on David Bowie. And then Javi Soto said sold. And that was on this. Did you get one earlier? Who got one earlier? Who was the first one to get one earlier? It wasn't you, was it? Somebody else bought one earlier. It wasn't you, was it? Who was the first one to get one of these? Andy Wade. Yeah. You already got one, right? No, that's Javi Soto. Wow, y'all have similar... Y'all both have like white dogs as your profile picture. You... Javi Soto and Andy Wade. Wow. So Javi Soto, you get one as well. And Crystal Newman wants a Three Doors Down Greatest Hits. Justin Deckelman on the waiting list for Black Sabbath, the self-titled Rhino, and he also wants a Meshuggah right over here. And that's so to Justin Deckelman. All righty. What a great crate. Let's go through some vintage stuff now. Best offer. All new auctions coming up. I've got a new box of sleeves over here, so I feel much better now. I was down to like a handful. I was like, oh no, I'm going to have to go get new sleeves at some point. But we got that taken care of. And Alonzo wants, yeah, look at that. Andy Wade and Javi Soto. Look at that. Y'all both got dogs, white little dogs. Well, Andy's is like a lab, isn't it? I see a lab, and I see like a little poodle. I see a lab and a poodle there. That's what y'all both bought Alcatraz. There must be a correlation. If you own a dog, you like Alcatraz. Dang, that would be a lot of people. How many Americans own pet dogs? Oh my gosh. I feel like everybody does. I feel like everybody on earth owns a pet dog or cat of some sort. All right. Rebecca Howard. I hadn't seen Rebecca. A few people might be out at concerts or partying. Some people go out and party on me and they don't tune in on Friday nights until about 10 o'clock. All right, there's that, Bowie. All right, excellent. I'm going to keep these over here. Meat puppets, there is. Wow, we're going to end up selling most of that entire crate. I'm excited to go through the other titles. So to do that, let's go ahead and expedite a new crate, new auctions, and that way we can get over here to the rest of that other new vinyl. So let's go through one crate of pre-owned right quick. And let's do it. Let me pick out a good one to go through. Let me see what this one here looks like. Deep Purple, Birds, Bob Dylan, Janis Joplin, Creedence, Johnny Cash. I found it. All right, everything in this is going to be buy it now or best offer. Let's get all new auctions up. Here we go. ABBA's gone. Yep, I should have other records like that, though. 3 new auctions going up right now. Let's do it. And I don't think I need my laptop until the next new vinyl bin comes out. So let me conserve my battery. I'm on about 3 hours sleep. And I've got to be up for my nephew's graduation. It's about an hour drive. Well, 40 minutes. And it's at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just glad to be here. I'm just glad to be here. I'm glad y'all are here too. ABBA's gone. Justin on the 3 Doors Down waiting list. Alonzo on the Alcatraz Live waiting list. So Alonzo, Alcatraz Live waiting list. Justin on the 3 Doors Down waiting list. And we're good to go. All new auctions heading up right now. The next thing we have is John Lennon's Double Fantasy. People say I'm crazy. Doing what I'm doing. This is John Lennon. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. I really love to watch them roll. Woman, John Lennon, a $35 star. Double Fantasy, that's now up for bid. John Lennon is now up for bid. The next auction I have for you is Led Zeppelin Coda. And Led Zeppelin's a 1982 US OG. It is going to go up. The note from Laura is super clean. $35 start. It has one little tear on the cover there, probably where a sticker was, and that's a $35 start. It is OG and very nice vinyl, near mint minus. And then our third auction, we're going to go ahead and knock out this stack of reel-to-reels, is more Mission Impossible. This is a vintage reel-to-reel, 3 3/4 inch per second, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. All right, everything in this crate is near mint minus, or excuse me, everything in this crate is buy it now best offer. It should be all EX or better records. Don't hesitate to make offers. Let's get the job done and sell everything in here. The Electric Flag is in shrink wrap, $29.99. A Columbia 2i, EX condition on that one, $29.99. Jesse Come Home by James Gang, $19.99 for James Gang. The World of Johnny Cash, a 20 all-time great recordings in one package. Gatefold 2 LP, $24.99 on Johnny Cash. More Creedence Gold. This has their the die-cut cover, 34, where it opens up and shows their pictures. This one happens to have a little damage on it right there, but it is $34.99. Everything in this crate is BINBO, which abbreviated means buy it now or best offer. Mott the Hoople Mott, $19.99 on Mott the Hoople, and The Best of Eric Burdon and the Animals, Volume 2. This actually happens to be in mono. The Best of Eric Burdon and the Animals. What did I say? The Best of Eric Burdon and the Animals. Yeah, $19.99 on that. Final call. The Reel does have a bid for $10, and that's a final call to Michael. No bid on John for $35, and no bid on Lead for $35. 1 second. Let me do that. This. What did I have here? Okay. All right. Sean's out on Led Zeppelin. Thank you. Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions, $29.99. Gatefold, Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions. Very nice copy. $29.99 on that. Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1. That's $19.99. Now those back two auctions have bids. We're about to do a clean sweep. 35, 35, and 10. All final calls. Janis Joplin. That's $34.99. Janis Joplin. And Long John Baldry. That's $14.99. Long John Baldry. How to use tact and skill in handling people. Dr. Paul P. Parker. Perfect. You listen to this and you'll be able to deal with people better. Okay, if you have trouble dealing with people on a day-to-day basis, you put this on and it will greatly help you out. So if you have every day, if you just like can't stand people, this will change your life. $9.99. Bob Dylan is $34.99, Planet Waves. Bob Dylan's $34.99. And the Carpenters, A Kind of a Hush. Shrink and Hype, $14.99. And Carpenters, Shrink and Hype, We've Only Just Begun, $14.99. Sorry, what's the Led Zeppelin bid? You have it for $35. I'm about to sell it to you. I'm about to sell it to you. And then, Chuck, you bid 10 on the Reel. There was already a bid for 10 with Michael Rudolph. Jeff Hallsworth said 13 on Hall & Oates. Let's take a look at it. Sold to Jeff Hallsworth for $13. See how easy that was? Boom. Next is Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group. $19.99. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, $34.99. Chad needs to listen to that before he got into the Frampton guy. I got into it with a Frampton guy? When was that? I don't remember that. Lots of people. John Mayall recorded live from Roxy in Los Angeles, $24.99. And Climax Blues Band FM Live, $29.99. All right, so John Lennon is sold for $35 to Terry Gearhart. Thank you on that. Beautiful Japanese pressing. If anybody could give a course on how to deal with people, I could do it. I could explain to people how to deal with people. I consider myself a professional at dealing with people. ST on Jeff Beck, Jan Hammer Group. Chuck's in on the Reel at 15. And then Jennifer, you do get the Led Zeppelin for 35. Michael's out, so Chuck, you're about to get that for 15. Next is the Byrds. This is $26.99. And Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. Deep Purple is $26.99. Deep Purple, $26.99. All right, next thing I have for you is another couple auctions. First, we got Miles Davis at the Fillmore. This is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute original with the company inner sleeve. It is an EX edition, and Miles Davis is a $25 start. Miles Davis at the Fillmore, a $25 start on that. And one more time, it is an OG and EX. The cover has some ring wear, so we'll call it VG. $25 start on that. We'll go ahead and sell this Reel to Chuck Haley for $15. And that looks like we need a Japanese pressing then. We'll do Warrior, Scandal, featuring Patty Smythe, and we'll put this up for a $35 start. $35 start. Warrior, Scandal, featuring Patty Smythe. $35 start. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. That's now up for bid. Also, Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters, a 1990 U.S. original. Wow, that one doesn't come through very often. 1990, $44.99. Fleetwood Mac, Future Games, $24.99. Same thing happened with the last crate. We went through a crate like this earlier, and very little was selling. And then about at the end of the crate, we started selling a bunch, and then we went back through it and we sold almost everything. So if you're waiting, I would start making offers right now. The electric flag, grooving is easy, $24.99. The electric flag, grooving is easy. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Lalo Schifrin Mannix. This is a really cool looking reel-to-reel here, 3 3/4 inch per second, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that one. Andy Wade offered $25 on Dylan, and I think that was for the Planet Waves, right? Andy, that's so to you. Thank you. Slicker on electric flag, sold. John Durden on Eric Burden for $12. This, sold. Denise says, how much was the first electric flag? Denise, $29.99. And the reel has a bid for $10. Scandal has a bid for $35 of Rich Krulak, and we're about to make Miles Davis a buy it now for $25 unless there's a bid. Fleetwood Mac again, Kiln House, $24.99. And Deep Purple live in London. Deep Purple is $29.99. Deep Purple live in London, $29.99. Robin said she would do 20 on both Carpenters. See how easy that was sold? See how easy those sold? Robin Glenn gets those for 10 and 10. 10 and 10. Also, Beginnings, Allman Brothers Band, $34.99. Beginnings, the Allman Brothers Band. This is the first 2 Allman Brothers albums packaged into one, which, if you hadn't heard, is some of the greatest music ever recorded. $34.99 on that. Andy Wade on Kiln House for $20. That's sold to Andy Wade. I told y'all there were some great titles in here. This is sold for $10 to Michael Rudolph, the Mannix reel-to-reel. Thank you on that. Miles Davis is sold to ST for $25. And Rich Krulak gets Scandal for $35. I love that. A clean sweep. A clean sweep. It's done. The board is empty, and we're ready for all new opportunities to brighten your life. I love opportunities. And Chuck Haley almost bid on the Lalo Schifrin. I think Chuck has a slight delay. If I would have gave that another 30 seconds, his bid would have come in. I feel like this one here will open up interest to a lot of people because this is a classic 60s album. This is the Box Tops, The Letter, and Neon Rainbow. My baby, she wrote me a letter. When I think about the good times, I cry like a baby. That one's not on here, though. But the letter is. Very nice. The Box Tops, 3 3/4 inch per second. It's now up for bid for a $10 start. All right, and then Allman Brothers for $20 with Jared. Jared, $5 more and I'll sell that to you. That is $12.50 per album if you think about it that way. How could you say no? Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's John Coltrane. John Coltrane, Expression, a Japanese pressing. Let's take a look at the vinyl right quick. Oh, man, beautiful Japanese vinyl. The cover is probably VG+, maybe VG just because of some ring wear, which is unusual to see on Japanese pressings, and maybe a few minor humidity spots. The gatefold has the insert with it, and there's more humidity spots in there. Very common. I don't know if anybody has a scientific explanation. I mean, when I think about Japan and what I've heard, it's just like a high humidity region. And so if these records over there wasn't stored properly, they're known for getting these humidity spots. It's just from a reaction with moisture, and it's quite common. Whoops, sorry. I'm smacking the camera with John Coltrane. But the vinyl on that's beautiful, $35. The reel has bids for $10 and $15. Michael's out. Jared gets the Allman Brothers for $25. This is a great crate, by the way. Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, and Denny Diaz. You may know these guys here from Steely Dan. $34.99. You got to walk it like you talk it. $34. I guess all 3 of them from Steely Dan. Denny Diaz was the guitar player. He was recently interviewed by Rick Beato. Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde, $24.99 for the Birds. And Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. Great live album here. $39.99 for Joe Cocker. And We have Climax Blues Band, a lot of bottle. Climax Blues Band's in shrink wrap, $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's the good old Grateful Dead trucking. And this is a 1980s U.S. Winchester. It is on this kind of second or third label, late 70s Warner Brothers label, but it's a beautiful copy. No condition notes. Grateful Dead is a $35 start. Grateful Dead, $35 start. Okay, and here's where we're at. Chris Bachek said Steely Dan at 30. I'm assuming for the you got to walk to talk. You got to walk it like you talk it, right? So if so, that's true, and that's so to Chris Bachek for 30. Rick Berrien's already locked in a bid on Coltrane for 35. The second Deep Purple, there's actually 3 in here, but the second one, we have Come Taste the Band for 26. The Tougher to Get Slaves and Masters from 1990, it's $44.99. And then we had a really cool Live in London. Blackmore, Coverdale, Glenn Hughes, John Lord. Wow, $29.99. David Coverdale on that one. And then Todd Fisher was next on Steely Dan. He was going to pay sticker. So Chris Bachek, you got an unnecessary discount, but that's okay. And then ST offered 20 for the Birds. That's sold. And Marsha wants the Joe Cocker. That is sold. And now we have filled up another crate. So before I do anything else, let me swap out bins because we have filled up an entire crate here. An entire crate has been filled up. So let me shift these over right quick. Awesome. That's our third full crate of the night. And we still got a whole crate of new vinyl to go. And based on the last performance, I bet we can sell all that. Doing pretty good tonight for technically not having many pre-owned arrivals. But we got so many crates like this that have great records where it's some of those nights where John, Paul, and Laura is all here and they price 6, 3, and 3, and 4. And we have like 12 crates and 6 crates of new vinyl. And it's just totally... totally too much stuff. Bob, I hadn't forgot about you. Mott the Hoople. Don't worry, I've got a system going here. Bob, I will sell that to you for $12. I didn't skip you. I just hadn't got to it yet. I had a system going there, $12. I ran out of room in my crate. $12 on that if you want it. And this reel is sold for $15 to Chuck Haley. Nobody bid on Grateful Dead, right? Nobody bid on Grateful Dead. Final call for $35. Coltrane was at $35, and then $40, and then $40. And Bob, I can't forget about you. Oh my goodness. That's sold to you for $12. Trina said I'll do the Deep Purple Live for $20. Let's go ahead and sell that to Trina for $20. And then we have Marshall Tucker, Running Like the Wind. Marshall Tucker's $14.99. Bob Dylan, Self-Portrait. That is $64.99. That's an OG pressing. Beautiful textured cover, self-portrait. That's Bob Dylan. In his eyes, that's what he looks like. $64.99. And Savoy Brown, Savage Return, $19.99. Looks like we need another reel. How about Dusty Springfield? That's a good one. The Look of Love. Dusty Springfield is 3 3/4 inch per second. Dusty's going to go up for a $10 start. Another reel-to-reel. Dusty Springfield, $10 start on that. Also, Moody Jr., Junior Walker, and the All-Stars, that's $19.99. So I want to remind everybody, there's a two-way tie for Coltrane, and 2 people's outbid. Sean Fairweather has it for $40, and it's a final call to him. Do we know what year it is? No, but I can give you that information probably quickly. It is a... It is a 1977. It is a 1977. Sleeker wants Savoy. Sleeker, you get Savoy. John Mayall's Blues Breakers Crusade, $26.99 for John Mayall. Spirit, Father Along. Spirit is Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. And Derek and the Dominoes in concert, $34.99. Gatefold, amazing. Eric Clapton. Why Does Love Got to Be So Bad? Got to Get Better in a Little While. Let It Rain. Blind Faith cover. Presence of the Lord. Blues Power. $34.99 on that. Delaney and Bonnie and Friends on tour. Guess what? With Eric Clapton. That's $19.99. The Grateful Dead is a buy it now for $35. It is an 80s pressing, but it is available for $35. We have Humble Pie, Rock On. Humble Pie with Peter Frampton and Steve Marriott. This is a gatefold, A&M Records. $19.99 on that. A German press. I was about to say, it feels like a UK. It is a German press. Rick Barron, the original bidder on Coltrane, is back in at $42. Sean, you're out. Final call to get a bid on Dusty Springfield for $10. Did I miss something else? ST put DR. I might have missed something from ST. DR. DR. Did I pull that for you? ST, DR. Let me figure out. I just scrolled back up and seen that. DR. DR. Did I pull that? I'm not for sure. It could be in the last crate. All right, and then we're back down to the bottom. Chain Lightning, Don McLean, $9.99. Carole King, Touch the Sky. Carole King is $14.99. And Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, $19.99 on that. And Climax Blues Band, Reel to Reel. Speaking of Reel to Reel, $14.99 on Climax Blues Band there. All right, so let's see what we need. We need another auction back here from the tag stuff. And how about another OG Bowie? Another OG Bowie here. A 1973 U.S. Indianapolis original pressing. OG David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. That's the first label, the OG pressing for this album. It's EX, and we're going to put it up for a $35 start. Destructo Cat on Grateful Dead. Are you a first-time buyer? To my knowledge, I don't think you've ever bought from us before, but if you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, or if you are under a different name, let me know. And then if you are a first-time buyer, I'll give you first-time buyer instructions. Robin Trower, In City Dreams. Robin Trower is $19.99. 16 Greatest Hits of the Impressions. That's $26.99. Jeff Beck Truth. Jeff Beck Truth is $19.99. And Lionel Richie is $9.99. And folks, we're going through a buy it now best offer bin there. There's still great stuff left. It's up to you again. Rick Barron on the Coltrane. Sean bid $45. What is the Dusty? She just got a bid for $11. This is Dusty Springfield, The Look of Love. It's a reel-to-reel tape. It's a reel-to-reel tape, and we're about to sell it for $11 unless there's new bids in. We got to confirm that we have a first-time buyer over on YouTube. First-time buyer, you should have my info. Okay, Destructo Cat, thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome to Coletco. Now, that's your first purchase of the week, so you have the rest of tonight and tomorrow, $8 in limited shipping. Take full advantage of that. Lionel Richie is sold to Jerry Ferguson for $8. I've lost a bidder on the Coltrane, but Sean's had it now for 2 minutes, so I'm going to have to sell it to him. Very quickly, Rick Barron, it's back to you. And now, all of a sudden, the Dusty Springfield has awoken. And now, David Bowie has a bid. And now Chad's going to take a drink of his purple juice, which, if you don't know what purple juice is, it's a concoction of great value Walmart brand energy packets mixed with water. And it's delicious. It tastes absolutely delicious. It's highly concentrated. All right, next thing we have is another bid on David Bowie and out on Coltrane. Thank you for letting me know you're out. And we're going to go ahead and sell Derek and the Dominoes for $25 to Jeremy Merck. See how easy that is? And now Paul Redfern, you're out on the reel-to-reel. And now Sean Fairweather, you're going to get the John Coltrane for $45. So that's so do you. Let's go ahead and grab that in a new sleeve over here. Nice. Nice. And I'm just going to read what's left in here. That way we can go ahead and sell hopefully another half of the bin. And go ahead and knock out that other crate of new vinyl. So let's get started. Let's get started. First thing I have here is James Gang, Jesse Come Home, $19.99. The World of Johnny Cash, that's $24.99. 20 all-time tracks. CCR Gold, $34.99. Stevie Wonder Intervisions, $29.99. Janis Joplin's $34.99. Paul Redfern gets the reel-to-reel for $13. The David Bowie still tied. James Allen bid $35, and then Mark Riley bid $35. So I'm going to give that a final call to James Allen for $35. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and it is Duran Duran Arena, a great live Duran Duran here. It feels pretty heavy. That means it could have some extras with it. Let's see what's going on with Duran and Duran. $35 start. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the book, and this is Duran Duran Live. Gatefold, a $35 start. Duran Duran Arena. James says, I've been watching for over a month and wondering what Purple Juice is. Well, James, welcome to Collectco. Thanks for watching every night. And yeah, here is, it's basically a blue acai, a cherry slush mixed in with Dasani water. And it's basically it's only about a half a bottle of water. So you can imagine how concentrated it is. But welcome. Long John Baldry is $14.99. Duran Duran 35. Bowie 38. Here we go. How to use tact and skill. Are y'all sure y'all don't want to buy this? How to work with a group of people. How to handle one person. The secret of convincing without seeming to convince. The importance of using the other fellow's yardstick. What? $9.99. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, $34.99. John Mayall recorded live from the Roxy in Los Angeles, $24.99. Climax Blues Band is $29.99. And The Birds is $26.99. Let's pause there to introduce another reel-to-reel. We got 5 left. 5 left up here. Here's The Happenings. This is Cycle. The Happenings Cycle. That's going to go up for a $10 start. The Happenings. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band, $26.99. Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters, $19.90. OG Pressing, $44.99. Bob Riger offered $13 for James Gang. That's sold to Bob Riger for $13. Thank you, Mr. Riger. Fleetwood Mac Future Games, $24.99. The Electric Flag, $29.99. Original Columbia 2i and Shrink. Climax Blues Band, speaking of shrink wrap, A Lot of Bottle, $24.99. Marshall Tucker 10th was $14.99. Bob Dylan Self-Portrait, $64.99. And Moody Blues is $19.99. Bowie's at $38. Now I've got to hear back from James Allen. James Allen over on YouTube, you've been outbid by Mark Riley over on Facebook. He has it for $38. His bid right now over here is right there with my hand. Final call to him. Michael has The Happenings for $10. Final call to him. Chad is going to put Duran Duran in a new sleeve for Trina. And did I sell the cassette? No, I hadn't sold any cassettes since you've been gone. We've moved over to reel-to-reels right now. Our bonus auctions are reel-to-reels. We usually have LP auctions, if y'all know, and then we have bonus auctions. These are our bonus auctions. John Mayall's Blues Breakers Crusade, $26.99. Spirit, Farther Along. Spirit's $14.99. Val Simonia on The Birds for $20. This is sold to Val Simonia for $20. Thank you on that. Delaney and Bonnie on tour of Eric Clapton, $19.99. Rock On Humble Pie, that's $19.99. Chain Lightning Don McLean, $9.99. Carole King Touch the Sky, Carol's $14. Rick Wakeman is $19. And we have Climax Blues Band again, $14. This reel is sold for $10. Michael Rudolph. This Bowie is sold to Mark Riley for $38. And now we need all new auctions. Let me go ahead and read these last 3 records, though. Robin Trower, $19. The Impressions is $26. And wow, nobody on Jeff Beck with Rod Stewart. Ain't Superstitious. Rod Stewart on lead vocals. That's great stuff there. $19.99. All right, let's put up another Japanese auction right quick. And that next Japanese auction is going to be a Dylan I don't think I've had too many times. Real Live. Real Live. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Whoops. Hold up, Dylan. Don't go too far. Bob Dylan, Real Live, a $35 start. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the other insert. There's the cover and Obi. Bob Dylan. There's Jeff Beck. And then Pie for $15. Pie. I love Pie. Humble Pie. That's sold to Stephen, $15. Electric Flag for $20. Right back here, Rick Barry End. And boom. And then Don McLean. No American Pie on this, Robin, if that's what you're looking for. Words and music crying, it's just the sun. Lot of loving, chain lightning, your cheating heart, wonderful night, it doesn't matter anymore. Since I don't have you, Genesis, and it's a beautiful life. I usually know what people's looking for when they ask track listings. Don McLean, the question is, does it have American Pie on it? Not on that one. That's on the album American Pie. Sometimes you can find it on some of his compilations as well. Spirit is sold to Bill Stewart for $9.99. And the 16 greatest hits of the Impressions is $26.99 on ABC Records. All right, Dylan's a $35 start. The other LP I have over here is Thelonious Monk, Crisscross. Thelonious Monk is a 1963 USOG pressing in mono. And this particular album in mono has sold for as much as $135. Thelonious Monk Crisscross, Columbia 2i. It was at that jazz radio station collection we got, KMIH Jazz, $25. I mean, I don't know if y'all have noticed lately, but night after night, we've been selling dozens of jazz albums, which have kind of just went under the radar. We didn't really promote that we even bought this collection. It's just been, I mean, every night. I mean, OG jazz just galore. It's kind of flew under the radar. $25 start. That should have been something I was posting about, boosting, advertising. Jazz. They just kind of pop up every night. $25 on Monk. Here's Steam. Nah, nah, hey, hey, goodbye. This is the original reel-to-reel for that. Nice. $10 start. This is a 3 3/4 inch per second. $10 start on that. Monk has a bid for $25. Anybody else on this bin? Impressions, Don McLean, Jeff Beck, Robin Trower, Climax Blues Band, Rick Wakeman, Carole King, Delaney and Bonnie, John Mayall, Junior Walker, Bob Dylan, Marshall Tucker, Climax, Fleetwood Mac, Deep Purple, Climax, John Mayall again, Clapton, Tact and Skill, Long John Baldry, Janis, Stevie Wonder, CCR, and Johnny Cash. And I'm going to condense this other crate over here that was left over. And we've went through 2 crates of Buy It Now Best Offer, and everything left is in one bin now. Actually, about 2/3 of a bin. Thanks, everybody, on those. I'm going to move these right here behind me. We got JC for 13, and JC for 13 was for the... what was Johnny Cash? John, I will sell that to you for 18. 18 on that one. 20, 10. Final call on this Dylan back here for $35. All right, let's do like we did just a moment ago and knock out some more new vinyl. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically price them on command here. I'm going to go get the rest of this crate. And the last time we did that, it was very successful. Susie said she would do 20 for Johnny Cash. I've already told John 18. It's up to John. He can have it for 18, or I'll sell it to Susie for 18. I'm about to sell it to somebody for 18, though. Who's going to get it? Let's get this other crate of new vinyl over here. What is this doing? Ron Cantor's? Here's a random Ron Cantor single laying over here. Steady as she goes. That's a good one, isn't it? What's that doing over here? It's amazing how much random stuff is just laying around over here. Just laying around. All right, let's get my pricing gun loaded. Let's pull that Johnny Cash out for 18. Susie, you got a little bit of a discount. I spoke too soon on that one. All right. Thelonious Monk, let's go over that one more time. Thelonious Monk is a 1963 US OG mono. So it's in VG Plus condition. Mono. First label, obviously OG. The cover has to go VG because of the writing. These were in a jazz station, and they typically would write on them so people couldn't steal them, or they could identify it was theirs. That's 25. But my selling point on these jazz albums are always, imagine how many times this was broadcast over the airwaves, and hundreds, if not thousands, of people listen to this over the airwaves. I think that's pretty cool, especially when you have like promo copies from radio stations, and it's like, I don't know, let's say Foreigner's debut album, how many times it was probably played over the airwaves for people to hear. So I always, my selling point on writing with radio station call signals is like, wow, how many people listen to that? Paul, you're out on the reel-to-reel, and Michael has it for 12, and Dylan's a bot now for $35. Dylan's a buy it now for $35, real live. So, new vinyl coming up right now. I'm going to tell you a price and show it to you. We got a full crate over here. And this is going to be fun because it's all new stuff and it's great stuff. And some of it's a waiting list and it's just great titles in my opinion. I'll get another Japanese up as soon as I show you this first record in here. And let me get my price sheet a little bit closer. Let me get my pricing gun in my hand. And this first record should be $34.99. It is. This is $34.99. It is Slayer, South of Heaven. Slayer, South of Heaven is $34.99. I've got 2 copies of Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99. I lost Paul on the reel, so go ahead and sell that to Michael for $12. Now we need a new Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing is Born in the USA. Bruce Springsteen. $35 start on Bruce. He is going to go up. This thing is loaded with hits. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. He's got inserts. He's in shrink wrap. Bruce is a $35 start. Okay, next LP is $46.99. I already know the prices on these. $46.99. It's Korn, self-titled. There is a waiting list for Korn self-titled. Are you ready? Is my question. My 6 isn't working. My 6 is broken on my price gun or on Laura's price gun. It's still broken. What's going on here? Okay, well, we'll just say these are 46. I know there's a waiting list. Let me get my laptop fired back up. And let's put up another reel. The next reel is Cal Jader, Soulbird. Cool, with the owl on the cover. That's another reel-to-reel, Cal Jader, Soulbird. There it is. What measurement is this? This is a 3 3/4 inch per second. 10. Let's get my laptop open. I should have 2 extras. Bob Riger's going to grab one. That's going to be sweet. But first, let me grab this. Open this up. Okay, so Korn waiting list is Justin Garrett. Justin, thank you. And then Bob Riger. Make sure, please, these go in for $46.99. And there's 1 extra left. So Monk 40, Monk 45. Real has a bid for 10. And has John Lee Hooker be... I don't think so. Bruce is a final call for 35. This artist here is always popular. I really wish they would put the rest of their catalog in print. We could sell the heck out of them, but I got this available for $38.99. $38.99. Dangerous Toys, Vitamins, and Crash Helmets live. $38.99. So Dangerous Toys is a 2 LP on blue vinyl, limited to 300. Korn is 46 and Slayer is 34. The reel has a bid for 10, final call, and Bruce is about to be a buy it now as well. Where's the Rancantors? The Rancantors is going to go up for a $5 start. Steady as she goes and store-bought bones. Third Man Records, Rancantors is a $5 start. $5 start on the Rancantors. Shannon Lee wants Dangerous Toys. Thank you, Shannon Lee. That's so do you. The next item I have available is priced at $39.99. It's a music on vinyl pressing. I have 3 copies. If you want to see something sell out really fast, pay close attention to what's about to happen. And then we're going to have to take a waiting list. These are $39.99. Blind Melon self-titled with their hit song No Rain. That's available. The last bid on Monk that came in was Rick Barrand at 50. And that means Brent Ribley, you were outbid. I'm going to check on John Lee Hooker for you. Slayer was 34. Shannon got Dangerous Toys. Mark Morris got a Dangerous Toys. We're going to put Danny Thomason and Justin Deckelman on a waiting list. Maybe not. Justin wants the info. Danny's first on the waiting list. Cal Jader got a new bid for 14. The Rancantors is a $5 start. Now, James Hicks, you put RAC for Rancantors. There's only one problem. You didn't put a number. Always make sure when you're bidding, you put a number, because if you don't put a number, I don't know exactly what your numerical bid is. And then Blind Melon is sold to Brandon Lack. Shannon Lee also gets a blind melon. Jerry Ferguson gets a blind melon. Now the reel-to-reel's at 15. Now the Rancantors is at 5. And Bruce Springsteen is a buy it now for $35. A no bid. A no bid on Bruce. $35. I'm going to put him right over here with Dylan. Michael's out on the reel. It's now at 15. So let's show Dangerous Toys again. Dangerous Toys is called Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live. It's a 2LP blue vinyl, $38.99. And I'm going to go everything we sell out of again, just like I did the last crate, because this is some really good stuff. It's selling quickly, and we're going to have a lot of waiting list, okay? Now, we got 3 auctions, and Brent went out on Monk. So let's get it down to 2 auctions, the bonus auctions. And Monk is then sold for $50 to Rick Barrand. Done. The Rancantors is at 12 of James Hicks. Brent, you're out. And now it's up to one person on the reel-to-reel, and that's Matthew Cabot. Justin also wants on that waiting list with Danny Thomason on the Dangerous Toys. Our next auction is Booker T and the MGs. This is a 1966 USOG. A 1966 USOG. VG condition, a $25 start. Bruce Springsteen is sold to Trina for $30. Now the reel has a bid for $16. We got another Japanese auction coming up as soon as I show you this next record. And this next record that I'm about to show you at this moment, without further ado, as soon as I can find the price for it, it's $33.99. And this is Anthrax for All Kings. I've got 2 copies, $33.99. Now to reel the reels at 17. Korn is $46.99. 2LP, $46.99. We've sold 2. There's 1 left. Brent's out on the Rancantors. Final call to James Hicks for $12. One more record. I went ahead and got 5 of these because this artist has pretty much nothing in print. So when I saw that they had something available, I was like, I better go ahead and grab 5 of them. And then hopefully we'll need a waiting list. We're about to find out. The price is $29.99. You just heard my price gun click 5 times. Junkyard. Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice. Red vinyl, $29.99. Junkyard recorded live in 1989. Next, Booker T, final call for $25. Anthrax sold to Michael Salazar. Anthrax waiting list. No waiting list for Anthrax. It's still available. So, Mark, it's available if you want it. Now, if you say pass, Jamie Butler's going to get it, and then I'll put you on a waiting list. If you want one right now, it's available. Now the reel's at 20. The Rancantors is officially sold to James Hicks for $12. Now Booker T's at 30 with Richard Yeager. Paul's out on the reel. Matthew's about to get that for 20. So we'll figure out if he wants this now or later. I can't do waiting list if it's still available. If it's still available, we got to sell it now. So Jamie Butler gets this, and now, Mark, I'll put you on a waiting list if that's what you wanted. That means he'll come in next week. This is sold to Jamie Butler. And did I pull Shannon Lee's Junkyard? I didn't. Junkyard sold to Shannon Lee, and I have 4 copies left if anybody else wants one. $29.99. Blind Melon. Blind Melons were sold to Brandon Lack, Shannon Lee, and Jerry Ferguson. We had 3, and they all sold. Yes. There's that. Next is this, and I got to make sure I don't have a waiting list. It's $38.99. Mark Morris on a waiting list for Anthrax. Can I get any other Dangerous Toys? Not really. That's what I was saying. Dangerous Toys virtually has nothing of their discography in print, Crystal. So pretty much all their studio albums, there's like that and Greatest Tricks, which I've ordered Greatest Tricks. And some of those, I don't know if they're actually the original cuts or not. Some of these bands, their catalog is just not in print. Dangerous Toys is one of them. I've got one copy of Wasp for $38.99. That's a 40th anniversary half-speed master. Let me make sure I don't have a waiting list on Wasp. Let's make sure on Wasp there's not a waiting list. There isn't. So that copy of Wasp is still available. Anthony Clark wants a Junkyard. Brandon, you did get that. The Cal Jader here is sold to Matthew Cabot for $20. Booker T is now at $30. Brent Robley, you're out. Our next auction is, let's see, there's some people asked about a few things in here. Muddy Waters, there's John Lee Hooker. Here's John Lee Hooker. John Lee Hooker is a 1981 UK original compilation. No condition notes, really nice vinyl and cover. Hooker is a $25 start. And then next is the Reel to Reel from Shay. She. Shay. You know, like Shay. This is the soundtrack, and that's a $10 start. That's a reel to reel. Let me show you the tape. And that's 3 3/4 inch. Hooker's at $25. Next, I know the price on this. It's $33.99. It is $33.99. It's on red vinyl. Translucent limited edition red vinyl. It's Docking, Breaking the Chains. Red vinyl, Docking, Breaking the Chains, $33.99. I already know the next price on, ooh, we got this, and then we got the next three are all new releases for today. This next album, though, I wouldn't have had it in stock if someone hadn't told me to order one for them. And this band, speaking of somebody's discography that was long out of print, this band here, their discography, there was nothing available. I remember a few years ago, customer, when I was probably still in the store like more than normal, he said, I have traveled the world going in record stores, and I've never seen anything available from Godsmack. Just maybe 1 or 2 albums. I was like, that's true. Godsmack's discography is not in print. But in the recent year, maybe year and a half, they've put most of their stuff out on vinyl. Godsmack is $39.99. This one's called Faceless. Godsmack, Faceless. This is a 2 LP. And the waiting list for this was, one second, the waiting list for this was Tim Holloway. He also earlier got When Legends Rise. But this is sold to Tim Holloway. It's actually a 45 RPM, $39.99 on Godsmack Faceless. All right, so the reel has 1 bid, sold to Michael Rudolph for $10. Unfortunately, I lost Brent on Booker T, so sell that to Richard Yeager for $30. And now John Lee Hooker's at $40. And now we need a new Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that is going to be Bridge Over Troubled Water. And this is going to be a $35 start. Gabe just asked the price on the reel. I just sold it for $10. And we have Bridge Over Troubled Water, Simon and Garfunkel. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the cover and Obi. A $35 start on Bridge Over Troubled Water. Hey, this is a new release. This is pretty cool, I think. It's $29.99. $29.99. This comes out today. Let me make sure I got the price right on this, though. Yeah, Global Stage Orchestra, okay? It's mark 5 of them here. All right, this is new. This is from Global Stage Orchestra, Star Wars, The Themes. Vocals, music and vocals performed by Global Stage Orchestra, John Williams. It's on colored vinyl. It's all the themes, like the main theme, and Imperial March, and Yoda's theme, and Duel of the Fates, Across the Stars, Anakin's Dream. Very cool. And that's on colored vinyl, Star Wars, The Themes. The Global Stage Orchestra. Ryan Eaton wants a Godsmack. John Lee Hooker, George Scher, it's up to you. The next reel to reel is The Happenings, Peace of Mind. That's a pretty cool looking one there. The Happenings is a $10 start. New Star Wars, The Themes, $29.99. This is also new for today. Make sure I got the price right on this. I have 3 of them. And then I'm going to go over everything that's sold out That way we can take waiting list and sell some more. Star Wars is $29.99. $29.99 on that one. And next is the very best of Screaming Jay Hawkins. 180 gram colored vinyl. That's $33.99. Greg Herman on Star Wars. Sean was second. The Real has the bid for 10. Hooker 45.46. Final call on Simon & Garfunkel for 35. Screaming Jay Hawkins is 33. And here is another band. I was looking up all the, as y'all can tell, hair metal essentials here. And I was like, oh boy, I saw them in stock. I was like, okay, we got to grab a few of these up. And let me confirm the price. This one is $38. $38 on this one. Boom, 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 boom. All right, boom. All right, this is Bullet Boys Behind the Orange Curtain. Bullet Boys. Limited edition. 300 on red marble vinyl. Bullet Boys, $38.99. Final call on the Real for 10. There is a bid on Simon & Garfunkel with David. And George, it's up to you on the John Lee Hooker. Now, that was a fantastic crate, again, of new vinyl. I feel like we need to read through some of that again. As soon as Chad adjusts his neck. Whew, that felt good. Only one Star Wars. No, I had 4 of those. I got 4. I got 4 left. I had 5. There's 4 left. Alonzo on Bullet Boys. The Iron Maiden sold last night for $3,266. $3,266. Let's read through these again. One more time. And then I'm going to show you everything left from the first crate that you might have missed. Mr. Bob Riger on Star Wars. Bob's John Hughes box set didn't come in, so he's taking full advantage. What, right? All right, so here's what's left. Slayer, South of Heaven, 2 remain. Slayer, $34.99. New and sealed, Slayer. Korn, 1 remains. 2 LP, music on vinyl. The only way it's in print, OGs or any other kind of pressings can get really pricey. $46.99. Junkyard, I've got 3 left. Junkyard, Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice. Red vinyl, $29.99. Wasp, self-titled, 40th anniversary half-speed master. Red marble vinyl, $38.99. Dokken, Breaking the Chains. Red vinyl, $33.99. We'll pause here at Godsmack Faceless. 2 LP, first time ever on vinyl, $39.99. The Happenings is sold to Michael Rudolph for 10. David Johnson gets Bridge over Troubled Water for $35. He's still sticking around to see what Japanese I may throw up. And he's out on John Lee Hooker, so we got to say that's a final call. Final call on that. 75. Star Wars The Themes, we've sold 2. 3 remain, $29.99. The Very Best of Screaming Jay Hawkins for $33.99. Bullet Boys Behind the Orange Curtain, that is $38.99. And then here was the stuff left from the first bin. From the first bin was Godsmack When Legends Rise, $33.99. Danzig Skeletons for $29.99. Front 242 is $29.99. Exciter, Violence and Force, $29.99. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter, $38.99. Sean Fairweather on Star Wars. Now there's 2 left. DMX, The Legacy, $39.99. And I have REM, Live in Santa Monica, 1991, $29. And David Bowie, Live in Japan, $29. So that's tonight's new vinyl, newest arrivals there. John Lee Hooker sold to George Sheriff for $75. David's bought 6 Japanese. What was my goal this year? To sell you 1,000. I said I was going to sell you 1,000 Japanese pressings this year. We're on pace, I hope. If we're off pace, I better ramp it up. Tanner's like, why didn't you go over there this year? I was supposed to go over there this spring, and I reached out to people and got travel plans, and it's just hard taking off a week, 2 weeks for work here. Can y'all imagine? Could y'all imagine me being gone for a week? But I got to get to Japan because I've talked to people, I know people, and I've got to get over there and like buy an entire shipping container full of Japanese pressings. All right, here we go. There's the Japanese book. There's the other book with the lyrics. So this is Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. That's a $35 start. Beautiful. And Jamie, I've already pulled you a taiketo. I've already pulled you one. And Chris X wants the David Bowie live in Japan. How did Wisconsin go? They left Wednesday night, and they got back last night. They bought an incredible collection. It's posted on Facebook. I shared all the details of their trip and pictures. It's quite incredible. They drove to Wisconsin and back in 24 hours. Elton John's a $35 start. Trina's in. I have people lined up to buy the. I have people lined up to buy the Peaches crates. As of right now, we need them. If we started trying to sell them, we'd have records laid all over the floor. So as of right now, they're not for sale. Now, if you come next weekend to the dollar sale, you might see some out on the porch for sale. Here's our next auction. This is a, I don't know if this is OG or not. If it is, then it's in the wrong. Let me wait on this one. Well, I'll put it up. So this is Bruce Springsteen. Laura has it as a 73 OG. Unless it's been Frankenstein, that's impossible because it's got a barcoded cover. It could be Frankenstein or it's just in the wrong jacket. I'm not for sure. But it's a beautiful copy of Greetings from Asbury Park. A $15 start on that. And Elton John's going once, going twice. All right, so we sold all the reel-to-reels that I have up here. We still got a lot of them. And I'm sure I'll let some of those go really cheap because Sunday I sold a Boston for $95. We sold a, what was that other one? We sold something else for like $100 on Sunday. We've sold a bunch of them. But I'll let all those go at $10 starts. I've got others like Pink Floyd and Zeppelin and Beatles. Some of those are, you know, 100, 200, 300. I sold a Van Halen reel-to-reel one time for $870 on eBay. So some of them can be really expensive. I will have more in the future. These I kind of just let roll. I'll have some in the future, but I think the other box that I'm thinking of, I know there's like Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, et cetera, with those. Okay. So now we're ready for another crate to go through, probably Buy It Now Best Offer. It's 9 o'clock. If you didn't hear the first part of the show, no John today. He took off to go on a quick trip. Laura, unfortunately, is sick, migraine stuff. That's never fun, right? And so pretty much when I showed up here, I realized there was nobody here pricing records today. Luckily, we had 3 crates of new vinyl, which we've gone through, and we've sold everything except what you see here. And we've managed to sell about an entire crate of discount records. So the rest of the show, I've got plenty more auctions to run. There's still a half a crate of auctions, a crate and a half of Japanese. I'm going to go through discount bins, and I'm going to see, hopefully, everybody stays on and participates. You never know what I might bring out. And I've got to make an executive decision at some point. I've got to be at a graduation tomorrow at 10 a.m., and I'm going to do 1 or 2 crazy things. The first crazy thing I could do is end the show early and get some rest, or I stay up all night like I normally do, try to go to a graduation, take a 2-hour nap, and then be back here tomorrow at 5 to get the show started, or 5:30. So I've got a couple tough decisions to make. Either have to cut the show early or do another like crazy 24-hour swing. REM, Santa Monica. REM is an unofficial, yes, unofficial. Cassettes are about to be put up for auctions and Buy It Nows, probably Buy It Nows. So there's all the new vinyl from tonight. Let me put that over there, and let's start going through some more discount crates. Those are always fun. I've got plenty. Trust me, we've got plenty. So if you're still watching, you're going to be seeing records at Buy It Now Best Offer, and I'm going to keep feeding you auctions, okay? I'm going to keep feeding you auctions. And hopefully you're still here to keep eating them. I got to keep feeding the machine, which y'all are the machine. Welcome to the machine. Let's see what I have here. This looks like a good one here. Yeah, let's go through this one. Buy it now, best offer. Let's do it. Oh. It's that time of the year. Graduations. Graduations. I think y'all have, y'all heard me say last night I was actually supposed to speak at this graduation, and I really didn't think I was even going to be there. Then I was reminded my nephew's graduating, and I was like, oh no, I got to be there. So I actually need to text him right now. He's probably, I think he asked me a while back. I know he wants me to be there. Oh no, and we're under a tornado watch. And Samuel Copage, you're watching the wrong feed, I think. Yeah, Samuel, you're watching the wrong feed. And we're under a tornado watch until 3 a.m. That's not good either. I heard the roof popping earlier. I think it's really windy outside. Let me text Caden. I think he might start working here. He's about to graduate high school and start technical college. And I'm going to let him know. All right. Samuel, you're back on. Thank you. You're on the right feed now. I think you commented earlier on the wrong feed. You're good to go, though. Trina Long gets this for $35. Bruce is a buy it now for $15. Folks, the show is continuing. Let's go ahead and try to go through some more discount bins. Samuel, you are here now, all right? So Bruce is a $15 buy it now. Just a few no bids tonight. Dylan, Bruce, and here we are. A dust storm. Wow. Yeah, there's some bad weather. I can hear the roof popping, so it must be pretty windy outside. I'll go over all the no bids in just a second, but let's first go ahead and put up another auction here. I have Monk, as in Thelonious Monk. Monk is a 1965 U.S. original stereo copy in VG condition. Let's start it for $15. It is OG Monk. Blind Melon. Tim, we sold out. We have a waiting list. Okay? Sold out. We have a waiting list. Here's all the reel-to-reels we've sold tonight. I'm going to go ahead and stack these in here. Tim Graham also on that waiting list for Blind Melon. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Chicago is $14.99. This is Chicago 17, $14.99. The best of Bachman Turner Overdrive. You ain't seen nothing yet. Taking care of business. $12.99. I love how they say the best so far. It does have a name written on the cover. $12.99 on that. England Dan and John Ford Coley, Nights of Forever. I'd really love to see you tonight. That's $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, the classic Living in the USA. It's a picture disc version. That's $26.99. And Pete Seeger, Archive of Folk Music. Pete is $9.99. Our next Japanese auction is Stevie Wonder. And this is the original Musicarium Volume 1. Stevie Wonder is the original Musicarium. I love the embossed cover. Stevie always had textured covers. A lot of embossed stuff on his covers. Very cool. That is one. There's two. There is the insert booklet. There's the other booklet. There's the cover and obi. And that is going to go up for a $35 start, Stevie Wonder. Now, we're about to get back into some of the hardcore singles. First, Guy Shard got Linda Ronstadt. Robin, you get BTO for 10. And England Dan is sold for 7 to Jared McLaughlin. Awesome. Now, let's grab a handful of random hardcore singles here. And let's see what we have here, if I can read them. I think I got them backwards. For the kids, by the kids, Donkey Furs, Zinjar, Zero something, and Xerxes Midnight Souls. If you want to see them closer, just let me know. Those three, I think a lot of people buy them sight unseen just to experiment. 3 singles for a $10 start. Monk does have a bid for $15. Boz Skaggs and Band. Boz is $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Spirit, Son of Spirit. Spirit is $19.99. Also, Joe South's greatest hits. Walk a Mile in My Shoes. Games People Play. Joe South, no condition notes on the vinyl. The cover looks around VG. $9.99. Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You. Sonny and Cher, $14.99. Happiness is Being with the Spinners. That is $14.99. The Spinners. Also, the best of the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Not the worst, the best, like Jackie Blue. And if you want to get to heaven, $24.99 on that. And Todd Rundgren presents the ever-popular Tortured Artist Effect. That has his hit song, I Don't Want to Work, I Just Want to Bang on the Drum All Day, $19.99. So Monk is moving to a final call. Gabe Baez has that for $15. Stevie Wonder is a no bid. Final call on that for $35. And Robert does have a bid on those 345s. Now, last night we got into some really good cassette tapes, and I'm going to read through some more of these for $6.99. I do have a Kiss one that I promised for auction. So here is Kiss Asylum. It's going to go up for a $7 start. Kiss Asylum cassette. It's up now for a $7 start. That's our 4th auction. I have Orleans. That's their self-titled album. $9.99. And I believe their debut typically is. 10 Star, Somebody's Dreams. 10 Star is $9.99. And the Outlaws. Outlaws is $19.99. Greengrass and High Tides. Outlaws is $19.99. And Dan Seals, San Antone. Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker. Dan Seals, $9.99. Chuck Haley on Joe South for $7. Don't hesitate to make offers. I promise you can't make me mad. I'm a deal maker. We're here to make deals. We love making deals. I'm going to try to sell you every record in this crate if I can. We have Robin Glenn on Orleans for $7. Sell that to Robin Glenn. Orleans is sold. Thank you, Hendry. He sent a test comment. He's like, is anybody out there? I think we tend to sell more almost when the crate's over. Everybody's trying to see maybe what's in here. And then all of a sudden, you'll see offers just start rolling in. Sweethearts of the Rodeo. So if you want to go ahead and throw them out now, you may be to an advantage. Sweethearts of the Rodeo has the original inner sleeve, $14.99. What about Roy Orbison and Shrink Wrap? That looks nice. Roy Orbison is $24.99. MGM Records, $24.99. Dan Seals. Danny, I will sell that to you for $7 on Dan Seals. Robert Warner gets these 345s for $10. Wow. OG Monk, just one bid for $15 with Gabe Baez. And nobody bid on Stevie Wonder, so it's a buy now for $35. Stevie Wonder, the original Musicquarium. And that's now available for a $35 buy now. Stevie Wonder, the original Musicquarium. Whoop, I smacked the camera with Stevie. Sorry, Stevie, and sorry, GoPro. Don't mean to smack you around like that. There's that, and I'm about to make Kiss a buy it now if nobody bids. I smooth the camera slightly over like that. And now, first, let's go ahead and sell the Roy Orbison to Trina for $18. And then what was the Pete Seeger? It really don't have a title. It's just a self-titled. It's Archive of Folk Music. So this label here, very popular archival compilation label, has biography and information, has information about their label. And it also tells sometimes how they get these recordings. $9.99. A lot of times they compile stuff that's really rare. Like sometimes they've done needle drops to rare 78s that there's no tapes for, or however they recorded those back in the day. Like I've seen compilations of rare blues, 78s, and sometimes they'll talk how they, basically made, how they've had to try to make that where they can compile it even though the originals are so rare. $9.99. But yeah, you'll see a lot of stuff from that label, Archive of Folk Music. Mike Oldfield, Earth Moving. Mike Oldfield is $19.99, Earth Moving. What's the songs on Dan Seals? I'm assuming Danny's passed and he never did say sold or pass. It's called In San Antone, The Love and Proof. Tonight is for the lover and you. My baby's got good timing. Who's going to keep me warm? Over here, you got You Bring Out the Wild Side of Me. My Old Yellow Car. She Thinks I Still Care. She's Leaving. Oh These Nights, and One Friend. Looks like Dan Seal songs. $9.99. Nobody bid on Kiss. It's a $7 buy it now. I'm going to put Kiss right over here. And I'm going to put Stevie Wonder right over here. And now we're going to put up some new auctions. But first, let me organize a few of these no bids right quick. I got Stevie. Are these all the no bids? Yeah, right there. Okay. All right, so next auction's a vintage Beatles bootleg. And you guessed it, from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is the Beatles Yellow Matter Custard. And this is an unofficial, various BBC sessions, the Beatles, Yellow Matter Custard, like from the song I Am the Walrus, Yellow Matter Custard, dripping from a dead dog's eye. Danny Thomason takes Dan Seals for $7. Jeff Church gets the Kiss cassette for $7. Robert, I've already sold Nevermind. Robert gets Pete Seeger for $7. And now we have George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone. $19.99, George Thorogood. We have Everyone Falls in Love, Tonto Metro Devon, Devon and E. I don't know if I read all that right. $14.99. Tonto Metro and Devontae, Everyone Falls in Love, $14.99. And then here's another Orleans. It's called Forever, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. Next Japanese auction is going to go up right now, and it's one of my favorites, Wings Greatest Hits. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start, Wings Greatest Hits, Uncle Albert, Admiral Halsey, Hi, 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 Let 'Em In, My Love, Jet, Mull of Kintyre. It does have the poster. Posters included. So is the original on her sleeve and the lyric insert. Jet, I Can Almost Remember the Funny Faces. Live and Let Die, Wings Greatest Hits. $35 start on that. Over here, we have Seeger for $7. So did Black Sabbath Paranoid come in? Black Sabbath Paranoid is not due out till next month. Do you mean Black Sabbath self-titled? The Black Sabbath pre-order is not out till next month. Next is Mike Oldfield for $15. That's sold to Cameron Shar Tiger. Gilbert O'Sullivan himself. This is $9.99. And the Car Over the Lake album, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, $14.99. Beatles is a $25 start. Wings is a $35 start. And now I've got 3 cassettes here. These are $6.99 each. These are buy it nows. The Police, Every Breath You Take, Rush, Power Windows, and Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Those are all buy it nows. Outlaws, Ghost Riders. Outlaws is $19.99. Wings has a bid for $35. Nugent by Ted Nugent. Nugent is $14.99. That's Nugent by Ted Nugent. And then the next 3 hardcore singles is Bullet Train to Vegas, Burn, Bullet Train to Vegas, Burn, and Exarchus Twins. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Gilbert O'Sullivan for $7. That is sold to Joe Salamo. Wings does have a bid for $35 with David V. Jimmy LaCroix gets the Rush cassette for $6.99. That's sold to Jimmy LaCroix. Gilbert O'Sullivan's already sold. Roy Orbison Mystery Girl with the hit song You Got It, $29.99. The Guru, music composed and sitar played. This is a soundtrack. This is a 69 pressing sealed, $26.99. And Judy, that's entertainment, as in Judy Garland. That's $9.99. And a milestone, Jajit Singh and Chitra Singh, some sort of Indian deal here, EMI, $49.99. Also, we have the Supremes sing Rogers and Hart. The Supremes is $14.99. The Supremes sing Rogers and Hart, $14.99. And Bob Welch, French Kiss, with the hit song Sentimental Lady and Ebony Eyes, $9.99. Final call on those 3 singles for $10. What are the other cassettes? The Police and Scorpions. Do we ever do CDs? Very often, yes. Wings just got one bid with David V for $35, and now the Beatles can be bought for $25. It's a no bid. Let me go ahead and put this up right here. Wings sold for $35. Let's go ahead and put that away. Sean's in on the 7 inches for $10. Final call to Sean. Peter, Paul, and Mary Moving is $9.99. Jimmy LaCroix on Bob Welch. That's sold to Jimmy LaCroix. And Mellencamp, the Lonesome Jubilee, it's $19.99. Lonesome Jubilee, $19.99 on that. Sean also gets the Beatles for the $25 buy it now. He put Beart, but I think he meant Beatles for $25. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's the Grateful Dead Terrapin Station. It's a 1977 U.S. Pittman original with the original inner sleeve. EX edition for a $35 start. A 77 U.S. Pittman original. The cover does have some ring wear. We're going to call it VG. These 3 singles are sold to Sean Fairweather for $10. Thank you, Sean. Those are sold to you. We're about to put up another Japanese. And Molly Hatchet, Beating the Odds, $19.99. Sean says he's hitting the bourbon pretty hard. Let's bring out some death metal records. Let's bring out some black metal, and Sean will start making bad decisions. Next thing we have, 3 more cassettes, $6.99. The Police Synchronicity, Cheap Trick at Budokan, and Kiss Crazy Nights. Those are all $6.99. Steve Miller Band, Rock Love. Steve Miller Band is $24.99. Gary Lewis and the Playboys is $9.99. And Poco Delivering. Poco is $9.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It is actually a Beatles White Album. This is the Beatles White Album, a Japanese pressing. Unfortunately, no Obi, but very nice and exactly what you would expect. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LP. There's both original inner sleeves. There is the poster. There is the gatefold jacket. The Beatles, serial numbered A230662. And that's a $35 start. The Beatles White Album, a Japanese pressing. That should get bids for $35, $40, $45, $50, $55, $60, $65, $70. Jimmy LaCroix gets the Police cassette for $6.99. Robin offered 7 on the Gary Lewis. 7 on Gary Lewis. That's right here. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Thank you on that. And we have Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind, $9.99. And just FYI, Grateful Dead's a final call for $35, and the Beatles is a $35 start. Sorry, I'm having to reply to a text right quick. There we go. All right, next singles are going to go up right now. I've got 3 more here for a $10 start. We got Brutal Truth, God Player. We have Brooklyn Attractions, Christmas in a Babylon, and The Business. And those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. We have Jared McLaughlin on Linda Ronstadt for 7, sold to Jared. The Beatles does have a bid locked in. Ryan Eaton at $35. David Lee Roth, Skyscraper, $34.99. A U.S. original under sleeve. Nice. Robert Plant, The Prince of Moments. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. $19.99 on Robert. The Hits of Sonny and Cher. That's one of those advertised on TV records. $19.99. Sonny and Cher. England Dan and John Ford Coley. Some things don't come easy. That's $9.99. And the Doobie Brothers, Whoa, China Grove, $14.99. Long Train Running. John Darden on Robert Plant. That is sold to John Darden. David Lee Roth, $25. Robert Plant, $12. Hendry says he'll take the Kiss tape. Thank you, Hendry. That's sold to you for $6.99. Crazy Nights. That's sold to Hendry for $6.99. What was that, a Kiss cassette? We've already sold 3 tonight. That was the 3rd one, and it just got sold. Next thing we have is 3 more cassettes. These are going to come at you fast. Hope everybody's paying attention. If you're not really zoned in right now to Collectco, we're usually selling 3-4 auctions at a time. I'm doing cassettes. I'm doing random buy it nows. We're doing best offer bins. Hopefully you've got your TV turned off. You've took your kids to bed. You've told your wife good night. You've ate. You're on your couch or recliner and you're zoned in with me. The Best of Bread, $6.99. Peter Gabriel Soul, $6.99. Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, those are all $6.99. These 3 7-inch singles have a bid for $10. Final call. David Lee Roth, I'm going to say $28 on that. That is Jared McLaughlin. He offered $25. We'll sell it to him for $28. If not, somebody wants to know the tracks. The Doobie Brothers. Robin, I'm going to sell that to you for $10 if you want it. $10 if you want it. $10. Next is Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, $12.99. Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams, $9.99. We have Ted Nugent, State of Shock. Ted Nugent is $14.99. So the 7 inches, the 45s have bids for $10, and now another $10. So JK, you're out. Brandon Lack got Peter Gabriel for $6.99. Carmen Tiger got Night Ranger for $6.99. That leaves the Best of Bread, Baby I'ma Want You. Over here we have Jared McLaughlin sold on David Lee Roth for $28. Robin does an unbelievable pass on the Doobie Brothers for $10. And here is the Beatles. And the Beatles is a $35 winning bid. Y'all let this one slip through. A beautiful white album to Ryan Eaton for $35. Unbelievable. Let me just go over here and shoot myself in the foot. That'd be the equivalent of what I just did. Let me go drop this concrete block on my other foot. And then I'm going to go stub my toe. This is so to Ryan Eaton. Also, the Grateful Dead was a no bid. It's a buy it now for $35 on Terrapin Station. Terrapin Station. I got that saying from my dad. My dad did not really like to go out too much. Let me give you an example. The county fair, Smith County Fair. Here's what my dad would say. Can we go to the fair? And he said, I would rather drop a concrete block on my foot than go to that fair. And as I get older, I understand his position now. Doobie Brothers is sold to Robin Glenn for $10. Sean, you've been outbid on the singles. JK has it for $12. And the Grateful Dead is a buy it now for $35. I would rather drop a concrete block on my foot than go to that fair. All right, here we have it. We have The Longest Day soundtrack. That's a John Wayne film, the original film soundtrack. The Longest Day, right? That's not John Wayne. No, it's not. Never mind. This is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. Also, Red Box, The Circle and the Square, $19.99. And McGregor. This is Paul McCartney's brother, McGregor. It does have some writing from the Connery collection, $19.99. Yeah, why do you want to go to a fair? I mean, eat food. That's about the biggest thing you're going to get out of there is the food. But it's actually really bad for you. Okay, 3 more cassettes right quick. 3 more cassettes right quick. Eric Clapton, From the Cradle, George Thorogood, The Baddest of George Thorogood, and Arlo Guthrie's Alice's Restaurant. Those are all $6.99. We still got bread there. Actually, let me move bread here. Let me move this here. Okay, and then these are sold then. These are sold to JK for $12. Thank you. Those sold to you. All right, now. Let me move some stuff around. We got a lot of stuff going on. All right, 2 new auctions. Here we go. The first thing I have here is John Lee Hooker. Hooker the Blues is a U.S. reissue, unknown year, a $25 start. Did I pull David Lee Roth? It was supposed to be sold for $28. Yeah, it's gone. It was marked $35. It's sold. Price on Redbox. Hendry, $19.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Don't hesitate to make offers. Tina Turner, Private Dancer. That's in shrink wrap, $24.99. And Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons. Carole King is $14.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And it is going to be another Wings. This one's always popular because it's 3 LPs. It's Wings Over America. It's a triple LP, Wings Over America, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Let's see what this one has. It has 3 original on her sleeves. That's a good sign. Another good sign, it has the poster. And nice. Some of these don't have them. Some of it they do. It has the Wings photography book. Oh, sweet. Paul, and wings. So this one's got 100% complete. Poster, inner sleeves, the photography book, the Japanese book, the gatefold cover, and obi. So $35 on that. And John Lee Hooker's $25. Chet Atkins in Hollywood is $14.99. Yeah, I think my crates ended up... Let me push this back if I can. My crates ended up too close to the camera. We have REO Speedwagon Good Trouble for $19.99. Redbox sold to Hendry for $16. Scott Corcoran, You're In on Wings at $35. Thank you. And let's put up some more singles. Nice. The Rolling Stones, $64.99. $64.99 Some Girls. iRobot. Oh, man, we have those everywhere. It's just a matter of me trying to find one for you. Yeah, we should have that everywhere. Here's 3 more singles. We've got Bunny Skulls, Your Life EP, Razor Wire Breakout, and Bunny Skulls 18-song EP. Wow, 18 songs on an EP. They must be short. It must be like, rah! And then that's it. Okay? John Lee Hooker, 25. Samuel Kopich wants the Longest Day soundtrack. I've had a lot of soundtracks. I don't think I've had that too often. That's so to Samuel. Wings has a new bid for 40. Snakes and Arrows. Yeah, we do. The new collection. Really good pictures posted on Facebook and Instagram of some of the hype for the new stuff they bought yesterday. I guess in the last 24 hours, we've bought 25,000 new albums. Stones is $64.99. Scott Corcoran, You're Up on Wings. The Doors, absolutely live. Nice. Nice cover, too. Known for having a lot of ring wear. The Doors is $39.99. Robin, Tina Turner would be $18 on that one. John Parr is $14.99. There is some writing on the cover. John Parr, $14.99. And what was next? It was something else over here. Nugent. Ted Nugent. No condition notes on this. And nice jacket, $14.99 with the original inner sleeve. Ted Nugent, State of Shock, $14.99 on that. Michael Nath. Also, these 345s has a bid for 10. I got to make sure Scott Corcoran's done on Wings. Final call to Michael Wood over on YouTube for 40. Only one bid on John Lee Hooker, sold to Michael Nath for $25. And we also have Chicago 16. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Nugent is sold to Michael Nath for $12. Thank you, that's sold to you. And Renaissance, Azor Dior. Renaissance is $9.99. And Leo Sayer here. Leo Sayer is $9.99. The original motion picture soundtrack to He's My Girl, and that's $19.99. And we have Music for the Millions, Dusty Springfield. Looks like a pretty solid compilation. Has Son of a Preacher Man on it. It does have a name written on it, though. These 345s are sold for $10, and those are sold to Robert Warner. The High Bid on Wings is $40 with Michael Wood. Triple LP complete with all the good stuff in it there, too. All right, we've got 3 new cassettes coming up for $6.99. Mudvayne is a single. It says from their forthcoming album, LD50, Dig and Nothing to Gene, Gein. And then Bryan Adams' Reckless, it was the summer of '69. And Diano, those are all $6.99 there. New auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be the Detroit Emerald Lightning Hop. Let's do Lightning Hopkins. Lightning Hopkins is a 1971 US. Dang it, I smacked the camera again. Oh, now I got the hiccups. All of a sudden, I'm going downhill. I'm smacking the camera. I've got the hiccups. We have a 1971 U.S. press of Lightning Hopkins. I think it's a compilation on that Trip label. It's a $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Also, we have Fresh Air 4 Manaheim Steamroller, $14.99. That is Iron Maiden related. You're right, Hendry. Bachman Turner Overdrive 2 is $12.99. And we have Jethro Tull. That's their debut album. This is. That is $24.99. Jethro Tull, $24.99. Okay. Chris Ridling's on the Diano cassette for $6.99. Thank you. Elton John's debut. Awesome. This is your song on the first label. Very nice. $36.99. And we have Free Highway. Free is $24.99. Original album here with Paul Rogers. That's pretty sweet there. All right. So, Wings. I've lost a couple people, but this is sold to Michael Wood for $40. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. I think the last one I had complete and beautiful like that sold for quite a bit more. But there's that for $14.99. Michael, it looks like you're going to get the Lightning Hopkins. I'm moving it to a final call to you. Let me put all this stuff in a sleeve here. Been away, did a live YouTube, open up a box of records for Coletco promoting you. Awesome. Thank you for that. I'll be sure to watch the replay. I don't know if you saw my comment on the last one, Todd, but I watched your replay on the other one. I watched your replay when you did that the last time. Danny gets Free for $20. And let's go ahead and get a new crate. Wow, we filled up another crate already. That's pretty amazing. That was pretty amazing. All right. There's that, and this. And here we go. Let me trade out crates here. Wow, 4 full crates. That's pretty amazing, not having any new arrivals. Well, except for new vinyl. But, yeah, that's pretty amazing. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I was down a couple people today. Paul, when Paul was here last night, he'd been on like a 24-hour trip nonstop, just taking turns sleeping with, rotating on the driving with Tyler. And he's obviously not here today. He'll be here for the rest of the week. And by the way, Paul will be doing a Sunday show as well. So Paul will be doing a Sunday show as well. I've never been on final call for Wings. I had to have. Wings was up forever. Y'all might have got on at the wrong time. Scott Corcoran bid 7 minutes ago on Wings for $35, and Michael Wood tied him. And then Michael Wood bid 40 6 minutes ago. Michael Wood bid 46 minutes ago. And then 5 minutes ago, Jeff asked what the bid was, and Scott went out. And then I went ahead and dropped the hammer. So, yeah, it was at $40 for 7 minutes. I think maybe y'all got on at the wrong time. But, yeah, it was at $40 for over 7 minutes. And Danny got Free for $20. We have Beetle 65. That's an 88 pressing, $44.99. And that's on the Purple Capital label, $44.99 on that. We have Josh White, Archive of Folk Music. Josh White's $19.99. My golden favorites, Jackie Wilson, is $24.99. And Tanya, Here's Some Love, $14.99. All right, and now Lightning Hopkins is sold for $25. Michael had that for 4 minutes. Here's my strategy on bidding. Bid high and bid often. I would not be waiting for final calls. I would just go ahead and start bidding like your life depends on it. That is the best strategy if you want to win an auction, right? I would start bidding like it is the world depends on it. Next auction is going to go up right now. Billy Joel, Innocent Man. This is a Japanese pressing. We're going to put Billy Joel up for just a $25 start. He is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert with it. There's the cover and Obi. Billy Joel, a $25 start. Michael Nath on Josh White for $15. That is sold to Michael Nath. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and grab another auction over here. And I have the Beatles. Let me see if Laura's tagged these to sell together. All right. Let's go ahead and do these. She has them tagged individually, but somebody might want to go ahead and just grab the set because they are matching. No. Dang it, they're not. We might need to do them individually. I'll sell them as a set. I mean, one's Capital and one's Apple, but they have Capital jackets. This is right during that weird transition part for those. This is also where the Red album has blue labels. Do y'all notice that? The Red album has blue labels. It's supposed to be red labels. One of the many variants. They made millions of these. And then this is in a capital jacket with Apple labels. Yeah, very bizarre. So it's kind of already mismatched. But it's an awesome set. You're going to be getting 4 LPs of music. And they are both, this is the OG and this is the reissue. So the Apple's obviously the first. So $45. Let's put them together and say a $45 start. $45 start on those. Billy Joe has a bid for $25, and Boz and Band for $15. That's back here at the end, isn't it? Or the beginning. That was near the beginning, right here. Yeah, that's sold to Chris Collins for $15. Is the Lightning Hopkins sold? The no bids over here are Grateful Dead Terrapin Station. Lightning Slim is what I have in the no bid. Lightning Slim is $25. Mono, the early years, $25 on that. And I'll show the other ones in just a second. Now, if anybody else wants to make an offer on anything in here, now is the time. I'm going to go ahead and show another quick handful of cassettes. The next ones here are this. I got Dr. Hook's Greatest Hits. Dr. Hook's Greatest Hits. Peter Gabriel, Shaking the Tree. 16 Golden Greats. That's like a greatest hits from Peter Gabriel. Salisbury Hill, Red Rain, Shock the Monkey. And then I'm going to sell these together. It's a twin pack. 60 tracks from Dion and the Belmonts. Terrapin Station was a $35 buy it now. It was OG buy it now. Yes. All right. Those are all $6.99. If you need a price on anything in here, just let me know. Chad desperately needs some blue juice. Also, shout out to Mike Massey. I see he's still watching. Mike, I was talking about you last night. I thank Craig for all the chips and goldfish and Old Bay seasoning he sent. But Mike goes under the radar of how much stuff he sends us for gifts here at Coletco. He pretty much sent an entire pallet of V8 energy drinks here the other day. They are stacked up underneath our record bins up front. My mom is here to receive packages most of the week, and she sends me pictures of all the mail. So if it's a package for me, if it's a gift from a customer, if it's a letter, or if she brings mail from my old home address. But she sent a stack of V8s, and I was like, wow. And so, Mike, thank you for the V8s. I think I'm about to go up front and crack one open right now and get some Dorito Munchie crackers. But first, I'm going to sell Shakedown that for $6.99. There's that. Billy Joel is a final call for $25. And the Beatles, both of those being sold together for a $45 start. If you need a price, let me know. Chicago 17, Spirit, Son of Spirit, Sonny and Cher, Spinners, Happiness is Being With You. The best of Ozark Mountain Daredevils, or actually Happiness is Being with the Spinners. The best of Ozark Mountain Daredevils. The ever-popular Tortured Artist Effect. We have 10 Stars, Somebody's Dream. The Outlaws, Sweethearts of the Rodeo, George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone, Everyone Falls in Love, Orleans, The Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Outlaws, Ghost Riders, Nugent, Ted Nugent, Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl, The Guru, Ustad Valat Khan, Judy, That's Entertainment, A Milestone, that's some sort of Indian record, The Supremes, Peter, Paul and Mary, John Cougar Mellencamp, and Molly Hatchet. Let's pause there and let's go ahead and sell the Billy Joel to Terry Gearhart, just one bid for $25. And now the Beatles are a buy it now for $45. The Beatles are a buy it now for $45. Just saying. We might do a half off bin next. I got some over here that look very teasing for half off. That's sold. Let me pause there. And then Ted Nugent 9 and Ted Nugent Price. So let's go back over here to Nugent. And that was marked 14, so I got to go ahead and sell that to Alonzo for 9. Mr. Naff second. Sweethearts 10, Robin Glenn. Sweethearts of the Rodeo. That sold to Robin Glenn for $10. And then Andy Wade, Chicago 17 was sold to you for $10. And then over here, Susie, there's a couple different Indian. There's this one with the sitar, and there's this one. This one was marked 26. I would sell it for 15. And this one was marked 50. I would do it for 35. The Molly Hatchet doesn't have any condition notes. Frank Fazetta artwork with the original inner sleeve, $19.99. The Beatles are VG Plus and VG Plus overall. And that's actually a buy it now. So Duke, if you want those, they're yours for 45. And now let's put up new auctions. First, in the Japanese bin, I have a, what do I have? I've got Eric Clapton, backless. Eric Clapton backless is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. We're going to put it up for a $25 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. And Eric Clapton's a $25 start. Rick Harrington on SOTR. SOTR for Rick Harrington was the SOTR for Rick Harrison. I'm Todd. SOTR. And then also there was a question. What is Everyone Falls in Love? Everyone Falls in Love. Let me find that too for Rydell Martin. I don't remember reading that either. I've been throwing some curveballs. Oh, this here. This is a Rydell. This is Tonto, Metro, and Devontae. Everyone Falls in Love. It's a $19.99 dance hall. $14.99 on that. Okay. What was SOTR for Rick? All right, so Gregor, if you don't want Molly Hatchet, Terry does at sticker. Terry Gerhardt also gets George Thorogood, which is Bad to the Bone. Duke passes on the Beatles bundle. And then the Outlaws, their first album, which is the right here, that's Soda Destructo Cat for $12. Now, Eric Clapton's a $25 start. Our next auction is Miles Davis. Let's see if do I have both volumes? Okay, I'm going to sell these together. I'm going to try another bundle. So I have 2 OG copies here. Check this out. The one on my right is a 1961 US mono in G plus condition. So it's pretty low grade, but it is a OG mono from 61. And the one on my right is volume 2. So these sometimes confuse me and other people because there's a volume 1 and a volume 2. And about the only thing different is the night. One is Friday night, one is Saturday night, and then the font's a little bit different. So volume 2 is a G plus mono, and volume 1 is a VG mono. And let's put those together. Miles Davis, both OG copies, both volumes, for a $15 start. Rick Harrington, you were second on the Sweethearts. Retro does want Tantro Metro. Retro gets Metro. The Spinners, Happiness Is Being With You, is $14.99. Brandon in Delaware has Eric Clapton for $25. And we have Steve Miller Rock Love. Steve Miller is $24.99. That's Rock Love. Poco Delivering is $9.99. And the hits of Sonny and Cher, $19.99. Half Breed, The Beat Goes On, I Got You Babe, $19.99. Miles Davis has a bid for $17. Also, England Dan and John Ford Coley, that was $9.99. My bad, I'm supposed to just be reading titles. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Linda Ronstadt Simple Dreams, McGregor, Carole King Rhymes and Reasons, Chet Atkins and Hollywood, REO Speedwagon, The Rolling Stones, The Doors, Tina Turner, and John Parr. Let's sell these 2 Beatles to Jeff Halsworth for $45. Let's put back his Paul McCartney Broadway album. No problem. So let's pull this back. And let's put back his Paul McCartney album. Let's sell him both of those for $45. Miles Davis now has bids for $17. Clapton has bids for $25 and $26. Robin Glenn gets the Spinners album for $10. Robin Glenn gets the Spinners album for $10. Michael Nath gets Steve Miller Band for $20. Sid Blair gets Linda Ronstadt for $7. Eric Clapton's at $28. The Rolling Stones is $64.99. OG original cover. Next is, we're about to sell both of those OG Miles Davis mono. One's VG, one is G+. They're low grade, but they are OG mono. Just one bid for $17. Chicago 16 is $9.99. Renaissance Azor Dior. Leo Sayer here. He's My Girl soundtrack. The Dusty Springfield compilation. Fresh Air 4. Bachman Turner Overdrive. 2. Jethro Tull's debut. Elton John's debut. Y'all were overlooking a great one there. Beatles 65 on the Purple Capitol label. Jackie Wilson and Tanya Tucker. Now Miles Davis is at 20. Now Eric Clapton's at 28.29. And this is our next auctions right now. Let's put up 3 more singles out of this hardcore basket. We got The Brood. We got Blockade. The Brood, and Franck. And those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Those 3 singles, 45 is a $10 start. Dusty Springfield with Son of a Preacher Man. Billy Ray was a preacher's son. And this is $19.99. It does have some writing on the front and back with the Connery collection. Next is Miles Davis has a new bid for $22. JCM price, John Cougar Mellencamp. JCM, John Cougar Mellencamp. Is that in here? Yes, it is. West, that's $19.99. And everything in here is a buy it now or best offer crate. I repeat, everything in here is a buy it now or best offer crate. All right. Anybody else? That was a good one. I'm going to move on possibly to a half off bin. That sometimes picks up the pace. Some people may be a little shy of making offers, but if I tell you the price and it's going to be a bargain at half off, maybe they'll go ahead and get some sold. The Stones is a U.S. edition. The Stones is a U.S. edition. Don't pay attention to the price. Throw something out there. So this original cover, they used a lot of people's images they wasn't supposed to. The big one was Lucille Ball, I believe. I think the big one was Lucille Ball. They used her picture. I think she was the most upset. I don't have the full story on that. This is Sterling RG PRC. It's a EX. It just has some hairlines on it. It's EX Plus. The jacket's really nice. But they used a few celebrity photos without permission. And that's really what caused the ruckus there. Okay, so let's figure out. Paul also asked the Chet Atkins. Did I say that? I may not have. Great cover here on the Chet Atkins. Let me find that right quick. Chet Atkins in Hollywood. You got this looker in her gold pointy bra, and this guy's like absolutely losing his mind. Plus, she's standing next to a beautiful Gretsch guitar, and this is $14.99. Her and Farrah Fawcett. There you go. Carol Puckett is my in-house Rolling Stones expert. Eric Clapton's at 32. OMDD for $10. OMDD for $10. OMDD for $10. OMDD for $10. Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. I don't have an OMDD in here. What is the Miles Davis? That's the next question. Elton for $15. I will sell you this a beautiful Elton John. It's marked $36.99. Bob for $28. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those you can easily hide. I don't have much money, but boy, if I did. Wow. That's your song, Bob. And it's only $28. He may not want it, though. It's totally up to you. Next is, can you describe the ruckus? I didn't know I had anything in here called ruckus. There's something in here called ruckus. 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 Nothing in here called ruckus. Stones is sold to Gregory Robert for $50. Regina said she would do $15 on that Sonny and Cher comp. That's sold to Regina. We're making deals. This crate's going to be empty before the end of the night. Just everybody hold your phone. We got auctions I got to update too. Paul Redfern's in on Chet for $10. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. That would be $18. We've already sold Chet. Bob says he'll take the Elton just because he heard those lyrics. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one there. Beautiful. Look at that. I love how he's got this in the gaifo. Take Me to the Pilots on here too. I forget about that one. If you feel that it's real, take me to the pilot. Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard, there's an interview where Jack Black is on like some kind of British TV show and Elton John's on there. And he's like, I like that one, Jack Black. He's like, he's like trying to hum it. And Elton John's like, take me to the pilot. That's a great song. Jack Black's like humming it. All right. Okay. These 345s were a no bid for $10. What a brutal cover here. Blockade. This guy's getting punched in the face or kicked in the face with a boot. All right. And then Eric Clapton, we can go ahead and sell it. And this is sold to George Cher for $32. $32, George Cher, done. And now we got to update Miles Davis. And sorry for the delay. There's a lot going on in this crate. Let me update what's going on with Miles Davis, okay? So we're selling 2 volumes together. These are OG monos from 61. Volume 1 and Volume 2. They are low grade, though. This one's really low grade. Volume 2 is G+. That's less than VG-. Volume 1, though, is in VG, and they both have VG covers. Now, those are a final call, bundled together. Duke Norman has it for $22. Sean Fairweather, you've been outbid. Okay, Chuck, somebody already got Chet Atkins. And then what LP has Maybe I'm Amazed? That is on McCartney, by Paul McCartney, and it's also on Wings Over America. Okay, and then the 345s for $8. Sell these to Shannon Price for $8. That's the Brood, Frank, and Blockade. Okay? So McCartney has the song Maybe I'm Amazed. The stereo the studio version's on the album called McCartney. It's the one that has the little red dots on the cover. The one that you've heard probably your whole life played on the radio is a live cut. And the live cut is from that Wings Over America, where with the intro to the guitar or the piano intro, he kind of tickles the keys and then he starts singing. That is the Wings Over America, which we just auctioned. And I believe I have another copy. Right here. We sold one just a moment ago, and I'm going to put another one up in just a second. We have the Son of a Preacher Man sold for $12 to Tim Voldness, and I already told somebody 18 on this. It was marked 20. I don't see this too often. We get Ozark Mountain Daredevil albums all the time. I don't think I see the best of too often. It was marked 24. I told somebody 18. Okay, Border Song is a great one too. And now nobody else bid on the Miles Davis records. Let me go back to the bottom, make sure a bid didn't sleep in. Duke gets both of these for $22. Tommy said pass. Okay, so Duke, those are sold to you for $22. Let's just tag those for $11.11. All right, Wings Over America. We just sold a copy earlier that was beautiful and complete. Let's see what's going on with this. We have a $35 star. Jeff says he's over budget. Don't worry, I get this quite often. Of course, new copies are pricey because it's triple LP. For some reason, we get US versions, but they sell usually right out of the bins because, one, it's Paul. Wings, he's doing Beatles songs. So this one don't have the poster, but it has the tougher to get photography book. So no poster with this one, but it does have the inner sleeves and the photography book, and that's a $35 start. And Michael Peevler gets Ozark for $18. Thank you, Michael Peevler. Wow, we took a big chunk out of there. So some stuff got asked about, but still available here. Yeah, a few things got asked about, but they're still available. All right, let's bring over, I think I might knock out a half-off crate over here. Let's also get back into the non-Japanese auctions. And I have a Doors album to run. And this is the Doors, Alive She Cried. 1983 U.S. Specialty Original. EX Edition, The Doors, Alive She Cried. That's going to go up for a $25 start. All right, I think I'm going to do a half-off bin now. So these first few have been best offer. Just because they're so great titles. I think this one over here has been gone through best offer. And now it probably needs to be done half off. Yeah, let's do this one half off. Maybe not, I don't know, but I feel like we're about to sell a bunch out of here. And the first, you can see the top of it because it's a box set. And it's going to be at a great price, of course, at half off. Maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm amazed at the way I really love you. What a voice. Of course, I'm partial. I think y'all know I'm a McCartney fanatic. Bruce is just $25. Half off of $49.99. So let's go through a half off crate. No more, no less. Eddie Bruce is in on wings at $35. Nicholas is at $36. And I'm going to run up front and get a V8. I'll be right back. Hold that thought. I got to get a V8. I had to go to 2 different fridges, 2 different refrigerators, and guess what? I had to settle with a Diet Coke because there's no chilled V8s. We got 20 packs of V8s and none of them are chilled. So here we go. Bringing out the strong stuff, Diet Coke. Mac, I can't believe it. No chilled V8s. Now I'm going to have the hiccups because these Diet Cokes give me... I went to both fridges and I went ahead and knocked out some Munchie crackers too. But I got a nice V8 in me. Or I mean, I got a nice Diet Coke and some Munchie crackers. I feel so much better. All right, thanks everybody. me see what's going on over here. All right. So V8 doesn't need shield. Oh my gosh. Yes, it does. I've never had one. All right, sorry. So where did I leave off? The Doors was a $25 start. I was about to do a half off bin. Wings 35, Wings 36, Wings 38, Wings 38. So Mr. Eddie Bruce, you're out on Wings, and the first half off bin is first in the half off bin is the Bruce live box set for $25. He's available half off at $25. Next, George Thorogood Maverick. This is going to be first come, first serve, half off records. If I don't say anything about the condition, their EX are better. George Thorogood is $10. Joe Tex is $12.50. 38 Special is $12.50. Mike Ofield is $10. And Hank Williams Jr. Strong Stuff, $12.50. Sounds like I need to order some new copies of McCartney. Let's make a note for me to order some McCartneys. Yeah, I like that song on there, Every Night. Every night, I just wanna, All right, here we have The Brood. We have Broken Patterns and Broken Patterns. Those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Paul Harden gets the Bruce box for just $25. Greg Lee on 38 Special. Greg Lee at 38 Special. And Gary Wellman on Hank Williams. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Retro Class Entertainment on Joe Tex. Tommy next on Hank Williams. That leaves Mike Ofield and George Thorogood. The all-time great hits of Roy Orbison. Oh Pretty Woman. Walking Down the Street. $15 on that. And we have Sweethearts of the Rodeo. Sweethearts is $7.50. And Dan Seals on the front line. Dan Seals is $5. And Jim Stafford is $7.50. All right, what about McCartney? Eddie has it for $40. Mark Chesler, you're out on Wings. And who was the first bidder? Steve McGee, you're out on bid on Wings. Mr. Eddie Bruce, has that for $40. These 345s are $10, but nobody bid on the Doors at $25. Nobody bid on the Doors at $25. There's that. Also, we have Wild Choir. Wild Choir is $5. And we have a Wompat. Wompat is $7.50. And Orleans 2. Orleans 2 is $5. Let's put up another auction right quick. However, we got several people bidding on Wings right now, including the new high bidder, Mark Chesler, who has it for $41. Greg Lee gets the Doors for $25, and Richard Yeager, $25. All I know is I woke up earlier, I opened up Facebook, and the first article I see is Bruce Springsteen's in the news. And I went, oh no, because that's going to be... It doesn't matter what happened. It's gonna make the sales much more interesting whenever we show one of his records. I was like, I don't know if this is gonna be good or bad for Bruce's sales. McCartney 2. McCartney. Speaking of McCartney, here's McCartney 2. $35 start. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. We have the insert and the original inner sleeve. I have the gatefold cover with Obi. A $35 start. Next is Wings is now at $45. Robin Glenn on that Orleans 2 and Carmen Schartiger on the Mike Ofield. Thank you on that. This is a half off bin. That's why these are flying out of here. They are flying out of here. Gilbert O'Sullivan. I'm a rider, not a fighter. $5. And our daughter's wedding is now $10. ODW, our daughter's wedding. Boy, we've been selling a lot of Mike Ofield. The other night, Rebecca bought like 7. And here's another one, QE2, $7.50 on that. McCartney's at $35. And Wings is now at $42, now $45 of Eddie Bruce. So Mark Chesler, you're out, and Steve McGee. We have Billy Thorpe, east of Eden's Gate. Billy Thorpe is $10. And we have Poco Legend. Poco Legend is $5. Poco Legend. McCartney 2, a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Yeah, when I saw some of his statements, I was like, well, this is going to make the sales more interesting anytime I show a Bruce Springsteen record. Carmen Schartiger on QE2. That's sold to him. Another Mike Ofield. Melissa Bailey on Poco Legend. That's so to Melissa Bailey. And Todd Rundgren. And this is the Hermit of Mink Hollow. The Hermit of Mink Hollow. $10 on Todd Rundgren. This has a Warner Brothers promo copy, not for sale sticker with it. $10 on that. Richard, you were second on the doors. These 345s are a no bid. And this is a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on that. McCartney has one bid for $35, going once, going twice. And Wings is still a $45 bid, and that is with Eddie Bruce, but I haven't heard back from Steve McGee or Mark Chesler on that, but it's a final call to him. Next thing we have is Todd Rundgren's Utopia, another live. $10 on that, Utopia. And Gunsmoke's Festus. Here's how Capitol would stamp their promos sometimes. They would do it with these perforated dots. This is a 68 press and shrink. $20 on that. We have Style. This is a 12-inch single, The Assassinator. That's $12.50. And Dizzle Rascal. Dizzy Rascal, some kind of double 12-inch single. That's $7.50. We have a new bidder on Wings at $46. A new bidder on Wings for $46. Next thing I have here is Muhammad Ali, The Greatest. That is $12.50. And we have the Killing Fields, Mike Oldfield, the original film soundtrack, Mike Oldfield. $10 on Mike Oldfield. Again, Wet Willie Dixie Rock, that's $10. Regina on Gunsmoke, that is so to Regina. And we have John Waite, No Breaks. That has his hit song, Missing You, on it for just $10. All right, and that means Nicholas Hollister. You get Paul McCartney. One bid there for $35. Let's grab a new sleeve for that. Nicholas, thank you. That's so due for $35. Carmen also racking up on the Mike Oldfield albums. I'll pull those out in just a second. All right, there's that. Next is Ivan R. on Ali. And then Carmen does get the Killing Field. And Mr. Eddie Bruce is backing on Wings at $50. Let's grab another auction over here. And I have over here a guy goes by the name of Lightning Hopkins. And this is live at the Bird Lounge, Houston, Texas. And this happens to be a 1964 U.S. OG mono. There is some writing on the cover. At first, I hope he signed it, but he didn't. This is a VG condition, a $15 start. That is OG from 64, Lightning Hopkins. $15 start on that. All right, so Wings is down to one person, Eddie Bruce at $50, and that's a final call to him. Final call to him. Next is The Seekers, Gorgie Girl. The Seekers is $5. Also, we have Stephen Bishop, Careless. Stephen Bishop is $5. And Janie Freaky, Sleeping With Your Memory. Janie is $7.50. And Spirit, The Spirit of 76, $15 on Spirit. Lightning Hopkins, $15. Lightning Hopkins, $15. Lightning Hopkins, $15. The clock is ticking on Wings. Let's grab another... Some more singles. Let me grab 3 out of a different section here. Try to mix up the alphabet a little bit. Let's see here. Here's another Brood, the Boardwalkers, and who? One more here. Breed, Extinction, okay? We have Breed, Extinction, the Brood, But You're Gone, and the Boardwalkers. 3 singles there for a $10 start. 3 singles there for a $10 start. So Lightning, 15, 15, 15. Robin Glenn on Seekers. That's OD Robin Glenn. Lightning, 16, 20, 16, 20, 18. Samuel on Silky. That says, let me make sure. Silkie. He said disregard, okay? And then Eddie Bruce, you get Wings for $50. Thank you, Eddie Bruce. All right, let's tag that to him. Thank you. Let's put that in a sleeve. And as always, Eddie Bruce owns a record shop down in Cartersville, Georgia, The Rockin' Shop. If you're ever around Cartersville, Georgia, make sure to go in and give Eddie a visit. And Eddie, if you want to share your location or hours or anything, you are welcome to do so. There we have it. All righty. I'm amazed. Maybe I'm amazed by Eddie Bruce. Let's get this repackaged for him. All right, that's gone. Let's keep going to this half-off bin. We're doing a half-off bin, no more, no less. The singles have a bid for 10. Lightning has got up to 35 with Michael Nath. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, the spinners. That's now $7.50. There he is, born in the USA. Bruce Springsteen, $10. Born in the USA, $10. Bruce, $10. Boz Skaggs, Boz, this is $10. And we have Kojak. There he is, Telly Savalas. 4 exciting stories. Kojak is $12.50. Oh man, we had this the other night. Amazing compilation of music. More American Graffiti, $12.50. Don't make me read the track listing. $12.50 on that. The Jewel of the Nile. The Jewel of the Nile was $10. Rob and Glenn on Boz Skaggs or Bruce Springsteen. Their both initials are BS. Outlaws, Playing to Win, $10 on the Outlaws. And we have Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus, VG Plus, $7.50. Now, we have Lightning Hopkins. That was a final call to Michael Nath. I was making sure Duke Norman said out. He did. So let's go ahead and sell that to Michael Nath for $35, right? Yep. Let's sell to Michael Nath for $35. Appreciate that. Now, Robin's going to let me know she wanted the Bruce for $10. Darren Johnson was second. And then Chuck Haley on the Graffiti. Kristen on the Jewel of the Nile. And these 3 singles are sold for $10. And those 3 were sold to Ivan R. Thank you on that. Okay. The board is cleared. What's left in the Japanese bin? Let me condense them because there's one over here that I hadn't pulled a single record out of yet. Believe it or not, George isn't his home. So please leave a message after the beep. I must be out or I'd pick up the phone. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not home. All right. In the Japanese bin, I have Wings, Beach Boys, John Lennon, The Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Peter Gabriel, Boston, McCartney, Van Halen, The Beatles, George Harrison, Michael Schenker. We're going to do those right now. A Very Special Christmas, Bonnie Raitt, Wham, Robert Palmer, Hall & Oates, Simon & Garfunkel, Elvis Presley, Deep Purple, Eric Clapton, John Cougar, Wings, Billy Squier, John Lennon, Deep Purple, Beatles, John Lennon, The Beatles, The Eagles, and the Rolling Stones Undercover. Here we have it. We got, I love this compilation, The Best of George Harrison. A $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's beautiful. And the reason I like this is because not only is it George Harrison, with the inner sleeve, the insert, and the other insert. But side 1 is his best of the Beatles, and side 2 is the best of solo career. So you get Something in the Way She Moves, If I Needed Someone, Here Comes the Sun, Taxman, Think for Yourself, For You Blue, and While My Guitar Gently Weeps. And then here you get My Sweet Lord, Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth, You from Extra Texture, Bangladesh, which was a single, Dark Horse, and then What Is Life? Wow. Look at that. Beautiful. The Quiet One. He had all kinds of songs loaded and ready to release at any given time. Next is Michael Schenker Group. This is Built to Destroy. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, with Obi and complete with insert, a $35 start on MSG. The Billy Squier is Signs of Life. Everybody Wants You. All right, let's finish up this half-off bin, then a quick recap. The Dynatone, shameless. Everything in here is no more, no less. The price, I'm telling you. Dynatones is $5. Potpourri, the Apage Force, that is sealed for $5. Extreme Prejudice soundtrack, music by Jerry Goldsmith, that is sealed for $10. The Well-Tempered Synthesizer of Walter Carlos, that's now $7.50. And a Rita Coolidge Super Disc, a Nautilus Super Disc, anytime, anywhere, that is $12.50. Saga, Worlds Apart, Saga is EX $9. And Lonnie Smith and George Benson, Europa Jazz, an Italian import, $7.50. Final call on George Harrison and Michael Schenker. Brent has both of them, $45 and $35. Going once, going twice. The next auction I'm going to do is I'm going to lay down 3 singles. This one gets straight to the point. It's called I Love You. And we have Broken Bones, Vigilante. And we also have, I can't read it, Valhalla Bound. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. The Simon & Garfunkel is a greatest hits comp, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's a hits compilation. Man, that's, if I needed someone for Rubber Soul, do I have a Japanese revolver? I do not have a Japanese revolver. Think for yourself. Wow. My sweet Lord. Here we go. Charlie McCoy. That is a German press, now just $5. We also have Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers. That is $10. Also, Baby Grand, Ancient Medicine. That is $6.50. Newgrass Revival with promo sticker. VG $6.50. Fallen Rock is EX $6.50. And Osculation of the Heart. I have to think about it for a second. Osculation of the Heart. You listen to this and it will, it does something to your heart. It may be good, it may be bad. So listen at your own risk. Nice. Look at that single. It gets straight to the point. I would like to listen to that. All right, so let's see what's going on here. MSG had that one bid for $35 with Brent. If that doesn't have another bid, final call. He also locked in a bid on Harrison at $45. Then Samuel bid $45. Then Chris X bid $46. Then Samuel bid $50. The singles got a bid for $10 and then $10. And then Harrison $55. And then Rita Condition. Rita has no condition notes. Now, this does require a DBX coder to listen to it. It does require, but it's beautiful. Vinyl's beautiful. Does require a DBX coder, Michael. Now the singles have bids for $12. Then George Harrison, $51. Then George Harrison for $11. The Peter Gabriel is live. Looks like the one where he's wearing a helmet. Live. It's a double LP Japanese no obi. Singles 12-13. MSG 30. The bid on that is already at $35, Steve. Brent already bid $35. Now these are at $13, now $15. Europa Jazz, Jesse. We're going to run through this bin again because they're still great titles. That's only $7.50. The single 16. Now Steve bid $38 and now $15. How much is Baby Grand? Baby Grand. The price on this, Chris, is $6.50. The singles are at $15 and now $17. Rita was $12.50. Yes. Rita was $12.50. Yes. And then Chris takes Baby Grand. I think some of these, though, David, I'm pretty sure, though, they don't sound like some of them you don't have to have the DBX coder, but I think some of them, if you don't, they sound really bizarre. I don't know that for sure, but I think some, if you don't play it through a DBX coder, it's going to be like really odd playback. But I don't know that for sure. Okay, now let me pause there to make sure I got everything tagged for everybody. Chris Ridling's got Baby Grand. He got that. Jesse said, I knew I was missing something. Jesse said sold on Europa Jazz. There's an absolute war going on right now for FU. I probably need to take that off the screen so I don't get flagged. So they're still bidding on that. Now, the Michael Shanker, Brent, you got outbid on Michael Shanker. You opened it at 35. Steve McGee bid 38. And then the last bid on George Harrison was Chris X at $51. Brent bid 55. Brent bid 55 on that. So Harrison's at 55. Final call. YouTube disconnected. Are we still live? Test 1, 2. Are we still on Facebook? It's okay now. I took that FU off the screen. That might be throwing up some kind of flag with algorithms or AI. All right, let's read through these again because this was a great crate. A great crate. Hogs 8, Vol 6. I don't even know who's playing. I have no idea. I don't keep up with the next time I'll care about Tennessee sports is when they're playing Syracuse at 12 o'clock in September or whenever that first game is. If I worried about all the other Vol sports, I would be in trouble. All right, Brent Robley's at 40 on MSG. With Brent Robley, that means somebody's out, and they are having absolute war on these other singles. All right, let's read through this half-off bin one more time. Let's do this one more time, another half-off bin. George Harrison has took big leap, 60, now 75. Here we go. Yeah, I don't keep up with baseball. Seth and all them worry to death about that stuff. They'll lose sleep. It'll ruin their day. Everything will happen. Like, they'll get so tore up overall. Now, I'll get tore up about football. I mean, it will stress me out, but they get tore up over baseball, basketball, soccer, you name it. If the Vols are playing, they are freaking out. George Thorogood, Maverick. George Thorogood is $10. Quick read through here. The all-time greatest hits are Roy Orbison, $15. Sweethearts of the Rodeo is $7.50. Dan Seals is $5. We're going through a half-off bin. Dan Seals is at $5. Jim Stafford is $7.50. Wild Choir is $5. Wopat is $7.50. Gilbert O'Sullivan is $5. Our Daughter's Wedding is $10. Billy Thorpe is $10. And Todd Rundgren is $10. Brian Call gets Dan Seals for $5. George Harrison's a final call for $75 with Michael Butler. $75 with Michael Butler. These three singles, the last bid that came in on these three singles was Brent Robley at $28. Final call. Michael Shanker, the last bid was Brent Robley at $40. Final call. George Harrison, the last bid, $75. Final call. Michael Butler. Brian wants GOS, Gilbert O'Sullivan. So to Brian Call. Now the 45s are at $29. Robin second on Gilbert O'Sullivan. Todd Rundgren, $10. Utopia Live. Stahl, the Assassinator, $12.50. Dizzy Rascal, $7.50. Double 12-inch single. Wet Willie, $10. John Waite, No Breaks with Missing You, $10. Brent, you've been outbid on the singles. Stephen Bishop, Careless, $5. Janie Freaky, $7.50. Spirit, $15. New bid on George Harrison, $78. Michael, you've been outbid. I'm going to go ahead and sell MSG to Brent for $40 because Steve McGee just said he's out. So that is done. That is finished. I have other non-Japanese stuff that I didn't read off as well that I still have. Other non-Japanese titles are The Beatles, Muddy Waters, T-Bone Walker, Howlin' Wolf, Christine McVie, Great Bluesman at Newport, Redbone, Bo Diddley, and the Detroit Emeralds. How about an old Muddy Waters going up for auction? This is an Austria pressing. Discogs has no information on this. It is limited to 300. There's no year. There's no anything on this release on Discogs. It's on the Corinne label, a $25 start. What I'm saying is there's an entry, but they don't have any other data on it. Limited to 300. We believe it was pressed in the 80s. Robin Glenn got SB, and that was for Stephen Bishop. Danny on WW5. Wet Willie is $10. Danny, we are in a half-off bin. No more, no less. These 3 singles are sold to John Darden for $29. Those are sold. George Harrison, $84.85, now $90. Muddy Waters, $25.25. The Spinners is $7.50. Boss Gagg's Greatest Hits is $10. Kojak, $12.50. The Outlaws is $10. Spirit is VG Plus, $7.50. The Dynatones is $5. Potpourri is sealed for $5. Extreme Prejudice is $10. The Well-Tempered Synthesizer is $7.50. Saga Worlds Apart is $9. Charlie McCoy is $5. Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers, White Label Promo, $10. Newgrass Revival, VG $6.50. The Name of the Outlaws record is Playing to Win for $10. Fallen Rock is EX $6.50. And the Heartbeat record is $5. George Harrison's moving to a final call. Michael Butler, $90. Brent, it goes back to you. Muddy Waters is now at $40. I do have a Japanese Van Halen 5150. How about we go ahead and put it up right now? Let's go 3 wide on the LPs. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing of Van Halen 5150. The vinyl is near mint minus and absolutely pristine. Beautiful. With the insert. Oh, here it comes. That funny feeling again, winding me up inside every time we touch. Hey, I don't know. Just tell me where to begin. Wow, I like that one. Van Halen, $55 start on that. Gary Wellman does want the Outlaws. That is sold. The Outlaws is sold to Gary Wellman. The clock is ticking on George Harrison. $90 of Michael Butler. Muddy Waters is now at $40. Now, we've went through this crate twice in detail. Half off. We've sold half the crate. Now I'm just going to read the titles in case you missed a title. Here's what's left. George Thorogood, Roy Orbison, Sweethearts of the Rodeo, Jim Stafford, Wired Choir, Tom Wopat, Our Daughter's Wedding, Billy Thorpe, Todd Rundgren, Style, Dizzy Rascal, Janie Freaky, John Waite, Spirit, Wet Willie, The Spinners, Boss Gags, Greatest Hits, Kojak, Spirit, Dynatones, Potpourri, Extreme Prejudice soundtrack, Walter Carlos, Charlie McCoy, Saga, Newgrass Revival, Clarence Wheeler, Fallen Rock, and the Heartbeat record. New bid on George Harrison for $95. We're not done. Ching, ching, ching. While my guitar gently weeps. What a guitarist. Unfortunately, that's not George Harrison, though. That's Eric Clapton on that lead. Dun, dun, dun. All right, Muddy Waters is sold to Brent Robley for $40. Let's keep the blues going. And now, Brent, looks like you're going to get the Harrison for $95, and there's already bid on Van Halen for $55. The next auction we have here, boy, this looks nice. It's sealed. Oh, my gosh. This has never been opened before. This is either a 1968 or 72. It's only been pressed on vinyl 2 times, and you can't confirm unless you open it. So it's either an OG... It's either an OG from 68 or a 72 reissue. It's never been opened. A sealed T-Bone Walker, a $25 start. Muddy Waters was $40 to Michael Nath. I might have said Brent because I was calling his bet out on Harrison too. $40 to Michael Nath, CM. CM. Van Halen have the sticker? I don't believe so. Van Halen, let's look down at the jacket and make sure. The vinyl was near mint minus and pristine. There's the lyric insert. And beautiful jacket. No sticker insert. T-Bone 25-26. George Harrison is sold to Brent for $95. And let's check out Saga and Wild Choir right quick. But first, let me put this in a sleeve. One of my favorites. Picking a favorite Beatles tough. Some days I'm like all in on McCartney. And then I'm like, man, George, though. I love George's songs. Wow. Okay. Let's scoot this down. Let's scoot it on down. All right, so we have T-Bone. Now, first, I know for sure we've sold Wild Choir. We go ahead and pull it. It's right in here, right? And then I got my finger on Saga. Nope, Wild Choir is farther back than I thought. Right here. So Wild Choir was sold to Carla Del Roche. Saga is EX, Worlds Apart, $9. Okay. Oh, yeah, and you got John Lennon. Mind blown. T-Bone 30, Van Halen 60. And what are the Todd Rundgren titles? Let's get all the Todd Rundgrens together. Well, some of them are Utopia. Like this is Utopia, Another Live. It's $10. The Hermit of Mink Hollow with promo sticker, that's $10. And that's it, just those 2. I think we should have a Chad Sings Night. I'd be here for the duration. I'm afraid to even know what it sounds like, even when I'm humming or just like gently miming lyrics. I'd hate to know how it even sounds on y'all's end. I do like to sing, though. You should see me driving down the road. Stuck 73 gets Saga. I do a great cover of Hunger Strike. And I can do either Chris Cornell or Eddie Vedder. So you can pick either Chris Cornell or Eddie Vedder. I'll do a great cover of Hunger Strike. Guitar, that's a tough one to sing. My Guitar Gently Weeps. I don't know if I can sing that one. Rundgren, not Topia. All right, so Gary Wellman wants Utopia for 10. Billy Squier, let's do it right now. All right, here we are. Billy Squier, Signs of Life. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It does have the insert. It does have the cover and obi. It's a $35 start for Billy Squier. Van Halen's at $65 with Gregory Roberts. And T-Bone. So we got a problem on T-Bone. I got to make sure John Durden's outbid. John, you're outbid. Michael Nath has it for 30. Boy, I'm going to have to hit this Diet Coke again. Whew, bringing out the tough stuff tonight. Diet Coke, wow. I'll be Cornell. Oh, man, I wanted to be Cornell. It's amazing. So, if y'all want to humble yourself, record yourself trying to sing like Chris Cornell on the Hunger Strike song. Record yourself and then listen to Chris Cornell's isolated vocals on YouTube, and then go back and listen to you, and you'll realize that you suck at singing, okay? That's a great way to humble yourself. Go listen to Chris Cornell's isolated vocals, then record yourself trying to sing it, and then you'll be like, wow, I really suck at singing. Because just like that album says, no one sings like you anymore. What a voice. Man, he hits those notes. Ah, golly. Okay. Let's see what's going on over here. I don't mind stealing bread to show you another crate of records. Especially a half-off crate. Come on. Let's do it. I don't mind showing you another crate of half-off records. I'm going crazy. These have been stacked over here forever. Here we go. First thing we have is, let's update all three auctions. So we left off with Gregory bidding 60 on Van Halen, 61 on Van Halen with Michael Peevler, Van Halen 65 with Gregory Roberts, T-Bone Walker got a new bid. It's sealed. It's either a 68 or a 72. Billy Squire got one bid for 35. T-Bone Walker 33. And here we go. Final call is across the board now. Van Halen, and that's to Gregory because Michael went out at 65. Just one bid on Billy for 35 to Eddie Bruce. And T-Bone Walker's at 33 with Michael Nath. It's up to John Durden to continue that one. However, I have not called out those bids up until right now. So there's that. All right, let's do some half-off stuff. Outshined. Oh, man, that's a good one. That's another good one, too. Outshined. Yeah, Lane Staley. Oh, my gosh. White chocolate. White chocolate, $10. There was something up there in the water. Their parents or something in that water, I guess in the 60s when all those kids were being born up there in Seattle. We have Blue Moon Swamp, John Fogerty. Now just $12.50. So these were marked back at the 1st of April. So they've probably been gone through best offer, and now we're going to go ahead and try to sell everything in here at half off and clear out some vinyl. Okay, we got White Chocolate and John Fogerty. Edgar Winter's White Trash. That is $7.50. James Cotton, Take Me Back. That is $10. And Tommy Bolin, Teaser. And if I hadn't mentioned anything about condition, then these are really nice. That was really nice. These are all really nice. All right, so first thing is Billy Squire and Van Halen are both done. Van Halen is sold to Gregory for $65. $65 on that. That is sold. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Bring on some Pink Floyd. I feel like Pink Floyd, well, I'm not going to say it would be easy to sing, but you can't. I think you could match Roger Waters. He's one of those guys where I don't think he's really that great of a vocalist, but it's just unique. It fits in with Pink Floyd. Now, David Gilmour, I don't know too many people that could sound like him in his prime. Billy Squire is sold for $35 to Eddie Bruce. $35, Eddie Bruce. Thank you again, Eddie. I also don't know anybody that really sounds like Roger Waters, but he's just unique, I guess. Billy Squire, 35. It's definitely the sound of Pink Floyd. Eddie Bruce, 35. T-Bone Walker, 35.40. Now, let's start tagging some half-off stuff here. Edmund Estrada on Fogerty. He was first on that. Then Danny Thomason. Michael Nath on James Cotton. Brian Call, you're first on Edgar Winter. Brent next on James Cotton. Tommy Bolin is $10. I must have not said the price. Tommy Bolin is $10. That's Jackie's or B's. And then next is Edgar Winter, and then T-Bone's at $41. So they're still bidding on that sealed. Let's put up some other auctions. I got Ma Rainey. She's a promo, just $17.50. Bolin's going to be sold to somebody. Going Away Blues on the Yazoo. This is on the red label. Going Away Blues. That's now just $17.50. Wow, great titles in here. Can't believe we've gone through these before. Love Sculpture, Forms and Feelings. Love Sculpture is $10. And Frost Music, the Frost. This is a 69 press. It's VG Plus $12.50. VG Plus $12.50 on that. Our next auction is going to be that Peter Gabriel Plays Live. And Peter Gabriel, oh, sorry, I just smacked the camera with Peter. Sorry, Peter. Sorry, GoPro. And sorry, viewers at home. Hope you don't have seasickness. What's that thing you're supposed to take? That drug? If you got seasickness. Peter Gabriel Plays Live. Climbing Up on Salisbury Hill. So this is a Nobi, but I will say, what's a Nobi? That is a Japanese pressing that, oh, it does have the Obi. Oh, wow. So it's an insert Obi. Okay, good. So the insert is the Obi. The insert is the Obi on this one. So it's all one big happy family. So you slide it in like that. And now it completes the cycle, and there you have it. So it does have the Obi. The Obi's in the insert. So now, that just went from a $35 starting bid. You know what? I'll keep it at a $35 starting bid. I probably should say $45 on this one. But we'll see where it ends up. Peter Gabriel, a $45 start. Next thing we have is Funky Town. That is sold to John Darden for $41. Now, we got Michael Nath on Going Home Blues. That's sold. Brent Robley got Ma Rainey. Great stuff in here. Brian Call on Frost. And then next is Peter Gabriel's at $35. Fantastic. All right, next thing we have is Feel the Sound of Harvey Mandel. VG Plus $10. Harvey Mandel and Tim Buckley. Wow, an original 66, now just $7.50. White Duck, look at that. White Duck, a folk psych album. I was about to say, somebody's on drugs. Somebody's definitely on some drugs. That is a $10 start. I mean, a $10 buy now. Wow, this is the third or fourth copy of this we've had tonight. Let's try another one. Wings Over America, another one. Triple LP, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This one has a lyric book with it and 3 original inner sleeves. Gatefold, Maybe I'm Amazed. This is either the third or fourth one we've auctioned tonight, and they've all sold. $35 start on White Duck. Let's go ahead and do Peter Gabriel. 35, 35, 40, 36. Useless Eaters on TB. That's for Tim Buckley. Paul Harden, you were second. And we have Cold Blood, First Taste of Sin. That's VG for $5. Useless wants to pass on Tim Buckley. So sell that to Paul Harden. Paul, you are in fact going to get the Tim Buckley. That's sold to you. We have Wes Montgomery. Wes Montgomery Trio Round Midnight. Wes Montgomery is now just $5. It is in VG. And Phil Manzera with Eno 801 Live. Now just $11.50. Peter Gabriel's with Brand at $45. It does have the Obi. It's just part of the insert there. It does have the book there. Shock the Monkey. And Wings is a $35 start. I'm going to go ahead and put down a few more of those hardcore singles we've been pulling out of this crate. We've only got 30,000 more to sell from that batch. Let's see what we have here. We have Far Left Limit, Paint It Black EP. Fireworks, Bonfires, and Filth Punks. Live in the Chaos. A lot of hardcore and punk stuff there. Filth Punks is, all three of those are a $10 start. Peter Gabriel is a double LP. Yes, double LP. Michael Nath got Wes Montgomery. That's sold to Michael Nath. Paul Harden said great because he got the Tim Buckley. Wes is second to Cyclone, and Chris Bachek got 801. There we have that. Do I have the little round things? Yes and no. Yes, I do, but I don't really have them near me where I can try to sell them to you. Kansas Vinyl Confessions is $10. We're doing a half off bin. Kansas, $10. Carole King is $7.50. The Hollywood Bowl Wedding Album. And is this the one? No, never mind. That is $5. The Hollywood Bowl. Gallery, Nice to Be With You. I love the song here. I Believe in Music. That's $10. Also, Julian and Valade is $5. No one's really set out on Peter Gabriel, but it's a final call definitely to Brent for $45. Also, nobody's been on Wings. I'm about to make that a bite now. Brian Call gets Kansas. We're doing a half off being no more, no less. And Robin Glenn gets Gallery. Now Michael Wood has bid $35 on Kansas. That means I'm about to sell it to him. And National Music Survey. This is a radio broadcast. It should be actual music on here from 1986. And it's the Mutual Radio Network. $25 on that. Now there's a new bid on Wings for $10. And Sawyer Brown, Somewhere in the Night. Sawyer Brown, $7.50. The same people are bidding on Wings. The first one we put up, there was like 5 bidders. The last one, there was 4, 3. And then there's the last 2 people that were bidding on the last one. Eventually, everybody's going to get one that wants one, it looks like. My crate over here is really full. So let me swap out crates because we have managed to fill up one over here, which is great. It's completely full of auctions, sold auctions, and pre-owned. And that's our 5th full crate tonight. With a night, we had no new arrivals. Wow, that's pretty cool in my opinion. No new arrivals and 5 full crates. And I bet we can get to a 6th full crate before it's that time of the night. So that's pretty amazing. Here we go. And we was waiting for like 3 people to bid again on Peter Gabriel, and they have come back in. And the first thing we're going to pull is Melissa Bailey on Sawyer Brown. Robin, you were second. Now the other bidders came back in on Peter Gabriel, 46, and now Brent's right back in at 50, and now Michael Wood's back in on Wings at 10, and Brian Call, you get those 3 singles for $10. Thank you, Brian. Those are so to you. We got Little Johnny Taylor, Ugly Man. Little Johnny is $10, and the Hootenanny Special. I like this. It's a promotional of a lot of folk music, and Bob Dylan's on here, a young, early Bob Dylan. And that's now just $10. That's like early, mid-60s on that. Melissa wants to put back Sawyer Brown. So let's give that to the second person, which is Robin Glenn. So Melissa puts it back. So Robin, you do in fact get that. Peter Gabriel's now at 50, 47, 48. Michael Nath on the Hootenanny. And the Wings is at 40. All right, the Wings is at 40 with Michael Wood. And who is the other bidder? Steve McGee. It's up to you. Let's go ahead and throw up another LP. So there's Peter. There's Paul. So let me see if I can find something that rhymes with that. Peter, Paul, and my best I can do is Bo. Bo Diddley. I love Laura's honesty. The disc and jacket are trashed. This is a really, really low-grade copy of Bo Diddley, but it is a 1960 original, OG first pressing. $1. $1 USD, not yen or pesos or any other international currency. US dollars. Bo Diddley is $1. Brent was second on Hootenanny. Kristen was third on Hootenanny. And then here's the very best of Fabian. Fabian's in shrink wrap. He's only $5. Jeff Beck, why does this feel so heavy? Oh, it's a 2010 Friday Music Remaster. It is VG Plus, just $12.50. Jeff Beck Wired, $12.50 on that. Ricky Peterson, $10 on Ricky Peterson. Moving with Nancy Sinatra. Beautiful jacket, beautiful vinyl, beautiful person. $15 on Nancy Sinatra. Bo Diddley has bids of 2, 1, 3, 1, 5. Robin Glenn on Fabian. Michael Nath on Jeff Beck. Wings is sold to Michael Wood for $40. Maybe I'm amazed we still have these for sale. And now, Peter Gabriel, if there's no bids, it's going to Brent. He's been sitting on it now for $50 for about 3 minutes. However, the bids are actually going down. They're going the wrong way. I don't know how that happens sometimes, but it happens. Let's put this in a new sleeve for Michael. All right. Oh, look at all the lonely people. That's my best cover of Eleanor Rigby. Okay. No bids. Let's sell it. It is sold to Brent Robley for $50. That is sold to Brent Robley for $50. And as I'm putting it in the sleeve, I see a 51, a Nancy, and a Bo 7. Guy, I think you might be slightly delayed. Because also, when he bid 50, you had bid 47, 48. I think you might need a quick refresh, Mr. Guy Shard. That was another second for being on time and extending that one. All right, so let's figure out where we're at. Plus, I'm going to take a peek at the Bo Diddley. So, yeah, this is like poor or fair, the vinyl on this one. Trashed is the equivalent of poor or fair, just FYI. Tough record. Of course, those are the bell curve. I guess the majority of them are like, I don't know, the lowest percentage is like high grade. Very few of these exist in like mint. If you had one that came out of the day it left, got put out on a store shelf for sale, it would probably be EX. The day it was put out for sale on the shelf, it would probably be EX. I don't know if there is a near mint copy of that in existence. I would have to question its authenticity, probably. Okay, we have Bo Diddley, so lots of bids on that. We sold Fabian, we sold Jeff Beck. Randy put Dylan 10. That was for the Hootenanny. So, Randy, you were third on the Hootenanny. Carmen second on Beck. Nancy sold to Andrew Shaw. Bo Diddley's at 10. Another 10 and an out. So, Cyclone has it for 10. 38 special is $12.50. Wow. $12.50 on that. The Flashdance soundtrack is VG $5 on Flashdance. And Spiritwood. That's one of those folk rock albums. $20 on that. $20 on that. Next thing we have is a Japanese pressing of Boston. Don't Look Back. The Day is Breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Will a bad record destroy a needle? I would be very careful on what you put on your turntable if you have something highly sophisticated. Bo would be a great record to listen to on a Crosley, like a $40 or $50 record player or a $20 record player. I wouldn't be playing it on, you know, a Thorns that has a $500 cartridge. That's made for more like this. This beautiful near mint minus and pristine pressing of Boston's Don't Look Back. A $35 start on that. $35 start on Boston. We're about to sell Bo for 10. Carla got Flashdance for 5. And we have Michael McDonald that I already showed that. No Looking Back is $7.50. And Walt Disney's Songs and Story and Songs from Bambi. Bambi is $10. Bambi, a picture disc. Oh, Bambi there. Bambi's a $10 start on that. Let's put up a few more singles. Good Clean Fun. Who Shore Wins. This looks like Gate Creeper. I've heard of them before. That's one I actually heard of before. That's like, that's some pretty hard metal there. And then the Feelers, where this guy with a mask is holding a severed head, and there's a nuclear bomb going off. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Susie on the Disney picture disc. Guy second on that one. We have Carlos Alamar, Dream Generator. That is $5. And Three Dog Night captured live at the Forum. One is the loneliest number. $10. The Four Tops Greatest Hits is $10. And the Scratch Band. Hey, that's from Jimmy Johnson's collection. Are we in a leftover? I bet we're in a leftover Hatchet Ed bin. Yeah, fetch Scratch Band and Clutch. And Clutch is, well, I forgot what I was originally selling those for. We'll say Clutch is 10 bucks, and we'll say the scratch band is 10 bucks. I don't remember. They're not stickered. This might be some Ed putback stuff that got condensed over to another crate. All right. So there's that. Bo Diddley is sold for 10 bucks. And Bo Diddley is sold to Cyclone Doug. Cyclone Doug for $10 on that. The 45s has a bid for 10. Boston's a 35. Duke Norman on the foretop. Sugar Pie Honey Bun. That's sold to Duke for $10. And we have Three Dog Night condition. No condition notes on Three Dog Night. I'll look at it myself for you. The cover has, it's VG. It looks like it has a stain there on the front. The disc, though, is beautiful. It's a little dusty. Probably he cleaned it and then didn't realize the inner sleeve was dusty. There is some writing on the label. But yes, 10 bucks. Okay. Put in the clutch and the scratch band. Put in the clutch and the scratch band to Chris Riddlings and Chris Riddlings for $10 and $10, okay? And those come with a certificate of authenticity from the studio of Jimmy Johnson, Muscle Show Sound Studio. James bid 10 on the singles. Robert already bid 10. Robert already bid 10 on that. Robert already bid 10 on that. And then the next auction is going to be perfect timing for mid-May, a very special Christmas. A very special Christmas. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This has the insert with it and the inner sleeve, glossy cover, or I should say gold foil cover. Perfect for May, a very special Christmas, $35. Am I going to graduation in the morning? I'm supposed to be there. I am supposed to be there. It starts in what? 11 hours? I've got a lot to do between now and then. I've got about, well, for full obligation, I've got to be here about another 3 hours. And I have a ton of to do for tomorrow's show. And then I've got to try to be able to eat and sleep and then drive there. So I have a lot to do between now and then, Ernest. But I have told family and my nephew as well, I'll be there. So for the people watching, if the show does end an hour early, that's why. I've got to go home and get some rest. Whew. I'm going to have a long day tomorrow. Oh my gosh. I'm going to need lots of V8s. I better go put some 10 a.m. Wow. Yeah, that's about the time I'm normally trying to get to bed. So I'm going to be really messed up. If I'm there and I look like I'm on drugs, don't think anything about it, Ernest, okay? I don't know if I even have anything to wear. All I have is gray t-shirts and basketball shorts. Gypsy Tramps and Thieves is $12.50. Feeling kind of lucky. Big Sandy and his Fly Right Boys. Wow, half off of $64.99. That's a 1997 Rockabilly sealed, $32.50. And Boston is a $35 buy it now. Boston's a $35 buy it now, no bid. Don't look back, Ernest. Don't look back, Ernest. $35 on that. I'm going to give my nephew a heck of a gift, though. He's such a good kid. I've got a big check wrote out for him. Graduation gift. He deserves it. All right. So it has been. This started on Sunday. I've been live streaming Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Now it's Friday, and I'm running out of time. And it's Saturday tomorrow. And I'm glad Paul's doing the sale on Sunday. I'm glad he's back and here. I'm going to need a day of decompressing. Debbie Winston on share. That's sold to Debbie Winston. Out on the 45s. These three are sold to Robert for $12. Thank you, Robert. Very special Christmas, $35. Nobody on Boston. What is wrong with y'all? All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to be Howlin' Wolf. Oh, boy. The old Howlin' Wolf. This is the London Howlin' Wolf session in shrink and hop sticker. A 1971 U.S. Phillips OG. Original inner sleeve. EX, a $25 start. The London Howlin' Wolf, I like this one. It's in shrink wrap with a hop sticker that mentions Clapton, Steve Winwood, Bill Wyman, and Charlie Watts. Autographed Iron Maiden, yeah. No, I think he's got to get his truck or something fixed. I think I'm going to give him some money and then tell him to get his truck fixed and just send me the bill. I think that'd be a good graduation gift. Give him some money and say, go get your truck fixed and just send me the bill. I think he would appreciate that. Okay, next thing we have is Steve Dahl pet fish sticks. Wow, I love fish sticks. That kind of looks like me when I'm getting them out of the oven. But I'm not putting them in water. That's disgusting. That's $5 on Pete Dahl pet fish sticks. Nice. How about Quartzine featuring Angerine? Yesterday once more. That was a bunch of words. $5. And Stacy Lattishaw, Nail It to the Wall. Stacy is $5. And Peter Brown, They Only Come Out at Night. Boy, we've hit some odd looking covers here. That is $5. And we have DBA Flip. DBA Flip is $5. Very Special Christmas is a buy it now for $35. Man, are y'all not holly jolly right now? I'm always holly jolly. Evidently, we got a bunch of anti-holly jolly. This is $35, and it's sold to Greg Herman. He grabs it. You're going to enjoy that come December 1st after you've got done eating your Thanksgiving dinner. What's next? So, wow, just one bid. Final call on Howlin' Wolf. I've got floor tickets my nephew brought me to this morning. Floor tickets. She said that he was going to start working for you. Yeah, hopefully he does while he's in technical school. I'm going to have my whole family working here before long. Friends, family. I don't know if that's a good idea. Scott Oman on SD, and that was for the Steve Dahl Fish Sticks album. I have a butcher cover over here I hadn't shown yet, a third one, a new one we've got. Greg got Christmas. Peter Brown, so did Debbie. Leslie, I'm thinking you were buying the Christmas. Pam next on Peter Brown. Michael Nath on Christmas. Okay, that I'll probably be standing up in the back. When I go to stuff like that, I don't go sit with. I'll probably be standing up back there by the doors, you know, Ernest, where you walk into the gym. I doubt I want to sit. I'll be pacing the floors, trying to figure out what I'm going to sell tonight, be thinking about the next auction. I'll be at my nephew's graduation, just an absolute nervous wreck. Well, oh my gosh, we got to get back. I got to sleep. I got to eat. We got to get these auctions ready. We got to go live. We got to make sure we're on time. We got to get all this on here. We got to get it shared. We got to get hot pictures posted. We got to do this. We got to do that. All right, here's our next auction. Elvis Presley, Special 24. Speaking of next auction, Elvis Presley is a gatefold 2 LP. The vinyl is absolutely near mint minus and pristine. It does have the humidity spots on the front and back cover. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Wow, just one bid on Howlin' Wolf. Sold to Michael Nath for $25. And Leslie just asked what the bid was. I just sold it to him for $25. Unbelievable. That was also bad timing from Leslie. Bad luck, I should say. Next is the Silver Beatles. The Silver Beatles is an unofficial Decca audition tapes. This is a very misleading images. This is images. These are images from the White Album, and it's actually some of the earliest Beatles recordings when they auditioned at Decca January 1st, 1963 or 62, and they use images from the White Album. This is called the Silver Beatles, but this is Decca audition tapes. Yeah, January 62. They auditioned New Year's Day at Decca. New Year's Day on Decca Studios, they auditioned, and Decca said, you know what? Y'all aren't really that good. We're going to have to pass. The worst financial business mistake of all time. $25 start on the Beatles. That is the Decca audition tapes on a picture disc. Elvis 35, Elvis 35. Debbie bid first. I'll be the good-looking one surrounded by all the common people. Nice, Ernest. I will definitely be looking for you. And then, how does hints, allegations, things, stuff, said, yeah, we can order that new. I don't have one in stock right now. I probably should order some. What do we have here? Cud 1 through the roof. $5. Cud 1 is $5. We have De-Age, DeLodge. What does this say? Rock the Boat. That is $5. Also, Amy Stewart, Knock on Wood, $5. Bunch of 12-inch singles here. Denise Williams, Let's Hear It for the Boy, $5. Village People, $5. Ernest produced a few of their albums. We have Marcia Griffiths. Marcia Griffiths is $5. Deborah Sasson and MCL, $5. And Suzanne Cleary, Hot Stuff. Suzanne is $5. Sylvester, Patrick Coley featuring Sylvester. That's on clear vinyl with green and pink. $17.50 on that. Pete Shelley is $5. Arpeggio is $5. Sam Harris is $5. And David Naughton is $5. So Elvis is at $37 with Duke. Debbie, you're out. Debbie Winston has the Silver Beatles at $25. Let's grab a few more singles. We have Getting Even, Get Hustle, God Equals Genocide. It Wasn't Made for Us. 3 singles, $10 start. Sid Blair on Suzanne. Suzanne, sold to Sid Blair for $5. Debbie Winstead on Hot Stuff. Debbie Winstead on Hot Stuff. Was that the Suzanne song? Yep. Brent Robley on Pete Shelley. Jackie Reynolds on Sylvester. Debbie is out on Elvis, and she got the Silver Beatles Decca Audition for $25. What is the Elvis? Special 24, Japanese pressing, a 2 LP with Obi. It's essentially a 24-track Elvis hits compilation. The high bid is $37. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. This was a half-off bin. Does anybody else want anything else in here? If so, right now would be the most wonderful time for you to let me know. We have a request to see old White Duck. I'll show it to you right now. White Duck is a 1972 U.S. folk psych record. VG, $10. Ernest getting called out on his music production history. Wow, his music production past is now being challenged. They want some proof, Ernest. You're being challenged. They do not believe that you was involved in music production. All right, let's run through these one more time. White chocolate. Not hot chocolate, not dark chocolate, white chocolate. That's a 73 US, $10. Chris takes White Duck. There's white chocolate. Tommy Bolin is still available for $10, B Smoker. There it is. Love Sculpture is $10. Love Sculpture is a 1980. This was first released in 1970. Over here are these 3 singles for a buy it now for $10. And Elvis is sold to Duke Norman for $37. Duke Norman for $37. Jackie says, I claim Tommy Bolin. Now we've got a major problem. We're going to have to put that back here in purgatory. Feel the Sound of Harvey Mandel. VG Plus, $10. Cold Blood, First Taste of Sin, VG $5. Carole King is $7.50. A lot of people don't know this about Ernest. He had to serve time for smuggling hamsters. Smuggling hamsters. Now, that's something you don't hear every time. And when I found out about that, I was like, dude, what? Smuggling hamsters? This is the Beatles' second album, U.S. Flag Series number 17. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The Beatles' second album. It does have an insert. It's a gatefold cover. One I don't get as often. A $45 start on that. The Hollywood Bowl Wedding Album, $5. Julian Lennon Veloute is $5. National Music Survey, $25. Now, here's the problem with Tommy Bolin. When I showed this earlier, like a half hour ago, 5 people asked the price on it because I was showing how nice it was, and I never did show the price. Now, Jackie is claiming she claimed it. Jackie is claiming she claimed it earlier, and I never did pull it. So now we have a problem. So, Beast Smoker, I'll either have to have them review the chat, or we'll have to just say Jackie did claim it, and we'll have to give it to her, and then I'll have them remove, or I'll have them double check the film, okay? We'll have to do an instant replay. But they can't do that until tomorrow. Denise Offendahl on Love Sculpture. That's so to Denise Offendahl. Little Johnny Taylor, Ugly Man. Little Johnny Taylor is $10. Ricky Peterson, Night Watch. That is $10. 38 Special is still available. So Caught Up in You, $12.50. Spirit Wood is $20. Jackie, this is going to be sold to you for $10. Beast Smoker said, let her have it. Michael McDonald is $7.50. Let's put up another auction. We are not done. We still got to put up the Detroit Emeralds. You want it? You got it. A 1972 U.S. original. A funk soul album on the same label as Funkadelic's earlier albums. And guess what? We're going to put it up for just a $5 start. Next is Rydell on JT. Johnny Taylor. Greg Lee on 38 Special. We also have Carlos Alomar for $5. Feeling Kinda Lucky. Big Sandy is half off of $64.99. So that's a 97 Rockabilly sealed. Now $32.50. Alex Kane on Cold Blood. Sold to Alex Kane. Now, here's what I'm going to do on these 12-inch singles. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 12-inch singles. I think most of them were 9, 14, and that one was 34. And then they were half off. But we're going to sell all of them for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 for $40. That's right at $3 a piece. 12-inch single bundle, $40. How could you say no? Detroit 5, Detroit 6, Detroit 7, Detroit 7. How much was Big Sandy? $32.50. It was $64.99. And the Beatles is a buy it now for $45. U.S. Flag Series number 17. I know some people out there that have tried to collect all the Flag Series. That's why they're numbered. There's UK Flag Series, U.S. Flag Series, etc., etc. All right. Here we have it. Next is Sean on the Beatles at 45. Detroit 8, 9, and 9. Sean got the Beatles. Mid-90s 12-inch singles. Those get asked about often. Do we have them? Yes. When is John going to make a decision to dig some out and price them? You never know about John. He is a loose cannon. Or Paul or John. We have crates. I've said this before. He put out a bunch just the other night. But yeah, we got a bunch. All right, John, if you don't want this, Samuel does. So that's going to be sold to somebody. The bundle is sold to Debbie Winstead for $40. There we go. Sold. The bundle. The bundle master. I am going to have me a t-shirt made. I love bundling. And then, when people see me in public, over at the Publix in public, and I'm ordering my sub, and the lady making my sub says, "What does your shirt mean? I love bundling. What does that mean?" And I'm going to be like, you know what? Let's bundle some Publix subs. Let's just go ahead and bundle some subs together, and I'll show you the true meaning of bundling. Now, here is what's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the half-off prices on these were $5, $7.50, $20, $10, $25, $5, $5, $7.50, $10, and $10. And there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Everything that's left there for $30. Another bundle for $30. How could you say no? Big Sandy is sold for $32.50 to Samuel H. Copage. New Orleans singles. Let's see what I got over here in this basket. Here is the Broken Jug from the New Orleans single, The Broken Jug. Squeeze Rodeo Live. What an interesting cover. $5 start on the Broken Jug. Robert Warner gets the bundle. The bundle master strikes again. Let's tag these. Great pickup line. Yeah, use that with the ladies back there in the deli and the bakery. Ma'am, would you be interested in bundling? Detroit Emeralds is at 13. And that's with Duke Norman. Rod Bryan, you're out. And now 15 with Rod. And the Broken Jug already has a bid for $5. And we've just sold an entire crate of albums that will be distributed across most of North America and some of Europe. Wow. And I'm officially out of funny lines for the night. I'm expired. Okay, our next Japanese auction is going to be we got a bunch of Beatles. How about a Led Zeppelin? Here we go. Perfect. Perfect. The song remains the same. Originally released in 1976. These are live recordings from the one and only Led Zeppelin. These were recorded at Madison Square Garden in August of 1973. They did a 3-night stand there to a sold-out Madison Square Garden. This went on to be the soundtrack to a very bizarre movie of the same name. The song remains the same. A Japanese pressing, a $35 start. Broken Jug is about to sell for $5, and the Detroit Emeralds at $15. Chad Carter's has the only Gibson Certified 59 for sale, $725,000. Wow, seems like a steal. Seems like a steal to me. All right. So I was going to try to keep this train rolling. I was going to try to keep this train rolling until I ran out of auctions. And first thing I have is Broken Jug is sold for $5. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start a new pile with that one. That's sold. Let me take these sold hardcore because we're about to change gears. Public subs, public subs, public subs. Wow, Alex Kane was there. That's wild. Did you see, I'm not asking if you did any, but did you see any drugs there? Detroit Emeralds is sold for $15. That sold to Rod Bryan for $15. And now Zeppelin's at $45. Okay. Well, it's the only thing we can do is half off, 1107. Let's do it. Let's do more half off. I can tell it's the Friday night crowd. We got more people watching now than we did at like 7:30. It's the Friday night crowd. Hope y'all hadn't drank too much coffee. That stuff's dangerous. Let's grab another crate. Here we go. Down, 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 down. This is a very good looking crate too. Just a wide variety in here. It looks like half of a John crate and maybe half of a Paul crate. And if we can get this sold, and that will take us to 6, 7 full crates of sold vinyl tonight, that's going to be pretty incredible. That's going to be pretty incredible being that we didn't have any new arrivals tonight. But back here behind me right now, so pretty full crates. I consider this pretty full, right? Full crates right here behind me right now of vintage pre-owned records, not new sealed. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38. We'll count this one, 39, 40, 41, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 70, 72, 74, 76, 78, 80, 82, 83. There's 83 crates of priced pre-owned vintage behind me. 83 crates. So that's why even when we don't have any new arrivals, we still can have a pretty good show. 83 crates of new arrivals back here behind me, or vintage pre-owned records that we've gone through at least once. They've all been shown. And we go through them again, best offer, or I go ahead and after I know I've done these best offer because I remember some of them and they're from the 1st of April. So it's time to go ahead and just get them sold. So at any given time, we always have plenty to go through, even when I'm down a few people and we don't get as much priced. Today, no Laura, no John. Paul had the day off. And so let's do some half-off stuff. We got to just get this stuff sold. What am I going to do with them? I got them to sell, and I got to get them to the price till y'all buy them. Here's our next single. This is from, quote, the New Orleans collection, Kilowatts. Then and Now. Kilowatts is a $5 start. Kilowatts is a $5 start. Here we go. Led Zeppelin is $45, and that's a final call to Todd Saw. Kilowatts of $5. Some of these are from mid-April. Some of these are from end of April, and some of these are from the front of the 1st of April. So David Hoy, I see that you're checking your connection. This may be some of that jazz that Paul put out that you've been looking for. I hope it is for your sake. Let's go ahead and put up another auction as well. And this is Redbone, Message from a Drum. Redbone is a 1971 U.S. Terre Haute original, VG Plus. Just a $5 start on Redbone. Just a $5 start, okay? Here we go. Half off, no more, no less. Right off the bat, Marshall Tucker Band 10th. $7.50 for Marshall Tucker. Tom Jones, it's not unusual. $5 for Mr. Tom Jones. The Village People, Go West. The Village People, $7.50. Final call on Kilowatts for $5. Mrs. and Mrs. Hank Williams Sr., $12.50 on that. Wow, Dolly Parton, Country Music Time Life compilation, $12.50. Jolene, Love is Like a Butterfly, The Bargain Store, My Tennessee Mountain Home. Oh, Dolly, nice. High Fiesta, Edmund Ross and his orchestra. That is $5. And the Brave Bulls, The Music of Bullfight Ring. You listen to this and you immediately, as soon as the record concludes, you are immediately trained to fight bulls. You don't really fight them. You technically avoid fighting them, but they call it bullfighting. William Drugovich gets kilowatts. Led Zeppelin is sold to Todd Saw for $45. That is sold to Todd Saw for $45. 4-5. Japanese. I love that live cut of The Ocean. Jimmy Page's guitar is so loud and just like sitting around singing songs. No Quarter when he hits that guitar solo. All right, thank you, Todd. Redbone has one bid for $5. And now in the half-off bin, we got the Hank Sr., so to Duke Norman for $12.50. Debbie gets Dolly. Debbie does Dolly. And Todd does the Marshall Tucker Band. Those are sold and sold. The Best of Delaney and Bonnie, $10. The Best of Delaney and Bonnie, only you know and I know. That's $10. How much is the bullfighting record? $10. $10. Lonnie Mack Live, Attack of the Killer V. Look at that. Now that's a cool guitar. That is $12.50. Lonnie Mack is $12.50. And Ice House, that's only $10. And Mick Jagger Throwaway. That's a 12-inch single. Don't see that one as often, though. Jagger, $7.50. Our next auction is a Beatles boot. It is an unofficial 1972. Side A was recorded at the Hamburg in Germany. And Side B is various TV broadcasts, including their Smothers Brothers appearance. Let's go ahead and start that vintage Beatles bootleg for $25. Mick Jagger. First is Lonnie Mack Live, sold to Greg Lee. Ice House is sold to Kelly Gabney. And we have the Rolling Stones Love You Live, $22.50. That is a live album. The artwork done by Andy Warhol. Wow. Head East Live. Head East is a 2 LP. Never Been Any Reason for You to Think About Me, $15. There's George again. That's his self-titled album, $12.50. And this is Jesse Johnson. And Jesse Johnson is $10. It's called Shockadelica. Shockadelica, $10. Wow, just one bid on Redbone for $5. That's sold. The Beatles are the final call for $25. Let's try another Japanese pressing. The next Japanese pressing I have is something you should all own. If not, I'm disappointed in you. If not, I'm highly disappointed with you. It is a copy of the Beatles' Abbey Road. The vinyl on this one happens to be near mint minus and pristine. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the Japanese insert. And there's the cover and obi. Come together right now. She came in through the bathroom window. Something in the way she moves. T.O. review on Jesse Johnson. Lonnie Jolly, you were second. I just realized I got two Beatles up. How about we just go ahead and make this a buy it now for $25? I feel like if somebody wanted it, they would have already bid. A vintage Beatles boot from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. $25 buy it now on that. Here in just a second, before I conclude this crate, I'm going to go through all of our no bids. We got a heck of a no bid pile over here. A heck of a no bid pile. So I'm about to go through those before this crate's over. Sean gets the Beatles boot for $25. And now Abbey Road's up for a $45 start. Abbey Road, $45 start. That's up for bid. Beautiful, high quality there. And let's pull something else from the non-Japanese bin. And this is Fleetwood Mac and Christine Perfect. Christine Perfect, her $45 on Abbey Road. Her name was Christine Perfect before she married John McVie and was known as Christine McVie. But she was in the early Fleetwood Mac. This is music from early Fleetwood Mac and Christine McPerfect. a 77 original compilation. Albatross is what it's called. A $15 start. Guy Shard on MJ, Mick Jagger, and the Beatles has bids for $45 and $45. Another single here. The Crystal Set. This is from the New Orleans collection. The Crystal Set is going to go up for a $5 start. And let's go ahead and run another one as well. Elvis. The Mexican Elvis. There you go, Regina. There you go, Regina. Elvis. The Mexican Elvis. We have Blanket of Secrecy. Ears Have Walls. $5 on Blanket of Secrecy. Dino. You may know him as Dean Martin. Italian Love Songs. $5 on Old Dean. Aretha. You may know her as Aretha Franklin. Jump to It. $10. And The Band. That is the name of the band. They go by The Band. Robbie Robertson, Richard Emanuel, Levon Helm, Garth Hudson. The Band. $17.50. Who did I leave out? Rick Danko. Can't forget about Rick. $17.50. Wow. The Byrds' greatest hits. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man. To Everything. Turn, turn, turn. 8 miles high. Circuit 2. Can't Tempt Fate. Circuit 2 is $5. All right. So here's where we're at on our auctions. Abbey Road got bids for $45, $45, $50. Debbie, Alex, Mark. Mark had it for $50. Crystal Set, $5. Elvis, $5. Elvis, $5. John Durden first on the Dean Martin for $5. Kelly Gabney next on Dean Martin. Another bid on Elvis for $5. Another bid on Elvis for $5. Another claim for Dean Martin. Carmen, you were third. Lonnie Jolly on Aretha Franklin. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. Arnold Adams put Demo, and I bet he meant Dino, so you were fourth. Another $5 bid on Elvis. Another $5 bid on Elvis. And now a $7 bid on Elvis. And then Anthony Correa on Blanket. Anthony Correa on Blanket. That's sold to Anthony Correa. How much are the Byrds? $10. And now the Beatles is at 51. And that is with Debbie. So Mark Chesler, you've been outbid. Now Elvis 15 or 10 with Regina. So 8, 8, 9, and now 10. Also, Don't Shoot Me. I'm Only the Piano Player. This is an MCA reissue, but beautiful vinyl. Elton John, $10. Aretha is still available. No, Aretha is sold. Crystal Set just got one bid, though, to William Drugovich for $5. Elvis is still getting bids. And Albatross is a $15 buy now. Fleetwood Mac and Christine Perfect. And let me show one more, maybe two, and then I'm going to show you all the no bids right quick. Wow, great one maybe here to pause at. The Rolling Stones Now. The Rolling Stones just $17.50. That's called the Rolling Stones Now. So the Beatles is between about 3 people at the moment. However, it is a final call to Debbie Winstead for 51. And then MT Matt wants A. And A was for, he might have got auto-corrected there. We'll wait and see what that is. Okay. Let me show y'all. Oh, that's Albatross. My bad. Albatross. Sorry. Thank you. MT Matt Albatross. Yeah, let's go through the no bids because I just forgot what one was. I'm sure I forgot about others. So here is everything technically I have put up for auction tonight that did not sell. Let's definitely reduce this stack. There's great, fantastic stuff in here. First is Boston. Don't Look Back. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Japanese pressing. Should be an OG. $35 on that. Lightning Slim was a mono compilation. The early years. $25 on Lightning Slim. Grateful Dead was an OG. It was an OG Terrapin Station. EX vinyl. EX vinyl and VG cover. $35 on the Grateful Dead. Stevie Wonder Original Musicarium Volume 1. Gatefold 2 LP, $35. Bob Dylan Real Live Shrink Wrap OB Insert Dylan, $35. Bruce Springsteen, $15. Greetings from Asbury Park. Loretta Lynn is autographed, $125. And Wings Wildlife, $35. Elvez is at 17 with 10 boldness. Craig, you've been outbid. Everybody else, I think, is set out. David V does get the birds for just $10. Great price on that. The Abbey Road is sold for $51 to Debbie Winstead. Bang Bang Maxwell Silver Hammer, that is sold. The Elton in the crate is just $10. Danielle, my brother. C. Thomas, I'm assuming that's Craig. He says he's out on Elvez. That's a final call. And Michael Butler wants the Lightning Slim for $25. Okay? So if anybody wants to make an offer on any of those, let me know as well. And we're about to resume this half-off bin. I've almost filled up a crate over here. But essentially, 3 regular pressings, including an autograph, and then about 4 Japanese pressings in here. Okay. And Robert Barnett says he'll take the Crocodile. Is that on here? Yeah, Crocodile Rock's on here too, isn't it? Yeah, Crocodile Rock's on here too. Oh, man. I like High Flying Bird. So Robert does get that for $10. Michael Butler gets the Stones in the half-off bin for $17.50. That's wild. And Chris said he will do $27 on Stevie Wonder. Let's do it. That's sold to Chris for $27. Stevie Wonder. Thank you. And let's go ahead and sell this Elvez then to Tim Voldness for $17. All right, now my crate's full. Let me start a new crate. And I think this night will be considered heavily accomplished if we fill up another full crate of vinyl. That makes number 4, 5, 6. That'd be 7 full crates on a night with no new arrivals. That is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I thought, I was like, can we get the 4 crates tonight with no new arrivals? Could we get the maybe 5? And now we're probably going to fill up 7 before the night's over with. Especially if I bring out Japanese for buy nows. What? Boston, 27. Let's go ahead and do that. Sold. $27. MT Matt. All right, let's get all new stuff up. So in the non-Japanese bin, there's only 2 records left. I'm going to go ahead and do both of those right now. We have the Beatles again, also known as Hey Jude. Hey Jude. Some of the labels say Beatles again. Some of them say Hey Jude. It's essentially stuff that they hadn't released on albums at the time. Singles and non-album singles, etc. So, Hey Jude is a 70 U.S. Winchester, a $25 start. And we have Great Bluesmen at Newport. And this is a compilation from 1976. It's OG compilation. EX edition, $15 on that. Here we go. Let's continue to read through these. Half off, no more, no less. The Dixie Dregs, Night of the Living Dregs. $5 on Dixie Dregs, Night of the Living Dregs. Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes. Clapton is $17.50. Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. Rita is $5. Golly, the wind just blew so hard. Golly, I don't know if y'all can hear that. Sounds like the roof is being ripped off. Tom Lewis and the Capitol Community Singers. Feed My Sheep, sealed, $10. I'm going to step up front right quick and look outside. There's no windows back here. I'm in thankfully, a concrete block building. I'm very curious. Tornado warning, take shelter immediately. Oh my gosh. Let's see if Anthony's live. Anthony's live.
great that we now have a tower cam view again in the Byrdstown area. Not in Byrdstown proper. This is more just to the southeast of Byrdstown, west of Moodyville is where this is located. But again, close enough to Byrdstown that we'll call it Byrdstown, but again, just a little bit to the south. But you get the point. It's close to Byrdstown, so we're just going to call it the Byrdstown Tower Cam. So again, that is the view there. We just had our power flicker.
Okay.
I think I'm still live though, so that's good. It looks like the stream is still getting out to y'all.
Here we go. So, Beatles has a bid for 25 with Davey Winstead.
Let's go.
And I got to monitor what Anthony's saying over here for me. So let me see what he's doing. Okay, so these have bids for 25 and 15. I'm going to turn Anthony down just a little. And then those are high bids. And then we had an offer on wings when I walked up front to look outside to see what it looked like. For the 279 people that are watching right now, which is an incredible number at 11:30 on Friday night. There's severe weather coming through Lebanon right now. And I just realized how close it was. And it sounds like it's blowing the roof off the building. Anthony Correa, you get wings for $27. I'm going to take your offer on that. These have bids for $25 and $15. And right now, we're going through a half-off bin. No more, no less, okay? First thing we have is Larnell, The Father Hath Provided. That is sealed for $5. Man, Welsh Connection. Man is $7.50. Also, Weird Summer, Cry for the Moon. Weird Summer is an 87 indie rock. That's pop rock or indie pop rock. $7.50 on that. And a Japanese Nat King Cole, a mono Japanese import. The half-off price on that is $12.50. Jerry Coker, Rebirth, with Jack Coker piano, Rusty Holloway. That is sealed for $7.50. Brent Ribley on Man, Welsh Connection. That is sold. And over here, we have Child's Play. Child's Play is sealed, $17.50. A 1979 jazz fusion album. That's $17.50. Dustin Hodges on Weird Summer. That's sold to Dustin. Our next single going over here from the New Orleans collection is What and When and Where. Let's see what we have here. Legendary Lonnie, Constipation Shake. There you go. $5 on that. And the Insomniacs, About My Love and Switched On. Those are $5 and $5 starts on those. The Source, Michelle Rosewoman Quartet. The Source is $10. Where's this map at right here? Where's he zoomed in on? Lafayette. Okay. And then we have Larnell, From a Servant's Heart. That is sealed for $5. Also, Widowmaker, Too Late to Cry. Widowmaker is $7.50 on Widowmaker. We have Hollywood Stars, Jesus Loves You, a 1986 gospel funk disco. That's $12.50. Insomniacs has bids for $5 and $5. Stan Lee, Tomorrow, sealed, a gospel funk soul album. That's $5. Melissa Bailey on Widowmaker. That's sold. Newport did get a bid with Michael Butler for $15. That is sold. And the Beatles did get a bid for $25. That is sold to Debbie Winston. So $25, $15, those are sold and sold. All right. Now, Insomniacs 5, Legendary Lonnie, final call on that. Over here, we have our next Japanese auction. We sold one of these earlier tonight. Here's another chance. Paul McCartney. Name of the album is Paul McCartney 2. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. This is McCartney 2. It does have the original inner sleeve in there with it. Coming up, it does have the insert. It's a gatefold cover with Obi. And McCartney's a $35 start. And so C. Thomas, you are out on the Oh, no, never mind. That says in Lonnie and Lonnie. Okay, so those are split. Final call. 5 to Craig on Lonnie and 5 on Somniacs. I messed up there. I thought those were both Insomniac bids. Next is HS for the Hollywood Stars to Rydell. Rydell also on Stan Lee. A lot of gospel stuff in here. Very good-looking stuff. George Russell, Outer Thoughts. George Russell with Eric Dolphy, Don Ellis, Dave Baker. That's $7.50 on that. Bill Wyman, Monkey Grip. You may know him from the Rolling Stones. That is $8.50. And Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. VG plus 10 and Clean. This is some sort of gospel funk soul album. VG plus $7.50. Let's add another Japanese pressing right quick. And back here in the back, we're going to add the classic John Cougar American Full. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start, John Cougar. That's up for bid. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Okay. Grog on GR, and that was for George Russell. Thank you, Grog. Chris says, woo, rough night for weather. Power out 3 times, all clear. I'm here for vinyl therapy. Well, I just got online and I got a text from the Lebanon service alert. It says tornado warning, take shelter. I don't really see anything like close to us, though. That's what I'm trying to. Hartsville. Okay, there's Lebanon. Anthony covers most of the upper Cumberland, and he's on a big. He's, yeah, there's pretty heavy stuff right on top of us, but I don't think it looks, I mean, I don't know. I'm watching it, though. Zwal, effective immediately. Zwal is VG plus $5. And Wet Willie, that's now $8.50. Wet Willie, that is their self-titled album on Capricorn. $8.50 on that. And Ornette Coleman, the Empty Foxhole. Ornette Coleman is a 68 US. It is on Blue Note. The second label was the note from Paul. VG condition, $12.50. All right, so Legendary Lonnie was sold to Craig for $5. The Insomniacs is sold for $5 to William Drugovich. And these Japanese auctions are a buy now for $35 and $35. $35 and $35. Davey Winston on Wet Willie. That's sold to Davey Winston. And now those 2 auctions back there can be bought for the buy now price of $35 and $35. Okay? John Cougar's a $35 buy it now, and so is Paul McCartney. Yeah, no bid Japanese pressing. We're almost in the last, the last 2 nights, we've sold 3 full crates of Japanese pressings. That's probably equivalent to 75 and 75. It feels like a lot. It feels like that many, but that also seems like a lot. Probably 50, probably more like 150. I bet we've sold closer to 150 Japanese pressings in the last 3 nights. John Cougar sold to Nick Bargeron for $35. Jim Ciascio, you were second on Wet Willie. McCartney, we sold one of those earlier. There's now one for a buy now. Ornette Coleman is sold to the Useless Eaters. And let's go ahead and finish up this half off bin. We have Lead Me, the Jackson Southern Airs. That's in VG condition, $5 on that. McCartney sold to George Scher. Now we can put up a couple more Japanese pressings. That's sold to George for $35. He's going to grab that for the buy it now price. And then we have James Hurden and the Hurden Singers. That's EX $6.50. Canned Heat Collage, VG minus $5. And Max Roach Quartet in the light. Max Roach Quartet is $10. Max Roach Quartet, $10. And here comes the rain. Yep, I can hear it now. Oh, man. Sounds treacherous. All right, let's throw up a couple more singles. This first one here from the New Orleans batch. If we lose connection or... Wow. If we lose connection or power, y'all know what happened, okay? So if everything goes black, y'all know what happened. That means we lost power. We have Mustache, M-U-S-T-A-C-H, down in black, and Coomber on orange vinyl. That's a $5 start. Next is the Jackson Southern Airs, and that's sold to Rydell Martin. MT Matt on Collage. That is sold to MT Matt. Sean got Max Roach and the Useless Eaters on CH for Canned Heat. Hold on a second. Collage. Yeah, that was Canned Heat. So Useless, you were second. Sean got Max Roach. Yeah, whatever the hardest part is, it's officially reached me. I hear the rain hitting the roof, and I hear the wind whipping. I walked outside, and there was a piece of metal flying down the road like a big drum or something. I don't know where it came from. That's the first thing I seen earlier when I opened the door. I was like, dang, what's going on? Debbie has the 45 for 5. And then let's put up another one here. Let's see what else we have. I have over here the Krong Jong Devils. The Krong Jong Devils is also going to go up for a $5 start. Canned Heat was 5. The Canned Heat collage album was VG $5. Yes. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. This one's only going to be a $25 start. I don't see his stuff as often, though, or we don't get as often on Japanese vinyl. And we're also going to start this one for just $25, and it's the Rolling Stones. So here's 2 more Japanese pressings for $25 starts. The first one here is Robert Palmer Riptide. Dang it, I accidentally put my phone on low power. I don't want that to happen because it will dim. I didn't miss anything, did I? Okay, good. Robert Palmer Riptide, beautiful Japanese pressing, 25 on that. And the Rolling Stones Undercover. The Rolling Stones is $25. That's Undercover. The Rolling Stones Undercover, $25 start on that. So the Krong Jong Devils and that other one are 5 and 5. Let's go through this half-off bin. Let's go through this half-off bin one more time. No more, no less. I'm trying to fill up this final crate. I got to kind of, I mean, it's already almost midnight. Probably by the time I do put a finishing touches, it's going to be later than that anyway. But I do need to kind of pause a little bit, maybe earlier than normal. I got to be at a graduation at 10, which really means I need to wake up in like 8 hours. So I'm good right now. I'm at 8 hours right now. So any further I go, we'll be cutting into that sleep. Because I probably won't have time to go back home before the sale starts tomorrow. I'm planning this out in my head as I go. Tom Jones, one more read through here. That's a compilation. It's not unusual, $5. The Village People Go West. That is $7.50. High Fiesta in Mundo Rose. That was $5. The Best of Delaney and Bonnie in Shrink Wrap for $10. We have the Brave Bulls, the music of the bullfighting for $10. Krong John Devils also has a bid for $5. And the Stones has a new bid for $26. So, Terry, you've been outbid on the Stones. And Robert Palmer's a final call for $25. We might do some buy now Japanese here in just a second. That's always fun. Hey, here's another Rolling Stones, Love You Live. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. That's now $22.50. Head East Live. Head East Live is $15. Head East Live is $15. And we have George Harrison self-titled, $12.50. The Band, Cahoots, that is $17.50. Terry Gearhart wants TJ. And TJ for Terry Gearhart was that Tom Jones. Let's go ahead and sell the Krong John Devils to William Drugovich for $5. Davey Winstead is going to get the Mustache for $5. And Terry, you are out on the Stones. Burt Jordan has it for $26. We have Circuit 2. Can't Tempt Fate. Circuit 2 is $5. Terry's back in on the Stones at $30. And Clifford Umstead, speaking of the Stones, wants Love You Live. That's sold to Clifford for $22.50. Dixie Dregs, Night of the Living Dregs. Dixie is $5. We also have Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes. Money and Cigarettes is $17.50. And Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. Rita is $5. The George Harrison record, it's got a wicked saw mark on the jacket where it was a cutout record. So it's got a torn cover, but the vinyl has no condition notes. So it's actually really close to near mint minus. $10 on that. Burt Jordan wants Rolling Stones and Head East. The Stones has already been claimed, but I can give you the Head East. And Kelly, Robert Palmer is a $25 start. Just want to make sure you know because it is technically up for bid. So final call on that if you want to lock in a bid. And by the way, the Stones is at 30 with, and Burt Jordan, you're out on the Stones, and now he's back in at 31. Okay, and then Jim Ciascio on the Dixie Dregs. That's so to Jim Ciascio. Cynthia, you were second. I am going to go through tonight's new vinyl, too, because I know a lot of y'all, I see a lot of names that would be very much interested in tonight's new vinyl. Feed My Sheep, Tom Lewis and the Capitol Community Singers. That is sealed for $10. And now we have Larnell. Larnell is sealed for $5. And Nat King Cole. And that's a mono Japanese pressing for just $12.50 for Nat King Cole. Rydell gets the circuit. That is sold to Rydell Martin. Thank you on that. Now the Stones 31.35. Kelly did get a bid on the Robert Palmer. Nobody else bid, so let's sell that to Kelly. Thank you. I just got to see a numerical just so everybody knows there was a bid or there was going to be a bid. And that way, if they want to bid, there was plenty of time. And now that's sold to Kelly for $25. And now the Stones, which I was going to originally start it at $35, now it's at $35 already. And now it's at $36. And Jim Ciascio on Delaney and Bonnie. I almost put that up for a $35 start. I was like, we got to sell what's left here. That's sold for $10. Cynthia Herdron on George Harrison. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. Thank you. And I think if we go through this bin and maybe one other quick half-off bin again and show the new vinyl, I bet we can get this final crate full, and it will be a heck of a night for success without that many new arrivals. But guess what we have over here? I got another Japanese Beatles. You may not have this one. It's a bizarre one in their discography. A collection of Beatles oldies, UK Flag Series number 8. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Beautiful vinyl insert. It does have some of that humidity spots on the back. $35 on that. Also, the Stones is at $37. Did I pull George Harrison? Gene Brown asked about, unless he changes his mind, that is sold to you, Cynthia, unless Gene Brown does say he wants that. Jerry Coker, Rebirth. Jerry is $7.50. Beatles, $35. Cynthia's in. Terry's in on the Stones at $37. Child's Play. Child's Play is sealed for $17.50. The Source. Michelle Rosewoman Quartet. That is $10. $10 on that. Also, Larnell. Larnell is sealed for $5. Matt is a mono Japanese pressing. Yes. $12.50 on that. Bill Wyman Monkey Grip. Bill Wyman is $8.50. Neil Young is available. VG Plus $10. And then Clean, some sort of interesting gospel funk soul album here. VG Plus $7.50. Child's Play sold to Craig Weatherford. Let's go ahead and sell this Rolling Stones to Terry Gearhart for $37. That is sold for $37 to Terry Gearhart. That is sold. Thank you on that. He did pass on George. The Nat King Cole was just $12.50. If Chris doesn't want it, Sid Blair maybe wants it. If they both pass, then Paul definitely wants it. Paul Redfern, that is. Zwall, effective immediately, VG Plus 5. And James Hurden and the Hurden Singers, EX $6.50. Next Japanese auction, the Eagles. The Long Run. Stan Lee had range. Are you talking about the guy who wrote all the Marvel, created all the Marvel characters? The Eagles, Eagles, the Long Run. Ooh, I'm gonna find ya. Dun, 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 da, da, ra, da. I like In the City. The vinyl's beautiful. The cover has some of those humidity spots on the front and back. It is a black cover. Very little signs of wear, just those humidity spots. $35 start on that. That Japanese Nat King Cole did sell to Chris Ridling. So, Sid, you were second, then Paul Redfern. So, that thing is gone. Anybody else? So, we've read through those twice. James Hurden is sold to Cynthia Herdron. And he sang gospel. Wow. That guy had an accomplished life. Cynthia Herdron also gets the Beatles oldies for $35. And the Eagles, you know what? Let's go ahead and start the Eagles for $25 because of that those cover spots. Let's start the Eagles at $25. David, if you even want to resend your bid, you can. Let's go ahead and do just $25 on that. I was worried it wasn't going to get a bid, and I look up and there's already a bid. But let's go ahead and do it for $25 and another $35 bid. Well, it's going to get there. It's probably going to get there anyway. I'm trying to sell what I have left here. Let's do some buy it nows for Japanese pressings, okay? I'm going to read through these one more time. If you need a price, let me know. Zwall, Clean, Neil Young, Bill Wyman, Larnell, Michelle Roseman Quartet, Jerry Coker, Larnell, Tom Lewis and the Capitol Community Singers, Rita Coolidge, Eric Clapton, the band, the Brave Bulls, Edmund Ross, High Fiesta, and Village People. So we'll see where the Eagles end up. Let's do some quick buy it nows on Japanese pressings, okay? These are ones that I typically could auction, but let's go ahead and just show them for buy it now. He says he's in. So technically we're tied. 35 and 35. So David has it, and then Todd, you tied him technically. So technically you're out. Technically. Here's a trivia question for Chad. The song you just singing, In the City, from the long one, was written by Joe Walsh for what movie? That was the Outsiders. The Outsiders? The Outsiders. The Outsiders. The Outlaws? The Outsiders. No. Nobody tell me. Someone's going to ruin it. The Warriors. Randy ruined it. You could have gave me 30 more seconds, Randy. And then John Durden ruined it. I was close. I needed 30 more seconds. I could have thought of it. Mark said, here's a question trivia for Chad. This is for Chad. Here's some buy it nows. The Beatles, or excuse me, the Beach Boys. The Beach Boys is $35. The Beach Boys is $35. Bonnie Raitt is $35. Wham is $35. Hall & Oates is $35. Simon and Garfunkel is $35. Deep Purple is $35. You can buy these now for the minimum bid, or you can watch them sell for more tomorrow. These are no more, no less. Eric Clapton, $35. London Town, $35. Another Deep Purple, $35. John Lennon, $35. The Beatles, $35. I knew the answer to that. Y'all didn't give me long enough to spit it out. I actually got it right by default because everybody messed me up. Okay, Terry Gearhart got the Beach Boys. I need whoever's tagging to re-sleeve these. We don't have time right now. That's sold to Terry for $35. Carmen Schartiger gets Wham for $35. Cynthia gets Bonnie Raitt for $35. Clifford Umstead second. Trina Long gets Hall & Oates for $35. Clifford Umstead gets Deep Purple for $35. Eric Clapton is sold for $35 to Nick Bargeron. I've got two that are $45. Eagles is sold for $35. And this is sold to David V for $35. Mark, you've learned your lesson. You can't share trivia here. No one's going to give me a chance. They wouldn't give me a chance even if I paid them to. They're going to be like, nope, I know it. I'm going to say it first. Eagles is sold. Here's what's left. Beatles. No Obi on the Beatles. John Lennon, Live Peace Toronto, Wings London Town, Deep Purple, Best of Simon and Garfunkel. And then I've got another one from John Lennon. It's $35. And we got another John Lennon. This one's $45. This one's Imagine. $45 on Imagine. It's beautiful. Let me see what's going on over here. The Beatles, the vinyl's really nice, Debbie. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The cover is check condition, just VG Plus, has some wear here and some top shelf wear. So the vinyl's nice, VG Plus jacket. So that leaves just one $45, John Lennon. Beatles, John Lennon again, all $35 along with Wings, Deep Purple, Simon & Garfunkel. And if nobody wants those, I'm going to put them up for auction tomorrow. And we have officially went through 3 crates of Japanese vinyl in just a couple nights. There are sirens going up and down the streets here. It's pouring rain. I'm sure some people's had some kind of fender bender. And let's show let's see here. What can we show? Where's that crate? Where is the night's newest stuff? Somebody asked what Meshuggah was. I'm about to show you Meshuggah. I am about to show you that because I'm about to recap what's left over here. What am I looking for, though? Where is tonight's new stuff? Is it right here? White snake. It's right here. I got it. All right, let's run through this very quickly. Everybody doing okay tonight? Everybody still with me? Who's about to go to bed? Who's with me for the next 5 hours? I do need to come to a conclusion here pretty soon. Here we go. Chad, thanks, Ed, for taking care. Ed takes care of all situations. You just got to send him a message, and he will take care of you. I promise. Next thing is what's the Kiss the Beatles like, and then George wants Let It Be if Debbie what doesn't, and then Imagine's also sold. Imagine you buying this record, and that's what Terry Gearhart did. He gets that for $45. This is going to be sold to somebody for $35. And here's what's left. We have Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99. Korn, self-titled, $46.99. Junkyard, Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice, red vinyl, $29.99. Wasp, self-titled, $38.99. Dokken, Breaking the Chains, $33.99. Two of those available, red vinyl. Godsmack, Faceless, $39.99. Star Wars The Themes, colored vinyl, Star Wars, $29.99. Screamin' Jay Hawkins, $33.99. Bullet Boys, Behind the Orange Curtain, Bullet Boys, $38.99. I've got 4 of those left. Godsmack, When Legends Rise, $33. Danzig, Skeletons, $29. Front 242, $29.99. Exciter, $29.99. Cinderella, $38. DMX, $39. And REM, Live in Santa Monica, $91. $29.99. So George Scherer, you do get the Beatles, Let It Be, for $35. Speaking words of wisdom, Let It Be. That's all the new stuff from tonight. Jason Fortnite wants the REM, Santa Monica, 1991. Anybody else? We got REM, we got DMX, Cinderella, Exciter, Front 242, Danzig, Godsmack, Bullet Boys, Screamin' Jay Hawkins, Star Wars, Godsmack, Dokken, Wasp, Junkyard, Korn, and Slayer. What else do I have over here? I kind of was on I found a few New Orleans singles, and then they all dried up. What is this one right here? The Wilco Johnson and Lou Lewis Band, Bottle Up and Go. The Wilco Johnson is $5 start. That's in the that's from the New Orleans collection, I believe. $5 start on that. And then here is another one. This is the Monocles. Very cool. Has Boris Karloff there. That's another one. The Monocles from the New Orleans collection. $5 start on that. What day of the week is the only one not mentioned in Lady Madonna? Friday night, you arrive without a suitcase. Monday morning, pimping like a dawn. Thursday night. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I'd have to think on that. Wednesday night, Thursday night, without a suitcase. I don't know. Friday night, around Sunday morning. Wednesday? Tuesday or Wednesday? I don't think he says Thursday, though. I know the days he does say. Lady Madonna, Children at Your Feet. Friday night. I know it says Friday night, arriving without a suitcase. Sunday morning, creeping like a nun. Monday morning. Tuesday. So he leaves off a day. I've never noticed that. So he leaves off a day. Tuesday. So Wilco Johnson has a bid for $5. Wilco Johnson has another bid for $5. Kristen Driscoll says, Chad, I'm currently sorting by a genre. My uncle let me take a look. Goodwill, Brenda Lee, Will Fiedler, Wilco 5, Cinderella. I'd sell to you guys. Does that mean you want Cinderella? And then a very popular Chicago, Saturday in the Park. Saturday. It must be Saturday. George answered Saturday too. That was not on my radar. I guess, yeah. I could hear Wednesday and Thursday in my head, but I didn't know what he's saying. I know he says Friday night, and then I know he says Sunday creeps in like a nun, Monday. And I'm pretty sure he says something Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But I don't recall what he says. So I was stuck on Friday and Saturday. So, Kristen wants Cinderella. Thank you. I'm assuming it's Saturday, because the only Chicago song I know is Saturday in the Park. I'm now can go to graduation. Great. Thank you. Saturday in the Park. Okay. The Wilco Johnson, and there's that. Let's see if we can go through one more quick crate. Maybe find a half crate we can do half off. And if we do a half crate half off, it's going to fill up the rest of this crate. And that will probably take me to where I need to pause for tonight. So y'all probably don't want to go anywhere. You probably don't want to go anywhere because I'm about to throw up some more discounts. But if I keep going, it's probably going to interfere with tomorrow's show. We've had a pretty good show so far. But if I go any further, it's going to start interfering with tomorrow's show. Oh, I got more Japanese stuff. Well, good golly, Miss Molly. We'll do that maybe right now or perhaps tomorrow. I'm going to have to read over my lyrics to Lady Madonna now. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. Do, 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 do. And I say... Finding a half-off crate's a challenge, though. Where's one of these new ones over here? The Wilco Johnson's the only one with bids right now, right? Monocles don't have a bid. And we're about to make that a buy now for $5. I don't think we're going to be able to get to the Beatles stuff tonight, unfortunately. At least people know that I have it now. I don't know which crate to go through. I think I've condensed too many, so they're all too full. What is this one up here? Have I gone through this one? What is this? There's some over here. Here we go. I like the first record in the crate. The first record in the crate is pretty good, so it should be good enough to show the whole crate at this point. What color is Monocles? I can see clearly now the rain is gone. That is Johnny Nash. At least the most popular version. It was covered by a multitude of people. The advertisement post, that stuff will be put out as soon as tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a big sale. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Damn the Torpedoes. Final half-off bin. Tom Petty is $17.50. Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks, Everybody's Rockin'. Neil Young is $10. George Gershwin's Porgy and Bess. That is $12.50, a 3 LP box set. Fleetwood Mac, Heroes Are Hard to Find. Fleetwood Mac is $10. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony is $10. And Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty. Zappa is $10. All right. Now we have the Wilco Johnson Band. The final call on the Wilco Johnson Band is William Drugovich for $9. Craig bid $5 on the Monocles, And so did Debbie Winstead. So Debbie, Craig already bid 5. So you're out, Debbie. Craig's already in on this at 5. I must have missed his initial bid. Just saying. Sorry about that, Craig. And now Debbie has it for 5. And now that's a final call. Okay, now Lonnie Jolly on Fleetwood Mac. Let's sell that to Lonnie Jolly. Our next auction going up right now is a Japanese pressing of Cat Stevens, Back to Earth. And Cat Stevens is actually a promo copy. Those Japanese symbols there and these Japanese symbols here translate to promotional copy, not for sale. Cat Stevens is just a $15 buy it now. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Joe Cocker, Sheffield Steel. Joe Cocker is $10. And Linda Ronstadt, get closer. Linda Ronstadt is $5. The Wilco Johnson Band is sold to William Drugovich for $9. The Monocles is at $5 and now $6 with Debbie Winstead. Cat Stevens is a $15 start. We also have going up for auction is a band called Cherokee Europe. That's the name of the band, Europe. Europe is the name of the band, Europe, Cherokee. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Cat Stevens is a $15 start. Does it have Wild World? I don't believe so. And then Meshuggah is Chaos Fear. It is $44.99. White, orange, and black colored vinyl. New for Friday. It's a new reissue that comes out today. Cat Stevens is got another bid for $15, and the Monocles has a new bid for $9. All right. Jimi Hendrix War Heroes. It looks very similar to that cover of Miles Davis Tutu. This is actually a Holland press, $18.50. Ray Parker Jr., Sex and the Single Man. Ray Parker Jr. is $6.50. And we have Holiday for Guitars, Buddy Merrill. Buddy Merrill is $5. Buddy Merrill just $5. And the Best of Bloopers. Best of Bloopers is $5. So there's 3 auctions right now. We got a Japanese pressing of Cat Stevens, Back to Earth with promo markings. That has bids for $15 and now $16 with Trina Long. $15 and now $16 with Trina Long. This is the Monocles. It's on yellow vinyl. It's I Can't Win and Heartaches for Me. It's in a really cool picture sleeve with Boris Karloff there. And that has a high bid with Craig for $9. I just added Cherokee by Europe. It's in the picture sleeve. Europe is a $5 start. Michael Butler got the Jimi Hendrix for a great price, $18.50. Cat Stevens now at $17. The Statler Brothers, Flowers on the Wall. The Statler Brothers is $7.50. The New Colony 6, Attacking a Straw Man. New Colony 6 is $10. We also have the Bee Gees, Living in a Tin Can. That's in shrink wrap, $7.50. And Willie Nelson and Family Live. Willie and Family Live, that's a Gatefold 2 LP, $12.50. Now Cat Stevens is at $18. Now the Monocles is about to sell. And we have Willie and Leon, One for the Road. That is $12.50. And the Twang, Dwayne Eddy. That's on the Jamie label. No condition notes, just $5. Trina Long on the Bee Gees. That's sold to Trina Long. The Monocles is sold. Wow. Well, Craig, you got tied and then somebody outbid you. 9 and then 10. 9 and then 10. That was bizarre. I saw EM9. I thought she's bid on Cat Stevens. That's at 18. And now there's another new bid for 10. And now Guy Shard on Bee Gees. Next auction here is Robert Palmer. I didn't mean to turn you on. That is $7.50. And Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love. I just smacked the camera. My bad. $8.50 on that. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, Make It Happen. $15. Now Cat Stevens is at $20. And Debbie, you never did technically outbid Craig. You tied him. And then we have Michael bidding 10 and now C. Thomas bidding 11. And now Cat Stevens is at 20. Guy, you were second on the Bee Gees. And now Debbie's bid 111 on the Monocles. Wow, she jumped it way up there. Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. $15 on Thick as a Brick, Jethro Tull. The condition on the Dwayne Eddy. The Dwayne Eddy is on Jamie label. No condition notes whatsoever on the vinyl. It is actually, yes, really nice. I'm looking at it myself. For this kind of record, very nice. Man, I got a bad habit tonight about smacking the camera. There we go. And then, I did it again. Golly, I'm losing my perception here. There we go. All right, Europe is a no bid. It's a buy now for $5. I'm going to put it right over here. Now Cat Stevens is at 21. What a battle on Cat Stevens. The bids have been the following: 15, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 21, and now 22. And Denise said she'll take the Dwayne Eddy. And now the Monocles is on the clock. Craig has it for 11. Michael, you're out, and so is Debbie. It's on the clock, $11. Next is Rick Wakeman. That's $10, the Six Wives of Henry VIII. And we also got a group called Smith. Great song on here. It is called Baby, It's You. $10. Now the Monocles is at 15 with Michael Ruttman. That's still getting bids. The Monocles has caught a second wind all of a sudden. Our next single going up right now is Lene Lovich. This is from the New Orleans collection. Lucky number, Lene Lovich. That's going to go up for a $5 start. We also have four-wheel drive, Bachman Turner Overdrive. That is $7.50. Now Cat Stevens is at 24. What an amazing bidding war on Cat Stevens. Starbuck in Shrink. That is Moonlight. Feels right. $10 on that. The Very Thought of You, Rick Nelson. Rick Nelson is $7.50. And Barbara Jaggle by Donovan. Donovan is $7.50. Now Cat Stevens is at 25. Now the Monocles at 15. Now excuse me. Lene Lovich is at 5. Now the Monocles at 16. Now Cat Stevens at 27. There's the Honey Drippers, Page and Plant for $12.50. And there's Gary Wright, The Light of Smiles, $7.50 on that. Steve McGee on JT. And that's for Jethro Tull, The Thick as the Brick with the original newspaper cover. Thank you, that's so to you. We're about to sell the Lena Lovich for $5 to Tio. The Monocles is now at 20. It's really called a second wind. And now Cat Stevens is at 26. Now it goes back to Trina Long. And now our next Japanese pressing is going to go up for a $15 start. And that is the Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing. A Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. And we're going to put it up for what? Just a $15 start. Does anybody else want anything in here? Gary Wright, $7.50. The Honey Drippers. Let me actually start from the back here. Let me start from the back. We got Tom Petty. That is $17.50. Damn the Torpedoes. Neil Young is $10. Porgy and Bess 3LP box $12.50. Paul Simon was $10. Frank Zappa was $20. Joe Cocker was $10. Linda Ronstadt was $5. Ray Parker Jr. was $6.50. We have Buddy Merrill. He was $5. The Best of Bloopers was $5. Statler Brothers with their big hit Flowers on the Wall for $7.50. Lena Lovich is sold to T.O. Review for $5. The Monocles at $21. Boomtown Rats a $15 start. Cat Stevens now at 25, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 28, and now it's at 28 with Debbie Winstead. Now the Monocles is at 25. New Colony 6, Attacking a Straw Man, $10. Tom Petty is $17.50. Can you believe there's a Tom Petty album, the Half Off Band, and no one's bought it? Willie Nelson is $12.50. Willie Nelson and Family Live. Willie Nelson and Leon, that's another 2 LP for $12.50. The Boomtown Rats is a bid for $10. Jackson Brown is $8.50. Smokey Robinson is $15. Rick Wakeman is $10. A group called Smith is $10. Bachman Turner Overdrive is $10. Starbuck, I'm going to buy this myself. That's sold to Chad. I'm keeping that with the hype sticker. Unbelievable. Nobody bought that. Rick Nelson, $7.50. Also, Donovan Barbara Jaggle, that's $7.50. The Honey Drippers is $12.50. And Gary Wright is $7.50. Boomtown Rats is a new bid for $16. The Monocles is a final call to Michael Ruttman for $25. What a battle. What a battle on that. And now Cat Stevens is at 31 with Debbie Winstead. Trina and Cat are still throwing punches. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, now 32. This could go on till 50 or $100. Who knows? Next thing we have is Mustache. We had one earlier. Here's another Mustache. This one's on purple vinyl. Mustache is a $5 start. Final call on Monocles. Now Boomtown Rats 15, 16. Now 18. Now 18. Chad's going to bring over another new crate. Chris X gets Tom Petty. Unbelievable. What a steal. I'm going to get arrested for selling that so cheap. I hear sirens right now. Tom Petty's coming to get me. That'd be pretty insane since he's dead. Rest in peace, Tom. Let's jump over here and grab another crate right quick. I'm going to go through some stuff I have here in stock. Okay, you might not know, but I have records in stock here. Wow, look at this battle on Cat Stevens. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 36, 36. The Monocles is sold for $25. After that, $25. Michael Butler wants Donovan. That's sold to you. Donovan. $7.50. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme. This is an acoustic sound series pressed at QRP, tip-on jacket. This is $38.99. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme. Merciful Fate, In the Shadows, teal green marble vinyl. Merciful Fate is $38.99. Korn, we had this in the other crate. Here's another opportunity. I didn't realize I still had one in stock. Korn is $46.99. The Descendants, I Don't Want to Grow Up, $29.99. Korn, Path of Totality, another music on vinyl, $44.99. I haven't heard back from Randy Klein on Boomtown Rats. That typically means he's done bidding. I'm assuming. I'm about to sell it to Cynthia for $18. They're still bidding on the Cat Stevens. It is a promo copy. And Debbie Winsett has Mustache for $5. Sid Blair, can I get the Linda Ronstadt closer from the other crate? Now, is that the crate I just took off the table? Let's see. Is that the crate I just took off the table? Or are you talking about the crate before I took the crate off the table? No, he means this one right here. Get closer. That's sold for $5. Boomtown Rats is sold for $18 to Cynthia Herdren. Let's go ahead and get that in a new sleeve for her. Done. Mustache is sold for $5. And Todd, these are all new and sticker price. These are all new and sticker price. All of the new sealed stuff's always sticker price until it's eligible for discount. Jimi Hendrix, a mono remaster of Are You Experienced, $39.99, is the JC Anniversary Edition on clear vinyl. John Coltrane is an acoustic sound series audiophile reissue from QRP or from Verve Acoustic Sounds pressed at QRP. It's on black vinyl, $38.99. Kiss Dynasty, I Was Made for Loving You, $33.99. Cat Stevens is sold to Trina Long for $42. Mark says he wants to shout out his daughter Katie, who graduates high school tomorrow. Mark's going to a graduation. I'm supposed to go to a graduation tomorrow too. That's why I'm trying to wrap up the show here in these final moments. My nephew's graduating. I'll probably roll in like halfway through and shake his hand and then come back and start this sale. Cat Stevens is officially sold to Trina Long for $42. Chris X on John Coltrane. That's sold to Chris X. Next is Tedeschi Trucks Band, Made Up Mine. That's a 2 LP gatefold music on vinyl, $49.99. Nirvana, live at the Hollywood Underground Club, Seattle, 1988, $29.99. And Stereolab, Mars Aquatic Quintet. Stereolab is $38.99. And the Flaming Lips, Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots, $33.99. Over here, we have another Japanese pressing going up. If you've missed out on these all night tonight, here is another opportunity. This makes the 5th one we've auctioned tonight. And guess what? They're all sold. And this is my last one. Wings Over America, a triple LP with book, all 3 inner sleeves, gatefold with Obi. Wings Over America, a $35 start. Beach House, Depression Cherry. Beach House is $28.99. Mac DeMarco 2 is $28.99. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. Wow. Led Zeppelin's debut, 180 gram remaster, $33.99. Gentle Giant, the official live 1977 iconic album, remastered, remixed, $44.99. Fear Factory, Aggression Continuum, $36.99, silver vinyl. Samantha Fish, Paper Doll, Clear Smoke, $33.99. Dream Theater, Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory, with Dance of Eternity on clear vinyl, $39.99. Kiss, Ace Frehley, picture disc, $38.99, and Black Sabbath Tear is $33.99. Wings has a bid with Chris X for $35, and that's now going once and now going twice on Wings Over America. Does anybody have any final requests? Anything like that? We'll go through that tub of Beatles stuff tomorrow. Should be able to do a full length. No hindrance show tomorrow, no problem. Kelly Gabney wants Ace, the picture disc here of Ace Frehley, sold to Kelly. Willie and Leon is still available. Yes, $12.50. $12.50 on Willie and Leon. Yes. This would be a great time to ask me any questions. Typically, we are way too busy to do that. I've got to make sure I got plenty of rest because I'm trying to calculate. I don't think I'm going to have a lot of time by tomorrow after that sale or after that graduation. Say 10. If it starts at 10, if they're walking down the aisle at 10, probably 12, maybe. I might be able to sleep for a few hours. That's probably why I need to start now. I almost started tonight at 7. I almost said, I'm going to start tonight at 7 because the HVAC guy was at my house till noon. My HVAC is finally working. And they left at noon, and I woke up at 3:30, so I've had 3.5 hours of sleep. I've had about 3.5 hours of sleep. All right, so this is sold to Rick Perrine for $12.50. Chris X, you get wings for $35. Any more PF? What is PF? Pink Floyd, and then shipping still delayed. No, not really. They're shipping Tuesday's orders today. They're shipping Tuesday's orders. They're pretty much, to me, that's about where they should be. We try to make sure it's obviously called up, but they were shipping Tuesday's orders today, I believe. So it's pretty much back where it should be. And hopefully they have some help come in tomorrow and then first thing Monday morning before other invoices start paying. But no, they've done an amazing job. They've done an incredible job getting caught back up. They were 9 days, and they've got it back to what now? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, say 5 days. 4 or 5 days out, based on the volume. Still no news Monday. No, that's definitely shipped. Monday the 12th. Yeah, they've definitely shipped that. Make sure you have it didn't track and didn't go to your junk folder. That's definitely shipped. Should be. Or maybe they pulled them. I'm not for sure. They might have pulled them. I'm not for sure. They've either pulled them or shipped them. Maybe they've pulled some and shipped some. So Monday was that picture we posted, right? So here is when I say they're packing Monday and Tuesdays, here was what that looks like. Did everybody see that picture? Because most of y'all pay on Monday immediately. And that was that incredible stack of invoices, like a whole ream of paper. That's Ed showed me a whole ream. That's all orders there. Each one of those are an order to be packed. And that's everybody that paid this Monday. Now, when we posted that, they were still packing last Thursdays, I think. So, yeah, that means they're probably 5 days out. Which means if it didn't go out today, somebody might be here tomorrow working on it. Saturday, Tanner, we might have the store closed literally to get caught up on shipping. That's much more important. We would rather close our store and pack up orders than have our store open here, because packing up orders is much more important than having our storefront open. 100%. Not even close. So if Tanner is going to be here tomorrow packing, he's probably going to get through Mondays then. And that also means If he's going to do that, then the store will probably be closed tomorrow. So, but sorry we're delayed. So we're down. We're technically down a couple, really 3 people than we were that used to work here. And Tanner just got back. And so we've been 2 to 4 people down. And we've sold more in the last couple weeks than any other. It's been absolutely incredible. This week is going to be all hands on deck. Between the stuff we sold Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, last night was crazy, tonight, and then we got another sale tomorrow. We got to invoice all that, and then next week they're going to be like just overwhelmed with orders. I mean, thousands of packages are going to have to go out. And there's going to be 4 or 5 people that's going to be just like constantly trying to keep up with all that. So, what I always say is they do a great job. Every once in a while, we'll get 5 or 7 days out. You give them about 1 solid week, and they'll be back to where there's no turnaround time. Or it's instant. Like they'll be shipping same day paid. But right now, they've got kind of into a backlog. Pink Floyd Pompeii. Let's make sure Jason Fornerad has a Pink Floyd Pompeii. Make sure Jason Fornerad has a Pink Floyd Pompeii. Those did come in. I'll make sure you get one. Make me a sticky note on that, please. And then Jason, yeah, they did come in, but I don't think he was on a waiting list. So, but yeah, they come in. I don't think we officially put you down on a list on that. Yeah, shipping is $8 in limited shipping. That is much better than us charging cost. If we charge cost, y'all would not like that. Y'all would not like that at all. No, you wouldn't. $8 is a steal. If we charge cost, like some places I've ordered from, like some of these auction houses, they charge cost plus handling. Oh my gosh. Very expensive. 1 rolled poster is like $34. So I think that's where everybody loads up. And that's why we charge $8, because it is, we eat hundreds and thousands of dollars in cost. We just eat it. We just completely eat the cost of postage. I bet we probably, I don't know, we lose a lot of money on postage. Thousands, tens of thousands of dollars we lose on postage. So, but hopefully that only works out because we got great repeat customers that keep buying, and y'all have huge orders. Some of y'all have, massive orders, and we make up for it on that end. So, but we're going to keep it we kept it at 7 for 3 years, I believe, and now we're going to keep it at 8 for as long as possible. But yeah, we started running some numbers, and I realized, I was like, oh my gosh, we're losing thousands, because if we did it at cost, y'all would, your shipping line item would be like $43, So hopefully rates stay cheap, and hopefully materials stay cheap. But good night. Thanks everybody for watching. If y'all hadn't heard me say already, y'all are the greatest customers on earth. That's why we can charge $8 shipping. Otherwise, that would be a problem. Guy, I will check on that. I will make sure yours gets out by tomorrow if they're packing Mondays, okay? Everybody should go out by tomorrow, but for anybody relatively new, I'll just say this. I apologize for delay in shipping. But the way I view it is, if I can have you as a repeat customer, Guy, which I hope I do every week now. Every week you're buying and watching and purchasing items. It will turn into a cycle where every week you're getting a package from CollectCo. you're getting a package, and most people will vouch for that. Like every week, they're getting a package from Collectco, because the way everything falls, it turns into a cycle. It turns into a cycle of just you getting a package every week. And boom, boom, boom. And we'll make sure that gets pushed ahead. But yes, I got to go to a graduation in the morning. So I'm going to stop there. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Apologize for shipping delays. They do a great job. They're working as fast as they can. It will get called up. But if you do buy from us on a week-to-week basis, it's almost like a subscription, $8 a week, and you get records in the mail. Whatever you pre-order, whatever you buy here, whatever you win at auction, whatever you buy on Sundays, it's like a big cycle where you're getting packages from Collectco. So, but welcome. We got to have your business every week. So I want you to come back. And I hate when we're behind on shipping. It's a big phobia of mine, because I'm like, dang. But I order so much stuff online. I'll have stuff show up, and I'm like, oh, I forgot about that. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, Craig, Guy, Kelly, Justin, Sid, Tom, Mark, William, Chappie, Michael Butler, Jason Fornerak, Chris Frazier, Debbie Winstead, Susie Breelove, John Griffin, William Drugovich, Greg Beddinger, Mark Fallon, Trina Long, Kelly Gabney, Rick Perrine, Vicki Allison, and anybody else that hadn't said goodnight. Thank you. And we'll be back tomorrow at, hopefully I'll be back tomorrow at 5, probably 5:30. Depends on how this day plays out. I'm not for sure. But thank you. Good night. Congratulations to all graduates. I guarantee tomorrow you'll see a lot of Facebook graduation photos from people all over the country will be posting graduation. It seems like a lot of people's graduating tomorrow. A big cornerstone in your life. Now the real world begins. High school and college. If you graduate in college, it's really beginning. If you graduate in high school, it's just kind of starting. Graduating high school is nothing compared to that next step. Oh my gosh. College, that's the biggest part of your life right there. It was a blur, but it was so important. So important, but it was a blur. It happened so quickly.